I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Reality. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Reality. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out a weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, put the line down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you gotta down, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
Who wanna get me juice? Kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I'm gonna show that. We got no cry. We barely fuck this one. Crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
For my
down.
pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling higher.
from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Richard's name! I found it!
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all to get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, dream my way.
Richard's name! I found it! The real wire!
Those need the rewire. Hurry up!
Defeat.
Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
Enemy has been slain. Fabulous. Victory.
Fight separately.
Siamo orgogliosi di rappresentare tutti voi api qua nelle Filippine È il momento di servire la alta qualità di Obi.
Defeat. Hello guys, welcome back to my...
I believe that failure is a stepping stone to my growth. I believe that persistence is the only shortcut to glory. I believe that giving it my all will lead me to victory. I believe in myself. With Honor of Kings, I will achieve my own glory.
I know it's gonna win!
HOK Invitational Season 3. Step onto my stage of glory. Witness the thrilling moments of passion together. February 21st to March 1st. 12 global teams battle for the ultimate victory. Welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational S3, where excitement will unfold at the vibrant capital of the Philippines, Manila. The tournament will run from February 21st to March 1st. Honor of Kings Invitational S3 will be held at SM North EDSA, the Block Atrium, and we are ready to bring an electrifying atmosphere for players and fans. Representatives from the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Americas, Europe, the Middle East and North Africa, Japan and South Korea, and wildcard qualifiers will compete at the grand stage in Manila. 12 of the world's best teams will compete for the ultimate prize, the first Honor of Kings World Champion title of 2025. 4 teams will be seeded. The first places from the S3 Philippines qualifier, S3 Indonesia qualifier, S3 Malaysia qualifier, and S3 Americas qualifier. Each seed will be assigned to a different group, while the remaining 8 teams will be randomly distributed across the groups. The group stage will follow a best-of-5 format, with the top 2 teams from each group advancing to the knockout stage, where teams will face off in a best-of-7 format. The journey will culminate on March 1st, when the first 2025 Honor of Kings World Champion will be crowned. Additionally, a major announcement: the global ban and pick format, pioneered by the KPL in 2018, will be fully adopted in this tournament. For over 6 years, KPL, Chinese Honor of Kings Pro League, has set the gold standard in MOBA esports and will continue shaping the global competitive scene. Honor of Kings remains at the forefront of innovation and excellence. We can't wait to see how the world's best teams rise to the challenge. With a staggering prize pool of $300,000, honor, recognition, and substantial rewards await the champions. The stage is set, and the stakes are higher than ever. Here's a guide for Honor of Kings esports fans to join this exciting journey. You can catch our live streams either in-game or on our official channels. Joining us in person, here's everything you need to know to make the most of it. Take part in in-game activities and earn exclusive rewards. The countdown is on. Mark your calendars and see you in Manila.
Is a basic skill, so they can and just go all in as what they're doing right now.
Oh yes, they are trying to all go in here, trying to bit of a fight for these 2 teams. The Winter is here to get landed a little bit too far behind there for the side of Blacklist. There basically eyes is on the prize. On the side of Blacklist, over the wall is Dragon, placing down the Winter is here. The world is not board, comes down as well. Ray gets a knock up onto Dragon, so a ground turret into the mid lane. And right now, they're just trying to get onto the back line, just trying to waste a lot of the abilities from Jutsu. We do see the support, everything come through there. A 2-2 trade, and when you're approaching the crystal, it's not exactly what you want on the side of Elevate. Game 2 maybe closing out here. They have no minion waves. They do now have the minion waves coming through, for Gen G, but G6 is actually doing a fantastic job keeping Gen G away from this crystal. maybe the Overton window is Rock being taken down by the side of Elevate. But right now we're seeing that they're just trying to keep these minions away, because if they allow the minions to push and then the side of Genji get this. Oh my god! Oh, Mitsuri with the crucial kill that slid through from Elevate. Is this going to be enough to get game 2 in that belt? It's definitely a start, as Ray is looking pretty low. Ray goes down. It is Jizzix with a triple kill. But hey, Tempest Dragon again. Kin was not trying to say it. He was telling us that the fable of the second Tempest Dragon of day 1 of the group stages of Season 3 Invitational is here. And oh my god, Inu, he gets the Sage's Sanctuary wiped, and then Mitsuru's like, boom, let's take the snipe from afar. But Azar is coming in with takedown onto Rock here for the fastest as well. Jizzix put it in the work. It is going to be Elevate coming back from such a far defeat in this game 2 to take it for themselves.
Yeah. As my principal used to tell me, right? You do it once, you do it well. You win that one big team fight, it is over. And the fans, they love it. Elevate.
Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking iwawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Pusa ng lahi, ang puwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugod na ng patago hanggat di pabasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang kalasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Bumbugaw kaya matik iba yung galing. Kahit gano'ng veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntalin. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bubombahin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan, dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung prince of landing, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo guess. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Cash G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Kra! Samda na bo, kanda na pita, la kanda na pita, la kanda na pusa, la kanda na pita, la kanda na punda, la kinda na bu. Sa lo tapira da pi, sa lo tapira da bu, sa lo tapira da kulo, sa pela da kila da pira. Pero ang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon, siguradong bumpanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong kombidyante na jowa mo. Ba't nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas. Imbis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
ang pag-asa ng Pinas! Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas! Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas! Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas!
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas! Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas!
Magandang araw Pilipinas at SM North EDSA. Nagbabalik na naman tayo sa pangatlong araw ng Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3.
See Leo taking a lot of damage, and Leo was on the bottom hand of Fury. The Overlord is still up for grabs. Who's gonna...
Giving them a cry for their money, especially Lao Fang into the backline is exactly what we needed. The takedown of Wendy. The defense onto their pride right there. The win spot connected, but the race recovery comes in over the wall. Takes it.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way.
Champion.
Hello and welcome to the final day of the groups for the Honor of Kings Season 3 Invitational out here in the Philippines. Today we'll find out which of the 8 teams are going to make out the knockout stage as they vie for the lion's share of the 300,000 USD prize pool. My name is Holler. With me is Sir Cloud. How you doing today, Sir Cloud?
Oh, I'm feeling great because today we're going to see amazing matches as usual, but there will be a crucial match and we'll break that down a little bit later. But today there will be also a couple of matches where we'll see seedings or placements within the groups.
Yeah, it's obviously it's important, right? You want to be the top seed because then you're going to be going up against the lesser team, so to speak, of that second squad. You want to be in that top position and making sure that, of course, you come out on top of these smaller 3-man team groups that they have set up. But again, being on the top dog is going to be super important.
Or do you want to say some strats and not give away your entire strat in preparation for the playoff stage? So anything could happen coming up.
Yeah, for sure. And it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know if it's like saving strats is one thing, and obviously the global ban pick, we'll talk that a little bit later down the road, but it's super important to kind of have the script of what sort of heroes that you want to present. Every team thus far in the games that they've played have kind of showcased what exactly they're kind of leaning towards, and I think it's up to the other teams to see how they ban out, how they kind of play into that one, so that they have to dig a little bit deeper into that hero pool.
Yeah, and speaking about hero pool, we've seen for the past few days some of the popular picks at the Dharma, Long, Dune, Algran, Yuhan. Expect these heroes to be picked often later on. But you guys need to pick up this as often as possible, which is our official gaming phone for this tournament, the Infinix GT20 Pro, who's currently sponsoring the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3. And if you happen to be at the venue, you can check out the phone yourself.
Yeah, and all the pros are, of course, playing that one on stage. So it's definitely a nice phone to be using, especially if they're playing at this high level. And we've seen highlight after highlight for those past 3 days. But now we are in the final day of the groups. And of course, day 4 being the most important. And it looks like we've kind of seen that 3 of the 4 groups have kind of set themselves up in terms of as of moving on. We know where they're going to be. Obviously, seeding is going to be very important going into today. But we have the final matchup today between BIGETRON Esports and Rough World Era. We're going to find out which one of these teams is actually going to go home, unfortunately.
Ooh, that is probably going to be the highlight match, right? Because it is the match that determines which teams will move on and which team will be eliminated. So it's a match that you don't want to miss. It's going to happen on our 3rd series today, ladies and gentlemen. But for our first series, of course, we're going to start it off with AG versus Vitality. 2 teams that we have seen played previously, especially AG, who played yesterday. Vitality played on the first day. Vitality, they had a couple of days break, so perhaps those few days might give them a bit of a refresh and also give them the opportunity to try to research onto AG on how to overcome them.
Yeah, it's just like Team Vitality, I was the last seen on day 1, and I was able to see that. But let's check out the prize pool here. Of course, we talked about the 300,000 USD at stake. First place is going to get 100,000 USD. Second place with 50, 25,000 for third and fourth, and so on down the road. Unfortunately for them, we're going to find out which of these teams is going to make it to the top 8, guaranteeing you at least 15,000 USD as you move on forward into the knockout stage. It's going to be super important that you do survive. So again, the last series of this group stage is going to be BIGETRON Esports versus Rough World Era. Is the home team one of the 3 that got here as per the Philippines qualifier? Are they going to be going home?
Oh man, going home, losing 5,000 US dollars. That's not the news that you want to hear. But looking back at the standings, in case you just joined us for this season, Group A, we're done. Blacklist International, Elevate, they move forward. And then we have Gen G. Unfortunately, they have been eliminated yesterday, followed by Group B. Now, this group we will be watching right after this features of Vitality as well as AG Global. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to Alpha 7, who lost their game yesterday.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they're going to be going home. I think they're going to be heading to the airport somewhat soon. But, you know, this is one of those things where, hey, Team Vitality and AG, right now, this is going to be the first matchup of the day, ensuring that whichever team wins this one is going to be the top dog. You want to be that #1 seed. I think it's going to be super important, and it will pay dividends as you go throughout the knockout stage, ensuring that you're playing, again, the teams that might have struggled a bit or have kind of been found out a bit. But let's talk a little bit about Group C here. Impunity and Nova, that's going to be another banger. That's going to be matchup 2. That's going to be coming up after the first matchup of the day. But this is going to be a good one. I think that there were a lot of heads, you know, and a lot of questions going in, especially since Nova lost that first game. But then they really shut up for the rest of the series as they 3-1 them and knocking out Kagendra.
Yeah, it is the El Clasico between Nova and Impunity. They meet all the time. And in Group D, this is the decider match between BTR and also RWE, because they'll win. Whichever team that wins will move on to the next round. Now, this will be today's schedule in case you need the timings here, ladies and gentlemen. Do take note that the timings are based on a rolling schedule. So if any games end earlier than expected, we're going to roll the next game right after.
Yeah, I think the craziest part about going back to Group D was the fact that Nongshim Red Force, a lot of people were kind of like, is this team even worthy of a spot into Season 3? They've proven everyone wrong by knocking out the #1 squad of BIGETRON Esports from Indonesia, as well as Rough World Era, right? I think they've made a name for themselves, but again, this kind of sets up the stage of, hey, if this team isn't that strong and we're kind of going in as maybe the 2 seed to kind of potentially go up Nongshim, is that a proper strategy even moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, not too sure about that, right? Well, if I were to like just analyze their group, right? No disrespect to the other teams, but is Nongshim truly tested?
Okay. You know, I think that that's a good question. I think that time and time again, we've seen that Nongshim, that same questions have been asked towards Nongshim. This is a team that's been sticking around for quite some time. The organization is definitely invested in this squad. They've put in a lot of time, but let's talk about the first matchup. This is, of course, All Gamers Global. They're going to be going up against Team Vitality. We're seeing everyone from AGG here. This is a Malaysian squad. They completely shook up their team. They had some somewhat success last year with the other team from the Hong Kong, China, but now they've kind of taken this roster from Malaysia. They wanted to go into the lion's den, so to speak, of all of the quote-unquote best teams in honor of Kings. And so they went right into it, and they got the #2 squad, All Gamers Global, showing up big.
Yeah, and even though they had a emergency swap, but it totally didn't disrupt their performance. They were amazing yesterday, especially for their players. Akira, a project player from AG Chengdu who joined at the age of 16 and now is playing the global stage. And we'd also like to introduce their opponents, Team Vitality.
Yeah, Team Vitality. This is another big, strong team, right? This is I think that the team, again, this is a complete new roster. They brought in Dao, and who's an absolute monster from Fearless Esports. They're representing Europe because of the fact that they do have a lot of European PRs, and they were able to create this super team. This is a team that a lot of teams don't have a whole lot of data on. They've kind of hid their strats. They even put Dao in the farm lane for one game just to kind of throw people off a bit. But we know Dao belongs in the jungle. That's where his heart is. And this is a team that's going to be making some waves. They want to clearly dominate here and setting the tone and going up against AG. This is a big one in terms of setting up the stage for that knockout stage.
And that's a really good point, right? Like, they are very versatile. They can shift players around the roles and also come up with, well, unusual picks perhaps to just throw opponents off. And again, introducing the players of All Gamers Global, we have Leo, Akira, Saber, Ja, and Dao Han.
Yeah, and this is, again, a squad that's kind of, you know, All Gamers Global have struggled against Fearless Esports, right? Dao, it's personal. Obviously, the organization, the players are a completely different side. But Team Vitality, you have Dao. He's going to be your all-star. The jungler, you have Wen, you have KK, you have An, and Muchen, of course. This is a team that was really hitting their stride. They were ending games in 8 minutes on day one. They were an absolute monster. Coming into this one, though, are they putting enough tape out there where teams are able to kind of see what some of those holes might be? Because from what we've seen thus far, Team Vitality, very strong, looking to be top 3 at least.
Yeah, and speaking about being an absolute monster, Dao was an absolute monster during their debut game. He was the MVP the entire day, and it is shown through his experience playing with Fearless Esports and also competing in the last championship as well. So this guy is going to be a key player for the team. Now, by AG Global knowing that, they might want to find a way to try to shut down Dao.
Yeah, I mean, teams have tried. It's not the easiest of things to do, but that is the number one target, right? I think that you have a lot of other players that, yes, they've been proven or that they can really show up when they need to. They can kind of help carry, and they provide a lot of space for Dao. But if Dao is having a bad game, are those players able to really step up and, kind of fulfill that role that, you need to carry that team?
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a team game, right? So I'm pretty sure they have worked that out. I mean, obviously, they've been playing together since the qualifiers at least. Well, we don't exactly know when they were formed, but they've been playing together in the qualifiers, and they are obviously here, and they played their first day, and we have seen how they dominated their first day, and without much info onto them, they definitely stepped up their game and put in a good first impression.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, a lot of it's going to come back to you. Already kind of mentioned him earlier, right? From the AG side, you have to have Akira really step up. I think that he needs to be very aggressive and not take anything from Dao, really taking as much farm from him as possible. This is the one where, again, it's going to come back to the junglers in terms of setting the stage. But let's also look at the roam side, because I think Saber and Mu Chen are both absolute monsters in terms of kill participation. Wherever those guys are, they're going to have, basically team fights are going to happen. So you got to be super careful in terms of where, again, understanding where those roamers are.
Yeah, don't underestimate your roams and your support. Always appreciate them. I mean, we're both support players, right? We could use a bit of love, and I totally can understand that. Now, coming into the draft for the first game, Yu Huan, very, very popular pick, and will be the first ban for the side of AG. And normally when a team is on the blue side, they would try to somehow sneak in the Mai. So it's down to Vitality whether they want to choose to ban out the Mai or not, in which I believe the Mai might not see the day of light.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see too much. I mean, yeah, teams instantly ban it out. Nobody wants to deal with the high-flying Mai, the damage and the potential, right? It just, the outplays is there. So definitely a very good ban, and you want to kind of stick to your roots, so to speak, in terms of heroes, right? I think the Dia is going to be in play. She's what, 7-0? She's 100% win rate. She's been almost the first pick. AG kind of tuned in on that as they ban it right there. But that's a huge target, as well as Sun Tzu, who's been 8-0. He's also 100%, but I don't know if he's going to be first pick worthy.
Yeah, and normally teams would reserve that for the second game onwards, when you have lesser options to pick, especially in the tanky department. But Long, definitely one of the top picks as well. Not the highest of win rates, about a 41% win rate, but still, it is a good pick, especially with the Flaming Palm. You're able to land that last hit, even though your opponent still has a decent amount of health.
Yeah, and I love the fact that, like, hey, the Lung is there, definitely top tier, right? And then you just kind of counter pick it. Team Vitality, that is, with their Lady Soon, also very top tier. So we know that game one, both of these teams really want to set the stage. Both of them have qualified. They're going to move on to the knockout stage regardless. But I think this is a time of just, again, you really want to test some strats. You want to put your best foot forward, especially in game one.
Especially if you have the Dolia pick right now. This opens up a lot of potential next picks here for Vitality. It could be the Elaine. It could be, well, I want to say like other farm laners, but it's already been picked up. But the Elaine is definitely a popular combo together with the Dolia. And we have the Yixing together with the Lampo. Lots of lockdown here for the side of AG, and Long just to be the finisher. They probably could use one more tank. If they pick up something like the Sanche, it'll be perfect for AG.
Yeah, it definitely has potential. I think that, picking Team Vitality here, picking up the Dune, this is probably going to be onto Dao. Shouldn't be an issue with him. But what we've seen, at least in previous games, is that they've kind of used the Guan Yu. You put him out of position so that even if he unruly blades, he's still going to be in a bad spot and you're able to take him out. I think that repositioning, you already had that with Yixing's taking liberties. You have potential to kind of just control him, and you want to do a little bit more of that. I think that the latest heroes being released in Honor of Kings has been around positioning. So the high skill level ceiling is going to be super important.
Yeah, and looking at some of the latest spans, when you see a Dolia on the other side, automatically you bat out the Elaine. It's like this chemistry that just 1 + 1 = 2, as straightforward as that. And Nua's been picked up by Vitality. Nua, a very strong high ground hero. If they're being pushed back into their base, they're able to defend it well. They're able to clear up the minion waves very, very good as well. A combo together with the Lady Sun, so they have good defensive measures here for the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, Nua's kind of, we've seen it, it didn't really have too much play in the championship. It is definitely, I mean, the latest buffs have really put it on the map, so to speak. We've seen it a good number of times. I need to check as of how many times we've seen it in terms of the games, but it's been, you know, able to clear waves and to also steal some heavy neutrals like Tempest Dragons. The outplay potential is quite there, but they're looking to close it out with the Mulan. Your thoughts on that one?
Wow, okay, this is Mulan's debut. I think we kind of, to a certain extent, expect to see this sort of off picks just because it's one of those games that it's just seeding, it's just placement, but nobody's going to be eliminated, so they can pull off this sort of cards just to try to test it out in this tournament. And of course, the Mulan is one of, I always say that Mulan is like a Myra. It's very slick, lots of high-speed movements, able to just go into the back line, just to poke, go in and out of fights very, very quickly. So with the amount of CC that AG has, okay, they have, let's see here, the world is my board, that is the best CC to try to deal with the Mulan. But if Mulan is as quick as we know it could be, then it's going to be hard to catch the Mulan.
Yeah, it's hard to catch the Mulan, but at the same way, the Zing, right? Like, how are you going to deal with that, right? I mean, the Dune could potentially you get the Wind Slash, but you're kind of hoping that he kind of messes up with the Mirror Domain or he perfectly times it. I think that the Zing, we're going to see a very highly mobile, very good damage dealer and a way to get on that back line, which is, again, very scary for Nua and the Lady Soon, and as well as the Dolia, right? All of which are very squishy.
Yeah, I think now that you mentioned that, Vitality has an even bigger problem on how to deal with the Jing. And we did see Akira play the Jing yesterday, and he was amazing with it. And the Jing is one of those heroes that is just so hard to target. Even some of my caster pals, they say that it is so difficult to target. You probably need like a single target CC hero, like a Daji, to just deal with it. But the fact that we don't have Daji, so they have to find a way to deal with the Jing instead. So this will be the challenge for these two teams moving on to game one.
Yeah, and I really like the drafts. I think both sides are very evenly matched. I think that it's really going to come down to player execution. But in terms of, you know, your thoughts going into this one, who do you give the edge to in this game one, just on draft alone?
Oh, just on draft alone, I kind of do like AG a little bit more. Yes, they might have a problem to deal with the Mulan, but Vitality has an even bigger problem to deal with Akira. So I would give that little bit to AG. How about you?
Okay, first off, your Malaysian bias is showing. I think that's going to be a big one for them.
Excuse.
No. But to your point, I think the Mulan pick for me, it's definitely not like S tier. S tier, maybe even A tier at this level. Obviously, KK can kind of pilot her. But I'm thinking that this is more of like, hey, we're saving some of our better ones to deal with later. I think it's really going to come down to Dao Dao, how much space he provides and how much chaos he can eventually rain on the enemy team coming into the mid game.
Right. Okay. So add another trump card here, right? So we always talk about like, oh, we don't have much data about Vitality just because of how new the team is and yada yada and so on. Now they pick a hero that for the first time is played in this tournament, so we don't even have data on how they're going to play the Mulan. So
yeah,
this is for AG to kind of figure out.
Exactly. And that's kind of what it's like the mysterious team, again, Team Vitality. And we do have some research on some of these other players, but, you know, them as a squad, we haven't seen too much, especially online or any other sort of game. So whatever strats they have are kind of in their back pocket. And this is where, you know, you can kind of just set up that trap of being able to be like, hey, this is actually a well-synergized team. We know what we're doing, especially in game one.
Yeah, but if we were to talk about like winning potentials, right? So both teams, they are able to go the distance. They're able to play the late game even if push comes to shoves, like 20 minutes onwards. But if they're able to try to shut down their key players, I would say Dao Dao, obviously for Vitality, and also Akira for AG. If they're able to find a way to try to stop these two players from able to scale, able to play their game, then that side can win it.
Really? Okay. All right. No, I do agree with that. I just think I always see Lady Soon and I always struggle with this, but the Mirror Domain going to be used instantly here. Dao Dao continuing to fight. He's tanking most of this. He is a very tanky boy, and he's looking to get away. He does get knocked up one last time, but he will give up first blood to Akira, but Leo does go down in return. It's a 1 for 1. 1 for 2.
All right, so they expended 2 lives to get Dao Dao, and it took them forever to take out Dao Dao. Can you imagine this? It is still very, very early in the game, yet Dao Dao is so tanky.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of thought he was a little out of position, but you're only tanky to a certain extent, especially at this, 2 minutes and 30-second mark. But let's check out this replay and see exactly what did break down.
Yeah, if you look at this, right, look at how long does it take for them to get Dao Dao. But the backup arrived just in time. Got to give it to Wen as well. He arrived just at the right timing to at least get one and then follow up by the second kill. If it was not alert enough, then he would have missed that opportunity.
Yeah, and also let's talk about Daohen. I think Yixing, and I've said this before, at least on day one, I think that this is the hero that's really going to see a lot of popularity. It's definitely high ceiling, but the repositioning and the amount of control it provides is just unmatched. I think it's going to be super annoying, especially against, heroes like the Dune here, or even the Ogren, depending on what you want to do, but it has that potential for the power play of that control.
And speaking about control right now, they want to try to control the farm lane. Both sides opening up space for their farm laners. Of course, as a lone, you need a bit of space, especially if you're going up against a Lady Sun who's able to poke a lot at the farm lane. While Dao Dao is leaving the flash lane, he's making his rotation, so they might want to find an engagement at the bottom now.
Yeah, I mean, it's all set up, right? Knowing that the 4 minutes, the Tyrants were going to be set up here. They were looking to go for a kill. Dao Dao, this is his traditional playstyle, but they're looking to go in for this one. But the steal has already been done. Akira will take this one already. Muchen is now on the run. He's trying to ode away to safety. He does get back. Akira still continuing on. They found Dao Dao in a bad spot. KK's been killed. Jia wants to go for Muchen. Oh, just barely an out. Oh, he does get picked off. Daohen gets that snipe, and it's 3-0 in favor of AG.
Man, I wish we could see the replay again for that. Oh,
it's not over yet. So low. Oh, he goes golden. He tries to go in for this one, but he can't get away from An. And his Roland Raid Saber trying to keep him alive, not able to do it. And An will just go back and trust happily start farming. He eats a flaming palm one last time. He gets the pick up on a Jia, and An making plays.
Are you kidding me? An! Wow, that is such a bold move there by An. Okay, I thought he got one. Okay, he's done. He was just back on his stage chill, but he saw an opportunity for the second one. He saw Jia was in an off position. No, I would say that Saber is in an off position to protect Jia, and he saw Jia open. He went in for Jia, secured the second kill, and the rest is history.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where they were coming in one-on-one, right? It was very easy for An to take, take the fights because he does have that cutting advantage. And just being able to maximize that range, it was actually huge for An to be able to just kind of play with his food, so to speak, understanding that who needed to have died and who was out of position so that he could get those kills.
Oh man, positioning is so important. Just look at this. The moment you're off position, just by a couple of seconds, you're punished. So looking at the current situation, Saber, he still tries to go by the side, which is understandable. You want to open up the space, but he's also aware right now is that he has to be prepared to go back to Jia to protect him.
Yeah, he's got to keep him alive. I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? But let's check out this replay here because, I mean, the Muriel main seemed all right, and the wind slash was legit, but Dao Dao gets focused. Look at how he's kind of like being pinballed around a lot, and he's getting killed. He's had a rough time. We were talking about how AG needed to focus on the Dao Dao. They've done a good job, but An somehow scrounging up 2 kills on that one, kind of equalizing as best as possible.
I also want to point out how difficult it is for Vitality to target Akira. Like, he was just dancing around, shaking here and there. Like, going Akira. Yeah, and it was so difficult for them to catch him. They don't have a single target CC.
Yeah, I mean, the mobility is unreal. I like the Shakira reference. Props there. But the world is my board. They're going to continue on. The bottom T1. But here comes Wen. They're going to look to kind of defend this tower. They want to ensure that they got as much space as possible. Jian An. Again, this is the matchup to watch aside from the Akira Dao Dao, which has kind of favored Akira at this point.
All right, both sides now resetting. They're probably going to go for the next objective, which is the Overlord. We can see the shift happening towards that side. And earlier on, it was stolen by AG. Great work by Akira to land the smite on time. And Vitality is not going to be happy with that. They want to find revenge.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to try to find it. I mean, look at the net worth. They're already back. They were losing at one point, but Leo, nice little play. He's going to formless this back to safety under the tower, but they want to go in. Not scared. He's so low. He just goes for the formlessness, and An gets yet another kill. Man, he's racking them up.
Oh, that is a very early lane swap that they did there. Normally lane swaps happen after the first tower is down, but they swapped before that happened. They saw an opportunity, and it's probably also to secure that lane just because they want to prepare themselves to take the overlord.
Yeah, and we were kind of questioning, okay, if Dao Dao has a rough game, which he kind of has, Muchen's going to get blown up here, the mirror domain, and it looks like Akira is playing around, but can he survive? Can he get away from An? Rolling raids forward under the tower. Akira gets picked off by An yet again, and An is almost doing it by himself. Yes, Dao Dao was there, but man, his target prioritization has been on point.
And just a tad little too late for Dao Han. If he arrived just like 1 or 2 seconds earlier to land the world is my board, then his teammate might be saved, but it is what it is at the end of the day. But it just shows again how difficult it is for them to catch Akira. They have to like send like 3 players just to get him. It's so hard.
I mean, it's one thing because they don't really have the catch. They don't have the CC to kind of deal with him. So they have to have numbers to kind of, you know, basically you're setting up cockroach traps, right? To catch this cockroach, you need multiple traps, and those are the people in this case. And Team Vitality are kind of setting up all the different corners where Akira could end up being, and they're actually made him pay on that one.
Yeah, and cockroaches are very, very persistent. And I'm sure Akira is very persistent as well. Okay, 1 death, that's fine. It's not the end of the world. You can still recover from that. No issue with that. And they're still keeping up the pace in terms of network, right, between these 2 teams. It's just a matter of time till we see the next engagement. Probably going to be at the Tyrant side, and here we go.
Yeah, they're going to go for the burst ram. Dao Dao up in front, gets the wind slash, but I don't know if they have that burst to deal with Saber, who Tremor smashes away. Oh, but the light, not enough to kill him. They're continuing on. Dao Dao not letting him go. He's going to chase him down to the ends of the earth. Gets it. The infinite fastness. Looking to go back, but the world is my board. When it's been killed, the infinite fastness on back to safety. Gia, very, very low. Needs to be careful. Dao Dao, the menace up front, and they find Leo on the backside. They had the numbers, and all because Dao Dao was up in front.
Oh, Dao Dao is just so disruptive here. All he needs to do is just be there. Be at the front. Pull like 2 or 3 players towards him, let them forget about the backline, and his job is done.
Yeah, his job was definitely done. I mean, he was up in front, just kind of, again, you got to respect him because of the amount of control that he had, but being able to catch out Saber, again, a little bit of a positioning issue. Once you get caught out, then you don't have that counter initiation, and that's kind of what opens the door for Team Vitality to continue on. They were not scared.
Are they going to go in for it?
Oh, the Tyrant. Oh, but Akira gets the steal, but he does pay with his life. And now Daohan on the run so low. They did get that 1 steal, which is pretty huge for them. But that, again, he sacrificed himself for it.
Oh, man. Again, Akira. 2 times in a row, you stole the Tyrant. That's why, if you don't have enough CC to stop Akira, that's what he can do. He can easily smite and steal away objectives.
Yeah, but this is the jig, right? Like, how are you going to stop him? He has so much mobility. He can get dash in. He's got the mirror domain. It's very difficult to lock this guy down. Again, it comes back to the draft in terms of how they set things up. But the execution of Team Vitality, they have not been able to catch Akira, although in a way, they're still winning. So it might not be a huge factor for them.
Yeah, and that's why when it comes to the draft, they saw the opportunity. Okay, we can put in Jing because they've already picked Lua. So you're not going to pick another Daji or another mid-hero that's able to come up with single target stuns. So they saw that opportunity, they went with it, and it's paying them dividends.
Yeah, it's definitely paying dividends. But what is paying dividends is Team Vitality here on this Lady Soon. This guy is a beast. He has so much damage at this stage. At the 11-minute mark, and he burns down the top T2 very quickly.
Okay, dude, if Akira does it again, I'll be a big fan. I'm gonna buy his jersey. But
okay, we'll hold you to your word, assuming he does that one. But okay, but it looks like Akira now on the run. He's being chased by Dao Dao. He gets the Unruly Blade, trying to go onto him, but Saber's got his back, so to speak. But this bottom T2 is now open. That Vanguard, it looks like they're gonna take this one for free.
Yep, that's going to be objective gameplay by Team Vitality. And speaking about objective gameplay, yes, he stole 2 big Tyrants, but then again, we can see that Team Vitality, they're so focused on, okay, we don't care about the kills too much, we don't care about like the small objectives, we want to go for the big ones.
Yeah, and I think it's funny, Akira's taken, what, 2 steals, and then he's also stolen your hearts as well, Cloud, am I right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm a big fan right now of Akira. I mean, seeing him yesterday and today is so consistent with the jig.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want, right? Like, you got to ensure that there needs to be a huge foundational piece on that team in terms of that jungler, right? Because he sets the stage. Being able to get those steals is next level, ensuring that you're going to be, putting your team in a position to win. You got to be able to fight that fight, especially since junglers are pretty much all the rage in Honor of Kings Esports.
Yeah, and if we look at the items, right, for Dao, interestingly, his items are still not like four or three items totally complete, but yet he's still that tanky. So he knows his threshold on how much he can actually tank within a fight. But speaking about a fight, we might see a setup here soon by Vitality, but AG, they're not taking the bait yet. But I want to keep an eye on to Leo now. He could be the backstab guy.
Yeah, I mean, anytime, right? Anytime there's a Dharma on this the field, especially with Leo on and piloting, you have that flash truth, you can set things up. But let's talk a little bit about the net worth discrepancies. Almost every single lane has been, the closest one is the mid lane with Daohen and Wen somewhat close. But, Lady Soon on has been on point 11,000, the highest on the team. And there's a reason why he's just literally, he sees you, he point and clicks you, he's going to blow you up.
Yeah, and looking at the formation of AG, right, they have themselves all spread out. They're ready to just sandwich down Team Vitality. So Team Vitality, they're probably aware of the fact that, okay, we see a couple of them, but we don't see all of them, so we don't want to make that engagement on the Tyrant just yet. But if they continue to do so, AG will say, hey, then it's mine.
I mean, they set it up with the world is my board. They're looking to go. The Tyrant actually is going to reset. Saber needs to back off. Needs to be careful as the Taking Liberty slows it down. But now they want to focus on to Leo. Akiro backing off. Mind you, AG have taken a lot of damage. A lot of them are at half-life or lower. This could open the door for Team Vitality on this Tyrant now.
And that's what you need, right? You don't really need to go in for the kills. As long as you're able to lower down their health to less than half, it will render them immobile. But speaking about mobile, they go in.
Buchet getting about half-life, needs to be a little bit careful. He gets Tremor Smash. He's going to get knocked down. Gia will infinite fastness on out of there. They've gotten that single kill. This is opening things up, but again, AG still on the lower end. Daohead very low, needs to be careful, and this is still a precarious situation, even though they're up 5 versus 4.
And you know the reason why they can't go in, but they still went in anyway.
Yeah, they're not going to fully commit for this one. But they push them back. They're going to put a little bit of pressure on that tower. If anything, somebody needs to deal with it. Wen is there. He has the wave clear. Not an issue here. Taking liberties is going to be used, just kind of throwing things out a little bit. The Tyrant, they're going to look to start this. But on, looking to go for the steal. Akira takes it. He's got the fast fingers. And again, AG take the big neutral.
Yeah, and for the third time, the Tyrant been stolen away by AG. Well, not really a steal this time, but hey, a Tyrant's a Tyrant at the end of the day. But they have to let this one go just because of the Primal Bond. And the best they could do is that probably try to get the trade after that, but they're not going to overly commit just yet because they know that Vitality is still on par with them.
Yeah, still on par. I mean, there was really no way that they actually could test on this one. But they got pretty much what they wanted, which was that Tyrant. But now they're looking to go in for this. They're trying to go. Oh my gosh, he's going super ham. He goes directly in, and KK slices up Gia and looking to get a secondary one. He does get a second. That's a double continuing on, and they're continuing to get Leo. That's a 3-for-0 thus far, and on with that damage on the backside. AG limps back home.
And the minions are arriving just at the right time for Team Vitality. This is a chance to take T3 on at least 2 sides. There's nothing much that AG could do.
Kira trying to play around, but he gets caught out, and on will take the tower as well as Akira. And now they're looking to just end this game with all 5 members down. Team Ace, and they will take game 1. Team Vitality.
Whoa, Team Vitality. Even with the Mulan play, man, these guys, what else can they come up with? They are such a good team right now, and they just took out AG Global in a convincing fashion.
Yeah, in a convincing fashion. I mean, they were in full control. It seemed like they were losing a little bit early, but they were not really panicking. They understood that we still play the long game, and we have ways for On to get some of those picks. Literally, they were starting to lose, and On is like, no, I'm okay. I can get these kills, and I can get myself back in this game and just carry it.
Yeah, and we can see that AG Global, they really tried different strats. Okay, they tried to create this formation where they are in all corners, try to just pin them down. But for Team Vitality, they didn't buy it. Okay, we know that you're around us. We see only maybe 2 players or 3 players. Where are the other 2? Where are the other 3? So they have that mindset behind their head is that, okay, as long as we don't see all 5 of them, we're not going to start an engagement because we don't want to get caught off at the back line. and they did it really, really well. That is like thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead of AG.
For sure. And it was also a moment where whenever Team Vitality were to take a team fight and they would just kind of go in, the rest of the team was right there to kind of back them up and just clear them out. Like you get one pick off and it converted into like 2 or 3 more kills. It was actually very smart by Team Vitality, able to find those weaknesses and understanding when to go in together. Just really well played by Team Vitality.
Yeah, and as much as Akira truly tried, and to me, Akira definitely deserves the MVP status for AG themselves, but at the end of the day, it is Team Vitality. And if we were to look at the scores overall, Akira still came in hot with a net worth of 11.27k, and that's pretty high across his team, and also a good KDA of 344, which is pretty decent. But at the end of the day, Team Vitality, they played as a literal team.
Yeah, it's funny because you're still positive on AG right after that game, right? You're still finding positives to kind of talk about. No, I get it. Akira had some good steals and things like that. But again, if we're talking about any other team going up against something like that and being in that situation, I think you would have been like, oh, wow, this Team Vitality is for real. Like, they are on point. We were talking about questioning, who's going to pick up the slack in case Dao Dao has a rough start? And we saw exactly what's going to happen. He's going to be completely there. He had the most damage with 72,000, 25% on that team, just really carrying that team.
Dude, the fact that Team Vitality, they could still do well, play the Mulan for the first time. I'd like to see more new heroes being introduced by Team Vitality. But before we go more into some of the potential picks here, looking at the draft. Okay, if we look at this graph, both sides had their moments, but the deciding fact was, I would say maybe after the 3rd Tyrant, that's where Team Vitality, they just went all the way. Yes, they gave away the Tyrants to AG Global, but still, they were in control. And the one that was in absolute control is our MVP, An.
Yeah, On definitely the MVP, right? 7-0-3. This is a change of pace considering Team Vitality in their first matchup on day 1. It was Dao, like 3 games in a row. Like, he had every single MVP. He was completely carrying. But now, when he's kind of forced to play a rough game, and you'll see it in the highlights here, On really picking up that slack.
Yeah, it started off with this very first fight here. Like what we discussed before the game started, right? One of the key things that they might be thinking is that, okay, we gotta shut down Dao Dao just because he was like the ultimate MVP in day number 1. And they tried to do absolutely that. And when they put too much focus onto Dao Dao, they kind of forgot about the other players, like Wen's rotation, who came to save Dao Dao, came up with a double kill, and also the other players like An, for example, came out as the MVP.
Yeah, and you're kind of looking at the lineup, and it's like, yeah, they can kind of, they started off decently, AG that is, they were able to get some kills, but then you're kind of realizing that, hey, actually, we're very vulnerable to like high damaging heroes, right? People that can kind of get on you, and if you're looking at Team Vitality, this is Mulan, Dune, the new Lady Soon, if they find you, and you're slightly out of position, they're just gonna blow you up. And that's kind of what they made them do, was that they didn't have the heroes for survivability, they didn't get those defensive items, and they were just constantly blown up. Leo can't be everywhere to set things up for you.
Yeah, and looking at the position of Dao Dao, although he was not the MVP, but his positioning was crucial. He did not go too far in front, being the quote-unquote front liner, but he stayed in between his teammates and also his opponents. And when his opponents tried to surround his other teammates or try to go for the backline, he's always in between them. So I have to give it to Dao Dao again for a very good positioning play.
Yeah, I mean, like towards the end, I mean, he's got the fundamentals to do everything really well, right? Understanding the team fights, but it's all you need to do is just be that, that meaty guy that just attracts so much attention. But you have all of these other heroes that are really able to kind of complement that, what Dune is bringing to the table, and you're gonna have a good game, right? And I think that's what Team Vitality did in the end. I don't want to call that one a steamroll, but that was definitely a very good game for Team Vitality of just being able to close that game out.
You know what? No bias, but I don't think it was a steamroll. Because there were moments where, especially in the first 2 Tyrants, the Akira came out with the steals and all that. So it kind of looked like, okay, it was shifting back and forth, all right? And I'm just putting facts out there. But at the end of the day, although it was kind of shifting back and forth, but we do still see that Team Vitality had the bigger control of the situation. Yes, those small skirmishes or those small steals, AG kind of win it, but Team Vitality, they win the big ones.
Yeah, they won the big ones, but also I do want to kind of just address that because in terms of map control, they were forcing AG.
On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Of Kings Invitational Season 3, and we're heading on to match number 2 between AG Global and Team Vitality. And what a game one it was, Holland.
Yeah, it was a statement game, right? Team Vitality want to be like, hey, yeah, you're from Malaysia. Yeah, you're the number 2 squad, but we're here to take the throne. We're going to do this one. We're going to figure out how to beat you. And they did it really well in that first game. They, again, set the tone.
You know what? I had this thought in my head, right? If Vitality were to go all the way, are they considered the dark horses?
No. I mean, okay, because of the fact that there wasn't a lot of tape on this team going in, I think that there were some questions. Like, how good are they? Is Dao good enough to carry, this team, right? And we're seeing it's not just Dao, right? Everybody's kind of molded into that specific role. Everybody's really started to step up. Like you saw On just absolutely carry that game. This is a team that's really starting to hit their stride. Very scary team, and somebody that, any team in the knockout stage, if they get matched up against, are going to be very scared for.
Yeah. And for An to be able to come up with that kind of performance, got to give it to the Adolia as well, who have been babysitting him the entire game. So you got to give it to your supporters as well, right? Hey, don't forget to, show some love to your supporters. They impact the game as much as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, Muchin was very good, right? I think that we always talked about the fact that the roamers are going to really set the stage in terms of fights and when things are going to actually happen. I think that he was always there when you need to. And again, you're a fellow roam player yourself. So you're going to see that, the impact that you bring to the table is not always shown. People don't appreciate you. But Sir Cloud, let me just say, I appreciate you, brother.
Oh, okay. I'm feeling the love here. I'm feeling the love. Well,
I'm just getting out the niceties early, right? Later on, I might not be so nice.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it, whatever that's on the table, right? But AG, they cannot take this defeat, okay? They want to make this comeback right now. And a lot of the big heroes have been picked out by them. At least popular heroes, that is. The Long has been taken. The Dharma is out as well. But of course, they do have a couple of other options like the Ogren, like Yu Huan, like even Dun, or even Zhang Fei is still in their arsenal.
Yeah, and look, this global ban pick is absolutely amazing, right? I think it makes things way more exciting. Again, this is something that is an Honor of Kings special in KPL since 2018. This is the first time we're seeing the power of this global ban pick, and the fact, and again, if you're a new viewer, you don't know what's going on, but basically if a team picks that hero, they can't play that hero again throughout the series, right? So it really opens up like these huge, deep hero pools. You have to kind of dig deep in terms of what you're able to bring, and is your synergy really going to be on point, especially on the draft? It's going to be super important, especially in this game 2 and beyond.
Yeah, it's brutal, right? I honestly, if I were to be playing, I'll be scared of this global pan pick rule. Besides Zhang Fei, I could probably still pull off another one like a Mozi, and that's about it.
Oh, okay. You're like a one trick, like I'm the same way. I don't want to announce it because I feel like if anybody that plays against me will just ban that one hero, and then I'm just like screwed, right?
Well, if your opponents can see you in the rank before getting into the game, I don't think they can. But yeah, I guess that's the advantage.
They see my icon. They know. They know who I am, right?
Okay.
But it looks like AG are going to go with the Mai to start things off. They're going to go high flying to start it. Hopefully they bounce back in this game too.
Right. I'll talk a little bit about the Mai, right? I know the Mai is now the top banned hero, but when the Mai has been picked in whenever there's the opportunity, right? The win rate is kind of shaky though. So I personally, from an outsider looking in, I'm not too sure why. Okay, I kind of know why the Mai is a priority ban pick, but then again, is it really that important to secure the Mai?
You obviously have to have a draft around it, right? I think it's you got to synergize well. You got to be able to blow it up and then figure out some way to get her back to safety. It looks like AG have kind of responded or complemented that with the Zhang Fei, which kind of, again, helps set things up in terms of that counter initiation to kind of give your Mai a little bit of time to go back out and then into the fight again, right? Which is going to be huge. And of course, they're going to round it off with the lady soon. Nice little 1-2 combination there.
Yeah, and we do have the Direnji as well. I personally think that Direnji is really, really good right now, as long as you have a good amount of protection. And the protection might come from Mozi. Cannon Blast from the back, Spuns like from off screen. Like this is actually a really, really good hero. But the fact that you have a Mai who's able to just poke from front to back or even to go for the flanks, then Mozi, you need to stay clear of fights.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice little combination. Again, Team Vitality, you're seeing the draft, the way the initiations are generally going to start. Probably Musashi will kind of start things off. Or maybe you can actually add on another initiator, but he's going to basically amass a crowd. People are going to want to kill Musashi. They're going to focus in on him. And that's when, the motes can be on point with this Cannon Blast to kind of just help combinate, to have that wombo combo. And then you have D-Renjay with just cleanup duty, right? So you're seeing at least 3 out of the potential 5 members here of where and how they want to start these fights.
And speaking about starting fights, I want to see AG pick up a assassin type of jungler to try to deal with the Direnji, because assassin type junglers, they love their farm laners, they love their 1v1, so if they can pick up like a Prince of Landing or a Lam, I think that'll be pretty nice. I would like to see the introduction of Arc as well, since we're talking about like potential new hero picks that we have not seen the Arc at all, so if they were to put it on the table, why not?
Yeah, so, okay, you were talking about having, like, a high-flying jungler. It looks like they're going to go with Pei. I do think that Pei has had some serious play in Season 3, right? The potential is there, especially with the burst. Now you have a lot of damage coming out of Pei, Lady Soon, and Mai, and then Elaine just kind of jumping on that back line when he needs to. It's definitely a squishier glass cannon type of a draft here. But Team Vitality respond with the Shangguan. Now you have a little bit of, the finishing stroke invincibility love and ways to kind of just hopefully push off or get yourself safe from all of this damage?
Ooh, the finishing stroke, very, very dangerous to Lady Sun especially, and that might be the main target that they try to get. A lot of potential dangers towards Lady Sun. You've got to think about it. You have Changguan, you have the Musashi, and you have the Charlotte. And maybe even the Monster to a certain extent, if he's able to let the Cannon Blast from afar and try to find those side angles to try to stop Lady Sun or just to ground Lady Sun for a good few seconds before the attack comes in.
Yeah. And I mean, look, I like everything about Team Vitality's draft except for the Charlotte. I'm not 100% sold. I think that there are better Clash laners. Charlotte right now is 2-4, 33% win rate, not the highest. Hasn't been played to its proper, I would say, potential. It has had some issues. It hasn't really been kind of the stable Clash laners that we've seen it in past seasons. So something to take note of, especially going into this game 2 here.
Yeah, but the Charlotte is an interesting pick as well because it provides them mobility. Again, it could be they were thinking of like, okay, we want to go for the Lady Sun, or maybe they just want to try to throw off the players of AG Global. They want to try to break their formation as well. So that could be one. It might not even be like just for the offensive, but just to try to just shake things up and try to break them off because you have a lot of protection with the Zhang Fei and also even the Pei. But nevertheless, we're going to head on to game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. This is AG Global versus Team Vitality.
Are you okay with Team Vitality picking Charlotte because you're into blondes? I'm just kidding. Let's go into this one. Of course, it's going to be game 2. Team Vitality struck first. They got that first game, really setting the tone for this one. Can AG bounce back? I think that there's going to be a lot of questions. This one's going to be huge for them. AG definitely want to start off strong. They don't want to be, I mean, they were definitely winning in that early stage in game 1, but can they continue that and kind of carry it into the mid game where they did kind of falter off in that first game?
Hey, you know what? Recently in Chinese New Year, my mom has been asking me about relationships, and all I have to say to her is that, you know, I have too many choices, and Charlotte is definitely one of them.
Okay, well, you've got the choice there. It looks like they're going to give up first blood. Saber a little out of position. Okay, unfortunate. You got too many choices. Sir Cloud.
And, well, the choice is being picked up by Team Vitality. Like what you mentioned, First Blood again. But, of course, First Blood is just First Blood, right? AG Global can still come back by the bottom.
Yeah, I don't think that they need to worry too much about it. I obviously, it's just the roamer. I mean, not to say that roam lives don't matter. It's more of the fact that, like, everybody else, like, your cores are still in the lane. They're still getting farmed. They're still able to bounce back. It's just a little bit more difficult for Saber, who's not going to be as tanky, especially early now, as he needs to play a little catch-up.
All right, so good protection there by Saber, who came in pretty much just in time. If not to give him the shields, it's also at least to give him that psychology sort of a protection there that Team Vitality cannot continue to pursue. But that's all right. I mean, it's a Zhang Fei. He'll play the babysitting role for now.
Yeah, and I mean, look, both of the roamers will kind of do the same, just ensuring that their farm laners get as much space as possible. I think that Team Vitality are probably going to be a little bit further away. I mean, those cannon blasts, if they're hitting, they're going to be super annoying to deal with, and it can actually stop you from even, you know, being able to get that farm right on those minions. So something to take note of, but looks like AG prioritizing this top lane as they have 3 members to kind of deal with KK and to push him off, you know, the minion wave.
Right, and if we were to see the farm lane, right? So Darren J is not having a good time, and that's totally understandable because his range is not as far as the Lady Sun. So with that, Lady Sun is able to poke a bit more. And yes, he does have the Moses together with him to deal the cannon blast from afar, but because you have the Zhang Fei is able to block all those cannon blasters easily. Even if he's not able to block it by himself, he's able to provide the shield, so the cannon blast is not able to give as much of an impact as what they would like.
Obviously, very important, right? But okay, your opinion as of who needs to really step up for AG in this game?
The one that needs to step up for AG. Ooh, okay, that's a tough one, right? I felt that everyone's playing their role, but I guess if based on game number 1, the one that needs to step up is probably going to be Leo. He positions himself well, but maybe it's also Team Vitality, right? They have good positionings that did not allow him the space to actually go in and find those opportunities.
Oh, but the knockup, they've already found him. KK does get killed, and it looks like Leo, you just voice activated him as he turned it off. The meteor kill onto Wen, just barely enough, and Leo will get the double. Oh my gosh, Sir Cloud, you're calling him out.
Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about, right? That's what we're talking about. Like he heard, it's like, I'm gonna show you casters that I can do my stuff as well. And you know what? By him picking this a lane, it allows him the mobility to actually go in and do the sort of thing.
Yeah, they were doing. I mean, he just turned it up, right? But you said casters. I want to be very clear. It was you and not me on that one. So yes, it was Sir Cloud, and they can find you online on all social medias at Sir Cloud. Okay, all right.
Yeah, you can find me on Blam Mobile at.
Other ways to find you out, but it looks like AG are kind of turned that one a slight advantage. Now the Tyrant here. This is about 4 minutes in. Obviously, there's a little bit of a struggle here in terms of space. Dao making his way over there, as well as Akira. The Tyrant's going to be probably the next big engagement. But again, people are just back in their lanes, at least for now.
And so far, it is again of a stalemate at the bottom. Yeah, a couple of pokes here and there, but because both sides, they have their own protection, especially with the Zhangfei. Zhangfei, he doesn't want to go all in. He wants to keep his Unbridled Outburst for the right moment, and he could be now.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, he was going to be right up front. He was going to use that Unbridled Outburst to push them away, but realizing that there was no reason to, now he saved it. They got tremendous value, especially since they pick up the Tyrant as well, and they have that ult in case they need to go.
And that's really critical about a Zhangfei, right? Because the Unbridled Outburst is a very expensive ult. You not only need to wait for the cooldown, well, frankly speaking, I think the cooldown is just irrelevant. Most importantly, to stack up the madness, so you don't want to use it all the time, like trigger happy. You want to find the right moment to get the best out of the Unbridled Outburst.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. I mean, hitting it at the right mark, but I think the angle of when it comes out is probably more important. Being able to reposition is huge, but getting that perfect one where you just don't like screw up your own team fight and like push them away, for instance. I think that, you know, you gotta ensure that you again have the right initiation.
Yeah, as a Zhangfei main, I could understand that, you know, like you thought that, okay, I'm engaging right now, but then again, you're pushing them front and it's like 2 steps away from your own teammates and opponent gets away. So you really need to find that right positioning. In my personal opinion, it would be the best if you could come from behind and push them front, but you know, for the most part, because like you are a tag, especially in such a competitive setting, you always need to be somewhat in front of your farm laner.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of linear. You kind of expect him to be, you know, coming at you. So as long as you're not like, you know, completely caught off guard or getting hit by a blind spot, I think that you're going to be okay. I think Zhangfei is a type of hero where has had tremendous success, especially in the championship. It had like a crazy win rate. Teams were all picking it, and it was very strong and it was very powerful. But we haven't seen it as well, you know, in terms of what we've seen in Season 3, because again, the global ban pick, you're only seeing it once and you're not really spamming out the hero.
Yeah, I'm dropping out the stat, right? So his win rate so far in Season 3 is only 36%. So as popular as he is, it's not really bringing the returns, and I can understand that because when it was first introduced perhaps in Season 2 even, like there were not as many heroes at that time, and now with the variety of heroes, there's so many ways to counter the Zhangfei.
Yeah, there's too many ways. I mean, what? He's still the number 5th most picked. Oh my, going in for this one. He wants to go in, and Dao Head is going to be killed. Wen made him pay, ensure that he gets the kill on that one. But now Leo very low. They're looking to siege at least the mid lane here, putting a little bit of pressure on. The Unbridled Outburst, a little bit of breathing room, but Dao continuing on, not scared. He gets the pick off onto Gia. That's a 2 for nothing.
Oh man, I was looking at Jia's position. He was totally caught off guard there. The Zhangfei, Saber, he was right in front of the tower. He was trying to protect the tower, which I totally understand because you have a Dao Hen there. But kind of for a second there, you forgot about Jia and you left Jia in the open. Yes, he used his flash, but it was not enough for him to get away. And we can see that clearly back in this replay. Look at where Jia's position is at. It's alright that he was able to flash and Unbridled Outburst jump came in, but it was too late.
Way too late, and I think he was playing a little overconfident. KK is going to be killed. The finishing stroke, not enough damage, and it looks like Wen gets whittled down. Akira is doing some serious damage on this pay right now. The Death at Sunset keeping Leo alive. They're not going to go for the blue, but AG got what they wanted, which is 2 kills.
and they even took out the blue by the middle.
Oh, Dow Dow dueling the death, right on. He's got him in the heart. He goes for Gia yet again, the unbridled outburst, but Dow Hen is going to be killed as well, so they've got their own return kill. Team Vitality, man, Dow Dow on this Musashi, super scary.
Yeah, straight up trade there by Team Vitality, but they're not stopping yet. They try to get Leo. The Cannon Blast did not hit, so it's good for Leo. If it hit and it starts Leo, that's it. But another fight would pay.
Yeah, Dow Dow continuing on, but this is the moment with Akira, duel of death. Where's the follow-up? They do have the damage, and Dow Dow basically gets the solo. He gets knocked up by that Tyrant, if anything, and this is an opening for Team Vitality. Huge loss for AG as Akira's down for 20.
And the Tyrant is up for grabs, but Vitality, they want to focus on getting the main objectives, taking down the tower, but they probably also know that, okay, Akira is just like 10 seconds away. We don't want to waste that much time. We see an opening on the bottom and on the middle. Let's just shove up the waves.
Yeah, they need to shove it up, but they need to. Team Vitality needs to fix the top lane first. The Vanguard is there, that will push. So they don't want to just kind of commit any resources in terms of players. They will invade your enemy jungle as well as taking away your blue. So again, Team Vitality in the driver's seat, up about 2K at this point, which is actually pretty considerable at this stage.
I noticed when the items pop up earlier on, Dow Dow is the only one that went for tank build, so he got the Blazing Cape already on. Expect him to go for more tanky items because I don't see KK going for tanky items. He's probably going to go in for at most a semi-tank or maybe just full-on damage just because they want to try to win fights fast.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for KK... Oh, it looks like they get a pick off. Dow Hen, another death. This is a disaster of a game. He has not been able to get going, hasn't been able to get those pickoffs, and he's died a couple times, especially early. Rough stage. Now they're going to look to take this fight 4 versus 5. Are they able to take this Tyrant? It's already at a half-life. The dash away by Mu Chen, trying to keep it safe, but they're looking to go in. Dow Dow gets the Tyrant. They do have the Meteor kill, and they do end up getting Gia. Wen gets that kill, and they got Mu Chen on this one, trying to go for the Stampede, but Leo, Dow Hen, and Gia all down. KK wants to go for Akira, tries to get the pick off on this one, but now Saber running for his life, cannot get away from this killing machine, which is Dow Dow, and that's a rampage.
Yeah, overall, it's a worthwhile trade, right? Like, it's a 3-for-3, but at the same time, Team Vitality, they got the Tyrant. So Team Vitality practically won the game.
Yeah, well, okay, let's hold your horses a bit. It's still only 11 minutes in. They still have their towers in the T2s. They have ways, but now, tougher situation, especially since Team Vitality are invading. They're taking away everything, but let's look at this replay here.
Yeah, just check this out, right? Unbridled outburst from the side, which I think it's okay. They probably had the idea of like, okay, with the unbridled outburst, I want to try to steal away the Tyrant, but it's very, very hard to time that. And there wasn't much focus put onto him, so this was also a very smart move by Team Vitality to try to take out the major damage dealers before shifting over.
Oh yeah, the extreme speed on Dow Dow was like, maybe I invade, but they're like, oh crap, there's actually 4 members. I need to back off. He gets back to safety, ensures that he does see another day. He needs to stay alive. He's trying to be aggressive, trying to force it out, make it a little uncomfortable, especially since Akira is level 14, a level behind, and you do not want to be faltering behind, especially against a monster that is Dow Dow.
Yeah, I like the feature where the fans can actually cheer on for their favorite team, put it on social media, and our admins will pick it up. But speaking of picking up,
yeah, looking to get a pick off onto him, and they find Saber. On gets that kill, the death at sunset, but he wants to fight. I don't think that this is the right play, and On will blow him up. He gets the double, tried to go aggressive, but Dow Dow attracting so much attention. He gets shut down by Akira, so the return kill, and Akira does die as well, but Gia faltering is on that one point as well. Dow Hen will recall back to safety, but with 4 members down that are looking to start to push down that mid lane, tough situation for AG at this stage.
The moment Team Vitality caught Saber, it felt like AG just broke apart. Like they went in one by one, or they just lost their formation, and Team Vitality, they punished them for it.
Yeah, this is a struggle for AG because of the fact that it looks like they're fighting on all fronts. They're not really fighting together. They're taking individual battles, but Team Vitality have the numbers advantage, so they're always pulling out ahead. And now this net worth lead is starting to grow even, more so in their favor. And now they're looking to take a free Overlord. Not really much AG can do at this stage.
Yeah, and we were to look at the replay of whatever happened earlier, right? Okay, this is the focus onto Dow Hen. They went in for the chase, they got Dow Hen. Okay, that's cool. but the rest of them came in a little bit too late, caught off guard, off position, and even Ja got punished for it. The moment he got Ja, that's it. They know they can push down the mid lane.
Yeah, another thing that's really worrying though is that all of the kills are going in favor of An. He's 6-0-4, 11,000 net worth, and he's the tops in the game. He's just so scary at this stage. Yes, you were talking about D-Ren-J, the fact that his range isn't all there, but when you're able to get in and everybody's attracting so much attention, all you need to do is just blow people up, and he's done such a good job of that.
I just want to point out that Dao, he already has a blood rage.
Oh, Leo.
Good fight.
Death at Sunset on the backside. Finds An. I complimented him. That's my fault. I targeted him. Saber goes down as well, so they've gotten this one. But Leo is going to be killed as well as Akira. And Dao is turning it up. He's got all of the damage. He's forcing it out. And now Daohen on the run, just trying to keep this base alive. If anything, just slow it down. Do whatever you can to give yourself a chance in this game.
Man, I really want to watch the replay again just to break down on the positioning of AG earlier on. But now with only Daohen alone, he's being chased out.
Oh, he's been chased out. He's trying to go in. He thought he'd just kind of push them away, but now he's going to be targeted here. The Vanguards have shown up, and Dao is like, all right, I'll just take the base. No, he goes for the Shinobi. He goes for the Duel of Death, excuse me, blowing up Daohen, and then a little bit of salt on that wounds as they close out this game. No, no minions, excuse me. Let me hold up Muchen. The Death at Sunset right on top of Muchen. I spoke a little too soon. Muchen now just be like, all right, maybe I take a T3. No, don't even get that. AG have a lifeline, but that crystal, man, there are some cracks in it.
Whoa. Frankly speaking, this game should have ended earlier on, but the fight's not over yet.
Not over. Akira just popped out. He just gets blown up. All he wanted was his buff. Not able to do it. Dao turning it up, and this is the Dao show as you give the man a double.
You give the man the blood rage. He goes for blood. Look at him right now. He's probably the top killer for the team. I can't wait to see the stats later on, but this is also again another opportunity for Team Vitality to come in again.
Yeah, this is going to be it. I mean, they need to deal with the minions. They're trying to deal with that, but the super minions in the mid lane deal goes in for the Death at Sunset, trying to go in. The Duel of Death right on top. Daohen's already been killed. Now they take the base, and Team Vitality take game 2.
You know what? If Team Vitality, they weren't too kill hungry, this game could have been ended like 2 or 3 minutes earlier. But still, a win is a win at the end of the day. It's 2-0 right now to Team Vitality. And they have pushed AG to a match point.
Okay, look, dude, you totally went Asian dad on them, right? The fact that like if they did like something's better in an almost perfect game, they're like, oh yeah, they could have ended the game 2 minutes earlier. Why didn't they do that? But I'm gonna give props are due with Team Vitality, really closing out the game when they needed to. Again, being very smart. You don't want to be super high risk all the time, and you'll take fights when you need to. Team Vitality know what they're doing, Sir Cloud. Okay, just hold up.
Okay. I mean, I can't take away the Asian from me, right? It's just as it is. Yeah, but it is. I would say this round is an even more convincing win for Team Vitality. And looking at the entire game, there were some boo-boos here and there from AG Global in terms of their positioning, and there were some moments where they went in one by one. We saw that earlier on. There were moments where the Zhang Fei was eliminated, but yet still they went in for it, but they know that they don't have the tank at the early stage of the fight. So maybe a bit of a cleaner coordination could have been done by AG Global.
Yeah, it just seemed like their team fighting, as of when they initiate and when they go, they were not on the same page. Everybody was very panicky, right? Team Vitality were taking the fight. They were dictating the fights. They were ensuring that every time they go in, they got those pickoffs. And it didn't seem like AG were able to respond in kind. They were kind of very reactive this game, which is pretty much a losing strategy going in, let's be honest.
Yeah, and by Akira picking the pay, we don't get to see those sexy moves of stealing away the tyrants and so on and so forth. And okay, looking at the KDA. Now, I wanted to see the KDA for Dao. So yes, the best KDA, 8-1-12. And look at his items. He does have the Blazing Cape. He does have the Blood Rage. And it makes him really, really tanky. And we would compare with the Charlotte. So it's a semi-tank build. So again, Dao playing the Musashi, he is still the main tanky guy for the team.
Yeah, completely carrying when he needed to, right? He really stepped up this one, especially after the last one. But An, complimenting him very well. Look at the damage. I mean, An was actually doing more damage. I think he had like 6-0 and 4 at one point. His KDA was on point, really carrying the game, providing that space for DAO to get his farm to turn into that monster. And again, when he's got that Musashi, you just give him a little bit of time and he's just going to turn it up and just blow people up. So again, there's a reason why they're 24 and 12 in this game, because off of the back of those two, very difficult to get into.
Yeah, and when we look at this graph, it's almost pretty similar like game number one. Like both sides has their moments, but this time Team Vitality, they went just all the way in. They got the Tyrants in the back, and if we were to look at AG, they only got one Tyrant compared to the one before, and that's because you don't have the Jing who's able to steal away with the Smite. And the MVP, well, welcome back. We kind of miss you, DAO.
Yeah, and that's going to be his 4th MVP in only, 5 games? This guy is an absolute monster. Like, again, they tried to focus him out in game 1. Weren't able to do it in game 2. And when you see DAO, you have to run for the hills, because this man is super scary. I think Akira is like, okay, I don't know how to deal with this guy as a fellow jungler myself to kind of compete with him, because he's been able to get the farm, and once he gets going, he's super scary. 8-1 and 12. How do you deal with this raid boss?
Absolutely right. He's definitely a raid boss just because of how tanky it is with his build, and also being a Musashi, because Musashi has the options of like, okay, I want to go for damage, cool, or I want to go for tank, cool, but this guy, he went for the tank option, but yet he's still able to deal the amount of damage. This guy is just insane. While we check out the best moments from the previous round.
Yeah, these are going to be the highlights here. And I mean, AG, again, starting off decently. Again, the laning phase is not their issue. Leo, with the call out by Coach Sir Cloud on that one, and ensuring that he does show up for this game, does really well on this one. But this is where Gia got picked off, and then DAO started to... This is like, in my opinion, the tipping point. Because once Gia goes down and you're not able to farm, then you're losing a lot of pace for An. And An is then starting to blow people up. He's starting to get all these kills, and then he becomes super scary, and that enables DAO because he's got all that space and time to farm, and he's basically soloing your fellow jungler yourself. Akira goes down there.
Yeah, and I get the positioning of AG right now that we're looking back on the highlights, is that they want to try to do something similar like what they did before. Maybe they found that, okay, there is this something that we can explore. It's like, okay, we try to position ourselves around the players of Team Vitality, but the difference is that this time, Team Vitality, they saw one player, they went in for it, they got the pickup, and then now they try to hunt for the other players around. So with the damage output that they have in this round with that draft, they're able to do so very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the draft in general by AG, it's like how, like, Daohan kept getting caught out where he would have to just run back and just try to play defensively, and he never really got in. You know, as the Mai, you generally want to be the initiator. You want to be hitting your Kachusins, get your Shinobi, get that, blow somebody up and get on out. And he was not really able to find that right target. Because again, if you're looking at Team Vitality's draft, a little bit more on the tanky side, or the positioning was properly protected. And so it's tough to go into like a DAO Musashi, right? So they were not able to fight the way that they wanted to. I think that this was a total draft win by Team Vitality. Obviously, execution was on point. But again, I'm just trying to potentially create some sort of solution for AG to get back into this one by looking at more of the draft board.
Yeah, and the solution, they definitely need to change a lot here, because they will be forced to, thanks to the global ban pick after this. They pick a lot of the top hot heroes. The Dharma is out, Lung is out, Zhang Fei is out. Yeah, they still have a couple of hot heroes like the Dune, like the Ogren, like Yu Huan that is still in the draft that they could pick up. But one thing is about the draft, right? Another thing is about the execution. And Team Vitality, to me, they can play almost any draft and they can execute it to perfection.
I mean, they're up 2-0 and they're already guaranteed in. There's really nothing at stake other than seeding, maybe some bragging rights and all that stuff. But do you go into game 3 and just be like, actually, let's pick our worst heroes and see how we do, just to throw people off? You know what I mean? Because it's like one of those things where, oh, people are doing the research on you and they're like, oh my gosh, you're playing like some random like Luara, Alessio, whatever it is. And they're just kind of changing things up so that they're like, oh, okay, maybe we need to prepare for this.
Dude, honestly, I don't mind at this point, and they have nothing much to lose, even if they want to bring out, like, what you say, the Luara, or maybe like the Liu Shan. Go for it, man. Or the Dongguan, those heroes that we have not seen. Come on. just put it in our stat, right? So that by the end of the season, hopefully we have all the heroes being picked once for us ranked players to refer to.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be funny to see. We'll see how serious they are. I'm pretty sure, from what I've seen from Team Vitality, is that they don't want to put anything on tape, right? They just want to just close out games as quickly as possible and just move on with their lives, so that people don't really know what to ban. But it would be funny, and it would be very unlike Team Vitality to do so. But first, let's take a bit of a break before we go into that third game.
Through the darkest nights, you've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all to get it out. Never surrender. Fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight it never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly.
And we are back with Season 3 All Gamers Global, now down 0-2 against Team Vitality. Have not found any answers on how to stop this beast that is Team Vitality. Dow right there, one of those beasts. Sir Cloud, sir, how do we deal with him?
I'm gonna give him a lot of tender loving care, because right now I'm a big fan of Dow. Just saying. Oh, okay, that's not how we deal with him, right? That's how I deal with him. But here,
so you give him love. Got it.
I give him love, and I hope he gives me back by his jersey or something. Just putting it out there. But global ban pick. Okay, so we're gonna see a summary again of what they picked, and so far we're going to game number 3. We did talk about the potential of picks that we don't usually see, and I would love to see that, considering that this match is just a seeding match now.
Yeah, I would think that they would. Look, there's very few opportunities to play up against some of those teams, especially on a stage like this, right? You have a little bit of breathing space in the sense that you do have a 2-0 lead. You have a game or two to kind of play around with, assuming that you do close it out in that 5th game, assuming you want to do that. But I think that they could go in with something a little bit risky. But from, again, what we saw from Team Vitality, they don't like to do that. They just like to close things out, and the less time that they play and show them, the movements around the map, the different games and all of that, I think it's advantageous for them going into the knockout stage as opposed to trying to test out strats now.
Oh yeah, and you will kind of want to go into the knockout stage like with the red carpet rolled out, with the spotlight on you, like have that confidence and strike fear into your next opponent even before the match started, right? So it also gives them a bit of an incentive if they were to top the group handsomely moving on to the next stage. But now, coming into the draft for game number 3, so the look is out. We saw the Mai earlier on, it was used by AG, so Vitality, no reason for them to ban the Mai. It's really up to AG now.
Yeah, it backs on the wall, right? They're going to continue on in the knockout stage, so it's not the end of the world for them. But again, I think that this is more of just like, we could potentially see this team down the road. We want to try things. And I think that this is one of those things where it helps you not only up against Team Vitality, but also your morale of being able to take a single game or maybe more potentially against Team Vitality, right? You want to put yourself with the best foot forward, ensuring that you're doing that. And again, I think that, showing drafts and your strategy, not that big of a deal, especially at this stage. I think that it's better to kind of to get that opportunity to compete and to see what strategies might work up against a powerhouse. Again, that is Team Vitality.
And Team Vitality, they're taking out two heroes that have high mobility, the Ali and the Charlotte, so that's out. Yuhua, one of the top picks, so it is going to go to the hands of AG. Now for Team Vitality, okay, the Algran is still up for grabs, and they can even go for the Dharma. They can go for those tanky early picks as well. So, yep, Algran is going to be picked up. It's probably going to be a tank Algran played by potentially Dao Dao, and we can see how good he is in gauging his health when it comes to tanking for the team.
Okay, all right. The game's already over right here. Team Vitality got what they wanted. They got the Ogren. They got the Diadio, which is 7-0 in the season 3 already. Both top tier picks, right? I was talking about how Team Vitality don't actually hold their punches ever, right? This is what they're going for. They're looking to close this out. They want to completely stomp you. They want to demoralize you. They want to take away your soul to play against Team Vitality.
Ooh, ouch. That's a good way to put it. Well, if they want to do that, they can pick the Sanche as well. Just take away their positioning from the back, or even try to get a single pick off, because from what we see for the first 2 games, AG, they like to break up their formation, they like to try to enclose Team Vitality, and if they can get a quick pick up onto at least one of them, they open up their space to take out the other players. So a lane could be their answer, because a lane can be a sneaky one.
Yeah, it has the potential, right? I think that there are moments where getting onto Yuan, who uses the unending sorrow, potentially saving herself, but then being able to jump on that initiation is going to be key, right? I think AG right now, it's really going to come down to Leo. How does he do on the Mayan? Does he have the control? Is he able to actually initiate and kind of start fights? Because right now, first 2 games, everything's been reactive. They've been on the defensive side and not have been able to take the fights when they want to.
Ooh, okay, Marco Polo out. Okay, so they want to try to reduce the damage potential from Team Vitality. But Team Vitality, okay, they have not picked their farm lane yet, and the Loom is being banned out. Okay, Lady Sun, they have used, Diren J is being picked, so the next best, oh man, I'm trying to find it hard right now to find what would be the best farm laner for Team Vitality. So what do you think?
I mean, they have to dig deep at this point. They banned out even the Arlie themselves. So I'm thinking like a Ho Yi or something like that, just to kind of... you don't need to go... Okay, Katsu. Okay, dealing with the physical, dealing ways of that. Yeah, okay, I'm okay with that. I don't think that she's obviously top tier, and you're more of a pick of circumstance, especially with the global ban pick. But it definitely has play, especially with On.
I kind of had the thought that they might go for the Fang because they want to play a faster game, but okay, a constant year is fine, so they still want to go for a certain amount of fights. Now, what Team Vitality is probably lacking is a good group CC, so it's something for them to consider. They can, looks like they're going to go for a mid instead, so Gun and Mo. with a couple blades, very, very dangerous from afar. So it's something that they need to deal with. And they do have the Mayan though, who's able to just go in and out of fights very, very swiftly. But they might want to deploy Mayan as a split pusher if AG Global is not able to win team fights.
Yeah, and okay, look, if I'm talking about draft, Team Vitality very more physical oriented. It's going to rely on just kind of Gan and Mo getting those nice little like tenderizing blades to kind of put them in bad spots where, you know, maybe the Yuan uses the unending sorrow a little early. But again, with the Dolia, the Celestial Melody, this is a nice roundup draft, right? They've kind of have a lot of good options. This is a solid lineup, at least to me, for the AG lineup.
Yeah, I would have liked if Team Vitality picked like a Liang just because of the CC potential, but we have seen in game number 1 that Team Vitality, they might not be too focused onto CC. They just want to end the kill as quickly as possible. So that's why they went for the Gan and Mo, which worked out well for them. They know how to manage that. And they were even going up against the Jing at that time. So Team Vitality, they know what they're doing with Gan and Mo. Hitting the couple blades might not be the easiest, but these are top tier players that we're talking about. So we can definitely put our trust in them to be able to land those big damages.
Yeah, wait on that Gan and Mo. That's going to be super scary, actually, going into this game 3 here. I think that, I mean, look, as much as I like All Gamers Global Draft, I think Team Vitality, when you tell me that the Ogren has been picked up by Dao Dao, and then you have Wu Chen on the Dia, I have like, it doesn't really matter who the other heroes, like the Kanto Yu, I don't think so highly of. I think that you're still going to have a good time, right? I think that Dao Dao, if he's able to get that farm, this game is pretty much over, as well as the series. But AG need to figure out a way to answer how to deal with this problem that is Dao Dao.
Yeah, it's basically all in damage for Team Vitality, right? And they are banking on the Dao Dao to tank. So expect standard tank builds for a Dao Dao. And the rest of them will just come out with the damage. And I think that worked out well for Team Vitality. And you know, as what they say, right? If it's not broken, why change it?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I don't think Team Vitality needs to do anything. And this is kind of also what I kind of saw about Nongshim, Red Force, that is that they seem to have a set standard or template of drafts strategies that they seem to be going with, right? And the other teams have kind of not done a good job of like stopping them, but Nongshim were able to kind of pull, you know, they won both of their series because of that, right? So in the way, and I do think that Team Vitality players are better, but they're the same way. They have not been tested or been able to be figured out yet.
And I believe that there's still a lot more to be explored with Team Vitality, since they're able to even pull off like heroes that we have not seen before. So to a certain extent, I think there's more to come here from Team Vitality when it comes to the playoffs when the games truly matter.
Yeah. And that's what I'm hoping for once they get to the what? Because we're going to start to go into best of 7 series. Ultimate Battle is potentially something that might be in play. And in case you don't know what that is, Ultimate Battle is where we don't use the global ban, but their teams will pick blinds, their heroes, right? So there might be some similar heroes in that final game because of the fact that, I mean, it is going into a 7th game of that series. It's very difficult to find a meaningful final battle when you're picking like the, dare I say, the bottom dwellers of the hero pool.
No, but look at this, Team Vitality making that rotation to the top. Now they want to try to secure the top lane and maybe try to pick off a Leo, but Leo, he senses something. He probably learned from the previous round is that, okay, at this timing, they will make that rotation to the top. I might as well hug my tower and not play the risky game.
Yeah, a huge commitment in the top lane, but it's more of the fact that like giving Dao Dao that farm. But An had been left on his own to kind of deal with the 2 here. Wu Chen was kind of just ensuring that Dao Dao has that space. Pushed it back. Leo doing us. Obviously, the spider senses were tingling, right? He'd been backing up. He was playing it safe, but he knew that Dao Dao was coming. Now, Dao Dao hasn't really been slowed down. He's still level 6. Akira's keeping on pace, but they're funneling so much of the farm to Dao Dao.
Yeah, and that's all they need, right? Like, okay, number 1 is to get your tank up and the damage dealers can come in because they got 4 big damage dealers. So, and they only have 1 tank. So it makes absolute sense for them to funnel the farm towards Dao Dao as long as he can get his standard tanky items, maybe like a Blazing Cape or maybe like a Blood Rage, then they're all set to go.
Yeah, they would be set to go. But, I mean, it's just a matter of time. It's still very early. I think 4 minutes is when you're going to see DAO start making a little bit more of the moves towards the bottom lane. They want to get to that Tyrant. Teams have prioritized that, rightly so. I think the damage buff is actually quite good for them.
Yeah, and looking at the current situation, we are about 30 seconds to the first Tyrant, and that's where we might see the first engagement. But still, engagement.
Ooh, no, they're going to go a little early. Wen will get first blood. A little bit of a misplay there by Saber. Thought he could just kind of way break away, but when you get caught out, sometimes you get a little bit burned there.
And again, first blood to Team Vitality. A good start for them, but it's only Saber by the top.
Dr. Soul's going to be committed already. The Wind Slash. Akira trying to outfight this one. DAO actually has to back off. Doing a little bit of respect. Akira, DAO getting a little bit low. Oh, definitely dodges that Wind Slash. That could have been life-threatening, but through it all, here we go. They're going to continue on for this. The Wind Slash now connects onto him. The unruly blade, but DAO turns it around. He knows the proper timing to get back in that fight, and DAO styles on him.
Dude, the U-turn is insane. At some point, I thought that, okay, DAO might not want to go in again, but this is where you trust your teammates so much that you're able to tank to maybe like 10% of health, and DAO makes the swap in and gets the kill. It is just done seamlessly.
Wait. Have you ever played Honor of Kings in your ranked games and actually trusted another player? I've never felt that before. I've never had this experience.
I know, right? Especially when, I'm a tank player myself, and I go like, guys, come make the swap. Then they just don't come. They just like, okay, sorry, man, you're on your own.
Yeah, I was like, oh, dude, I'm farming this River Sprite. Come on, man. You're like, no, buddy. Like, let's go in together. I mean, this is the situation. But a quick little pause here, slowing the game down a little bit on that one. But again, I think that we're seeing it time and time again, especially with the 12 teams that are here in for the season 3. Trust has been a huge factor, right? When one guy goes in, everybody goes in together. But again, in that situation where DAO, oh, that gentleman in the crowd, I think he's seeing a camera for the first time.
Yeah, the crowd really loves the camera, right? You see when the camera just pans over, you can see all sorts of gestures. They're like loving the camera. Like the guy behind just flexing his muscles, maybe not on purpose, but he eventually waves to the camera. And speaking about the camera, I'd like to shout out like yesterday's moment, the Blacklist interview, Tita. That was probably the best moment so far that we have in this tournament. It brought tears to my eyes.
Yeah. I mean, it was a very, very happy moment for sure. And having those kinds of moments is what Honor of Kings Esports is all about, right? Being able to, it's about family, it's about the support, it's about being, playing on the stage and letting players shine. I think that that's the biggest thing, of just letting people be their creative geniuses and playing it, and having Honor of Kings be able to do that, where again, it's an absolutely amazing play ground for these players to really shine and to kind of get to that next level. So again, I think all of the people, especially here in Manila, are really enjoying this factor and being able to see the Honor of Kings Esports live.
Oh, dude, the guy's flexing his merge makes me so jealous.
Oh, we just saw that guy's password. Okay, we can get that guy's iPad. Okay, all right. You saw that? Okay, we'll get it. All right. Somebody just take that iPad. We know his password. That's what, no, I'm kidding. But hey, actually some of the merch, like the Honor of Kings hat, oh my God, that is amazing. I want one of those.
Yeah. I'm looking at the jacket and also the cap. Like if anyone's hearing this, we can send our addresses, we're not too far away, just saying.
And the Dolias, of course, they were out in mass yesterday. I think there were 10 or 11 of them. That's a lot of Celestial Melodies, but in today's case, there's only 3 going in for this one. But yeah, it looks like some of the players are kind of watching in. Impunity next up in line. They're going to be ready, good to go. And I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure on this team to really perform in that second series.
Speaking about Dolia, right?
Yeah.
I had this thought in mind. It's like, okay, so if you have like at least 2 or 3 Dolias in your team, and all of them just uses the Celestial Melodies like back to back, right? Like, can it be like unlimited outs that they can bundle to one hero, like an Elaine, for example?
I don't know. The answer to that. If we could just go back and forth to one another, like I would assume yes, but again, it's like a corner case situation. Like it's not really allowed, like traditional ones. So it would be interesting to find out. I don't know the answer to that actually.
Yeah, maybe one of these days, we can have this show match of like, okay, everyone plays the same hero, and at one game it's like, okay, everyone picks a Dolia, and it just goes back and forth. It's like, okay, then we'll get our answer by then. But right now, looking over at the crowd, oh, look at this. There's also some fun side activities to do.
Yeah, I think that this is the reaction test where you kind of like picking things up. I'm actually really terrible at that one. Mind you, if you happen to be in Manila, it's SM City North EDSA. Make sure that you do stop on in and then get some free loot, play some games, and of course watch Honor of Kings Esports. This is a huge event in season 3, and you're seeing the crowd here. They're loving it.
Oh yeah, the crowd, they're loving it. They're loving the merch, of course. And at the same time, you get to check out our official gaming phone of the tournament, which is Infinix GT20 Pro. Okay, this guy's showing how it's done. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, he's better than me. I think I got like 1. So, yeah, they got him on camera though, and he's just like reset.
It's like no. Can we do it again? Sorry, man, it's live.
He's asking the Dahlia for like the Celestial Melody to reset that thing.
Oh man, I loving the side of the crowd, right? It makes me miss offline events, like the energy of the crowd, like everyone's just so happy, having a good time, and it's a good family outing. And we gotta think about it, like it's a Monday, right, when people are supposed to work, but they're there.
Yeah. I mean, the shop's still open. People are, I'm sure, are managing their time wisely. I hope that nobody's like skipping work or school to come out here and then potentially get in trouble for being on cam at this point. But I'm sure people are smartly, working around their schedules to ensure that they do see this live. But of course, it's not only today. With that, the group stage ends today, but on Wednesday, Thursday through Friday, Saturday, you're going to be seeing the knockout stage as well as the grand finals. They're all going to be best of 7s. We have, 2 Filipino teams already make it. There might be a third one in Rough World Era. So it could be a lot of potential to see some of this power, this home buff that you might, want to see for those teams. It could be super important.
Okay, I know there's somebody in the crowd like with a hoodie like covered his face. He probably skipped work for this event.
Oh, you're calling him out? Which one is he?
Okay, I shall stop at that before I get him into trouble. So, yeah, but if anyone in the crowd were like, okay, I close my face, I cover my head with a hoodie, then you know that something's...
Yeah. Like he's like, oh, I'm actually sick, and then they're like just sitting in the crowd. Yeah.
And my heal is to find Dolias. Okay, what is this guy trying to show? Let's see. Yasumiao Alien Nation. Oh.
Okay. All right. I hope it's all family friendly. I don't want to get anybody in trouble here with some of the stuff that we say.
All right. And the guy with the iPad again. Okay, what's he trying
to
do?
The iPad, the password that we know. Yep. Yeah. He's just flexing his MVP game, I think. But I think that the teams are looking to get ready. I think that they will be starting soon. Okay, it looks like we're underway here. Just to kind of catch people up, Team Vitality up 2-0 in the series. They're up 3-0 in this one. They've been somewhat dominant. I mean, it's 1.5k net worth lead already. Little worrying if you're an AGG fan.
Yeah, and the fact that we are in the match point, so it's a little bit scarier. And also the record that the Team Vitality has over them in like the type of wins that they have, it's like a fairly convincing win. So for AG at this point, they need to catch back in terms of net worth. They are about 2k behind, so they cannot engage in big fights yet.
Yeah, they really can't do much. I mean, this is not a great situation for them to be in. Muchen, just being all the way up in front. He's a little bit low, the Unending Sorrow on back. Akira actually Unruly Blades forward. He gets on back to safety here. They need to defend this tower. They need to deal with those minions because it's getting chipped out here. Don't want to lose it, especially this early, but they're going in. Dao is just going ham with that Conductor of Souls. They take the mid T1 already. The Death at Sunset on out of there, and Team Vitality say goodbye.
Yeah, just to disengage, which is okay. We can see that Team Vitality, although they have the lead, although they are pretty confident, but they are still showing the level of discipline. Right now, it's AG to counter back.
Yeah, it's smart. I mean, like AG need to get something, right? They've been pushed away. They lost that mid T1, huge objective already at 6 minutes in. This is going to really open up the map for Team Vitality. They're going to figure out other ways to get to that Tyrant. It just sets up so much of it. Now, this Crimson Golem is potentially at stake. Is DAO making his way over across the red carpet that he brought, but he doesn't actually take this one. Akira ensures that he secures his own buff.
Yeah, we're about 6 minutes in and we already lost 2 T1s for the side of AG, and that will open up a lot of space for Team Vitality to invade the jungle, especially the fact that they lost the mid tower. I hope I keep your eye on top.
Yeah, on top. They found Leo. They're going to wait for him, and they're going to wait for Muchen. He's got the Bitter Farewell. They have the snap, but not enough. They're going to be a little scared. They don't want to dive onto that top T1.
All right, again, disciplined gameplay shown, right? If they were to be able to pick up Leo, then the Overlord is open for Team Vitality. Not that it's not now, but they want to have a comfy Overlord game. So they're trying to find the next pickup before they start it off.
Oh, man, but look at these couple blades doing some serious work. Akira, Half-Life. I mean, yeah, he's the tankier of that, but look at this. It's just opening it up. The top T1 on. Again, the lane swap, very smart, ensures that he picks this one off. And yeah, it's just opening it up. Now the Overlord.
Yeah, and Overlord free for them just because they got the top tower. And right now, AG, they are being pushed back. It's starting to get harder and harder for them to farm. And look at the farm on the jungle on their side. It's all empty now.
Oh, but Leo, he's in a spot to go. He's going to be in a bad spot. He flashes, he dashes over the wall, but now he's been chased by all 5. They've got the Conductor of Souls, but Wen will get credit for that kill. And Leo down for 25 seconds. Tried to be the forward scout, but he got caught out.
Dude, I feel for Leo at this point, right? He just wants to play. He just wants to have a good time. He's not really making those engagements. He just wants to farm. But Team Vitality, they're like target hunting him.
Yeah, I mean, but like, look, if you want to have a good time, you got to make better decisions. By the way, you can find me online at Sir Cloud. No.
Or Black Mobile, yeah, I think he gives a better time. You know, he's pretty good at it.
All right. All right, yes, for sure. That's at Team Vitality. Continuing on, those just push things again, just a little bit away. They've got the Vanguards here, but they're contesting things, making it a little uncomfortable. DAO go for the Conductor of Souls. He will end up picking this one up. Akira did use the smite, but not able to get it. Now KK on the run. They should be fine, but Team Vitality got the buff and they're on out.
Okay, I kind of get the idea right now, right, for Team Vitality to try to stop Leo from farming. Is that Leo is always that guy who is either flanking or pushing up the other wave. So, but if he has that goal or level gap, then he can't do either one of that. Maybe the pushing, but it won't be as effective. So they managed to stop him from just growing.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been able to initiate. I mean, he's not even in this fight, so they really can't take anything because they need him to be that initiator for that control to kind of set it up. But it's hasn't been a situation where AG have been able to comfortably do this. They've kind of conceded that neutral, the Tyrant there, and they've kind of been pushed back. Again, playing a very defensive game and then not a winning strategy against Team Vitality.
And we could see the engagement now, but looking at the red buff, who will go for it?
Yeah, it's looking to go for this one, but Gia takes out KK, and it looks like the Unruly Blade on forward, and went all the way in the back, and now here we go, the flash. He's going to go for the get serious, gets the nice little knockup, but where's the damage, the follow-up? And Akira is now joined. He's going to look to go for protecting wins, and On dodges that one, gets the kill. Dowhead is going to be killed, and Leo solo runs away, but now it's going to be the chase away. Dow getting focused here, does get killed, and the machine gun that Gia's got is going to get to some damage, and Gia says, here's a card, no, there's a card, and gets the team wipe.
Oh, Team Ace here for AG. Okay, this gives them the lifeline right now, and they managed to catch up in terms of a net worth. And with that, they will get a freebie here. The Tyrant will be theirs for sure. And also the mid tower, and this is a crucial tower to take down to open up jungle.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely huge for them to kind of open this up, right? This is a huge opening for AG at this point. They have a slight net worth lead, but they've equalized in terms of towers. This is what you need. You needed that space to kind of push things along. Getting that mid T1, pretty huge for them, but let Gia work, man. He's got to do that damage, and he's got those kills. And, you know, the D-Renjie versus the Counter Yui, you're seeing just a little bit of a discrepancy, at least in those farm laners, those heroes alone, not the players.
And we can see how important Leo's role is, right? Like, he needs to open up the fight. If he's not going to be able to engage, then it's going to be difficult for AG. So we're going to keep an eye on his position, but they're going to go for a straightforward engagement here.
Yeah, they're going to look to go. The Conductor of Souls, Dao all the way in the front lines, but he's getting forced down. Oh, Daohen has the damage. They get the pick off. Oh, he wasn't able to keep that alive. He tried to go for the Conductor of Souls very early, which is a little questionable, I would say, because usually you say that for that damage, that heal later, for that sustain. And now AG in the driver's seat, something that we haven't seen, and there's some life in this team at this moment.
Wow, okay, what a big turnaround for AG. So far, so good for them. And they managed to push back Team Vitality into their base. And now they will continue to go for it at the top, trying to take down T3, but no space for them just yet. But they're not in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, it's more the fact that they don't have minions. They kind of have to back off here. This is going to buy time for Dao to be back up. He is. And now, how does Team Vitality respond? Now they've been punched back in the face. Things are equal. How do they continue this heavyweight fight?
Okay, maybe first, get the Overlord. But at the same time, they're trying to get that pick off before going for the Overlord. But they're also starting the Overlord at the same time, trying to lure Team Vitality in. So now Team Vitality is up to them.
Yeah, it's got to be a little dangerous in terms of how they want to kind of proceed here, because Dao is back up. He's obviously got the smite, something that you don't want to be looking to trade on that 50-50. If you've got the map control, maybe you bleed them out a little bit longer. Maybe you force things out. It looks like Leo is going to be split pushing with that bottom lane, kind of dealing with that, right? Push them back, try to take a little bit of an advantage before you actually go for one of these big neutrals, and they've started it up, at least for now.
And Leo's starting to be annoying with the split pushing. He just cleared off another wave that will force the minions in, and also to force back Team Vitality to do a bit of a defense. And now without a lane, they cannot engage, hence AG, they will get a free Overlord.
Super smart play, right? I mean, you play the map, force them out, make somebody make that rotation. Somebody had to have defended that bottom T3. KK made his rotation, but that opened things up. Now you have space where if they want to go against your Overlord, it's a 5-on-4. Tough, not a great situation to go in for this one. Now Team Vitality on the defensive. Again, net worth is neck and neck, and this is anybody's game, but you're feeling the momentum and how AG are actually a bit in the driver's seat as they've got map control.
Yeah, at this point, one good team fight from either side, the game could end. So both sides have played this very, very carefully. AG took down T3 at the top, but keep your eye on the KK as well. Look at his positioning. He's trying to probably look for a flank.
Yeah, but you can't really do that now. You have to, it's all hands on deck in terms of the defense. The Vanguards are pushing. The Shadow Vanguard is going to be there. I like the fact that AG have kind of taken the top T3, forced the Shadow Vanguard pushing bottom. Now they have a little bit of a heavy hitter, that bodyguard up front. You need that meat to kind of deal with this one. As Akira still up in front, thinking about going in. Wu Chen gets the bitter farewell, but now they're going the wind slash onto 2 though. But Akira continuing trying to fight this one out. Dao is about half life, needs to be a bit careful. Jia trying to burst him down. He's not able to do so. And KK finally does go down. Jia gets the nice little pick off. Here's the Vanguard. The Destiny counter, just again, trying to deal with the minions, and they deal with that Vanguard. They do survive, at least for now.
And Leo, again, he was waiting at the side for the right opportunity, but they're going to continue on to take down this tower and maybe go in. Nope. Not yet.
No, not yet. I mean, they've got the bottom T3. There's no further reason to go in. Nice engagement there. They got the pick off onto KK. Everybody survives. Now they've turned this around, and they've turned this into a Tyrant. Very smart play by AG.
Yeah, and Tyrant free to be picked up by AG Global. For Team Vitality, I guess it's not really about the farm right now. They're still neck and neck in terms of farm. It's more about them if they're able to get a pick off. And if they're able to pick up Leo, then a lot of these fights will be wide open because they don't need to worry about the split push or even the flank, because Leo is the one doing that right now.
Yeah. He's done definitely more impact in this game, right? And you want to get Leo on these type of heroes that can have a lot of mobility and also can potentially initiate and really have that crowd control, which again just opens things up for Jia to just, take them all down. And that's kind of where you want to be. That's the nice engagement. Look at Leo looking for that flank, looking for that opportunity. They need to wait for the next minion wave. He's about to go in. Akira still up in front, but they're chipping away at that mid T3 base wide open. Super minions on the way. They're looking to go and they want to go for this one. The bitter farewell on this one, but the Conductor of Souls, Daohen, is going to be killed. So that's a huge win for them, but they're under tower. They're barely surviving. Mu Chen somehow survives. Here's the minion. They're going to do this one, but Daohen is the only one one to fall. Team Vitality have held, but for how much longer?
Ooh, going in for the chase perhaps. Okay, they sent out Dowhan just to gather the information, just to see where the other players of AG are at right now. They are obviously to us at the bottom jungle, but they were engaged with a lane.
Thinking about it, they want to go AG. We'll just take the minions and they'll kind of be on their way. They need to just buy a little bit of time for Dowhan to be back up in about 10 seconds. Instead, they found Leo, who dashes away. He's going to be there, but Team Vitality, now this is a little bit of an opening. It's 5 seconds. It's not very long, but you got to be able to push and fix the lanes, especially since the super minions are in every lane, and that will be pushing. And the big neutral right now looks like they'll burn down the Overlord. That will buy some more time.
And Dao is already online with his items. He got the 2 crucial items, which is the Blazing Cape and also the Blood Rage. So this is the time for Vitality to take those fights with Dao able to tank as much damage as possible.
Yeah, he needs to stay alive in most of the fights here. The meteor kill right onto him. But Leo, again, playing very well. Deftly maneuvers around KK's meteor kill at this point and will survive. And a little bit, there's a little bit of a grouping in towards that mid stage, the mid level, right? They'll deal with the Vanguards and they'll, again, force things out. Because once those Vanguards are killed, that's a bit of an opening. Here we go. Akira trying to go in for this one. He's been pushed away. Dao all the way up in front. The Death at Sunset connecting onto 2. He's going to look to go for this one with a meteor kill. It's just a matter of time, but Dowhan's going to be the first to fall. Muchen still up in front with KK, keeping him alive. They have the wind slash onto Dao, who's a little bit low, needs to be careful. Gia, gets picked off, shut down by Wenwei by those couple of blades. Continuing on forward, Muchen, again with that heart link, the sustain is just too much. And Wen and An are looking to burn this mid T2, opening things up. It's a 2-for-0 thus far.
Oh, for a second there, I noticed An got the Wind Chaser, but he actually swapped that out for another item. So it looks like right now that might be the correct move because they're winning. Now they're putting pressure on the mid.
They're winning at this point, but Dao with the Conductor of Souls, he's going to heal back off. He's going to just kind of flex at this point. The mid T3 has been taken out. Top, it's something to take note of. It will push. Somebody needs to deal with that, or they're looking to burn this down as quickly as possible. The bottom T3 has been taken. The top is the problem at this point. Do they go for the closer? Gia's up in about 3 seconds. It looks like the call to retreat has been made. Team Vitality are out of there, but their base is at stake.
Yeah, one is their base. A second, the Tyrant is about 5 seconds away, but base race.
Minions turning into Winions. Okay, the meteor kill slowing things down. That was a little bit careful. Okay, all right. I'm not going to lie. I was clenching my butt on that one.
Oh. Okay. I mean, they're
sorry, too much information. Okay, but they're going to survive. That was actually, the meteor kill knocked it up, and then the re-aggro things bought a little bit of time. KK doing a smart job with that. But now Team Vitality need to deal with this push that AG have. They have super minions on both sides. The top lane will push. That's probably their biggest worry. But now, with this Tyrant here, something to take note of.
All right, they just need to keep an eye on the potential flank here. Look at Leo's positioning. He's still waiting at the back for the right opportunity.
Okay, looks like they're going to look to burn this one. But Half-Life needs to be careful. Oh, they're going to go. Oh, Leo, all the way. He just cartwheeled through. He's freaking me out a little bit, but they're looking to go. The Conductor of Souls used a little bit on the earlier side. Here we go. The Bitter Farewell right onto Cure. They're trying to force him down, and they do get the kill, and Dao will get this one. They've got Leo as well. And KK so low, but he wants to go. He's going to go in. He gets practicing wins. He will keep himself alive, and KK looking to turn this right onto him. They're continuing on Saber. He's just the last one. He wave breakers back. Dao says, I will take this free food to go. Run all you want, my little mermaid. I will chase you down to the ends of the earth as the rest of the team are looking to close it out as they have the minions. Wen is going to go in the top lane. The rest of Team Vitality are in the mid lane. They have the super minions and Team Vitality with the comeback, and they take game 3 and the series.
And that is the end of the fairy tale called The Little Mermaid, ladies and gentlemen. Team Vitality, 3-0 clean win against AG. Oh man, and even before this entire tournament started, a lot of people thought that, okay, AG is the S tier team, but Team Vitality, now they have ranked up.
Yeah, I mean, that was a monster game. That's got to be huge for them in terms of morale and confidence because of the fact that they were actually losing. The base was wide open. They had super minions and they had everything that you would want it to, for them. But Team Vitality digging deep finding ways to hold that miracle hold on that, that one base defense. Once that they won that one, they turned it around. Were able to find ways to get back in this game, and Team Vitality come out strong in that game 3 with that victory.
Oh man, it's one thing to win like very convincing rounds. It's another thing to win like comeback rounds. I would consider this a comeback round for Team Vitality. Like what you mentioned, right? They were pushed towards the end, like they have all their lanes all gone, but they still able to find a way to make that comeback against AG. And I believe that one of those comebacks is because that Dao hit his power spike, right? He got the 2 core items, which is the Blazing Cape and also the Blood Rage. The moment he got that, he's an absolute monster of a tank. And not only he's able to tank, he's also able to deal out the damage. And we saw that apparent at the final fight when he was chasing down the Dolia.
Yeah, and this is a moment where you're kind of thinking, wow, if we were like AG, we're so close to beating them out, but then Team Vitality still able to find ways to get back in, to claw back in this game and to pull out that victory. This is a scary team that no other team is really going to want to face in that knockout stage.
Oh man, I can't wait for the draw right now on who's going to get Team Vitality. And of course, with this win, they will lock in the first seeding in their group. So we need to end the other groups before we're able to see the group draw for the upcoming stages. But hey, I mean, Team Vitality, looking at their performances from their first 2 games in the group stages, this is well, in my opinion, a grand finalist team.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking that strong, right? I think that there was high hopes for AG Gamers Global going into this one, and just trying to be that top seed. Okay, they're still in the knockout stage. They can still make that lower bracket or that dream run to the championship. They're not out of this, right? But I think that Team Vitality going 3-0 against AG and just kind of diminishing the efforts of what AG brought to the table, it's got to be very worrying for any other team at this stage.
And I'm just looking over at some of the items, right? So Dao and KK, both of them playing a similar tank strat. KK, of course, a little bit more damage, but still it's a double tank strat that they have deployed in this round. And it still worked out for them. In the previous rounds, they played a single tank strat, but now with the double tank strat, they're still able to win this kind of game. This is insane by Team Vitality. It just shows that the level of flexibility that they have.
A lot of flexibility, and I mean, really, all of the players really stepping up when they needed to, right? I think Wen really stepped up in this game. Obviously, on the gun and Mo, when you're able to hit some of those couple plays, you're just tenderizing the enemy team, making it easy, especially when they're on the squishier side. But this gold graph speaks volumes of what we just saw, right? Really back and forth. I mean, it was kind of almost anybody's game, going into this one. There were moments where, both teams had an advantage and being able to close it out. But man, when you thought that AG Global was able to get all of the T3s, you're kind of thinking, hey, Team Vitality, back foot, this is not a situation that they're used to being in. How are they going to hold up to all of it?
Oh yeah, and this is really a test, right? I don't think Team Vitality has been truly tested even before this, but this is their best test so far. And it is tested that Wen can also be the MVP with a KDA of 413, damage taken only 7%. That means he knows how to defend himself, put himself in a comfortable position while dishing out the damage. 32% damage and the total goal of 22%. Not gonna lie, I thought that Dao was going to be the MVP, but hey, when he did his work.
No. I think because he had the nice little pickoffs, right? Like the first blood on this one, there were definitely moments where you're like, actually, in terms of impact, this is a highlight. It was absolutely amazing. Like Dao going right back into this one, turning this around, had the healing do, but that win/barely missing KK caught Akira out. There were moments of just the micro plays that kept Vitality in this one, because they could have snowballed and they could have had a really rough game. But just the small wins was just enough to ensure that the gap wasn't too much for AG to just take us down. And, we're seeing top teams, and they're really starting to perform at the right time.
Yes, this is definitely top-tier performance by them. And AG, they had their moments, right? Like this one, AG, they got their ace in this game, but and they snowballed from there. And when they snowballed, they took advantage of it. They took fights from the top to the bottom just to clear off their objectives. At some point, it looked like Team Vitality, they had no comeback, but they held on to it, especially when it came to this fight.
Yeah, and it really comes back to the draft. I think, you know, the Dia Muchen, it's 100%, right? It's scripted, right? No, I'm just kidding. This game was so back and forth. I thought it was the first time it was going to lose, but they were able to just play it out. But Muchen had great positioning. His stuns were on point, and the heart link that he provided just had so much sustain. And like when, oh my, some of these plays here, like the plays, like look at his positioning, like ensuring that he's staying alive. And there's a reason why he's only taking 7%, because you have Dao all the way up in front with Keke in the back line, just kind of creating all this chaos and havoc where, you know, An and Wen are just like picking people off from afar. Just really smart play, really good draft play.
Dude, if Kin was on the casting desk, you know that it's not going to be a 3-0 clean win. But I'm just saying. But this was the final moment. Of course, Dao had that cleanup there against the Dolia. And looking over at the standings, so obviously it was Group B that was playing, and we're done with Group B. Team Vitality, they topped the group with a clean 2-0 win. And look at their record, right? It's a 6-0 clean. It's probably the cleanest that we have seen so far.
Yeah, they're not messing around. I think that this is a team that's like ready to go, gearing to just make a name for themselves and put some, the Italy flag out there, right? Like this is Team Vitality at its finest. I think that this is the best iteration of the team that we've seen, and you're just seeing the power and how much, again, this team is starting to gel well together. And they don't want to mess around. They don't want to show any strats. They don't want to do anything. They just want to close out games. They just want to go home. I think they're just hungry. They just want to go to lunch or something.
Oh, yeah. I mean, now they have a couple of days break. You know, they can try out the local cuisines. Your sinigangs and maybe your balut. Fun fact, I have tried balut and it is a very interesting local cuisine, so to speak. Other than that, of course, Group A, we're there. We have Blacklist and Elevate. That's done as well. So Group A and Group B, they're both done. We're going to put the focus onto Group C and D in our upcoming matches.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting for that one. I think, again, the second match is going to be Nova Esports versus Impunity. But first, let's throw it over to the host.
Joined by Kaka himself coming in from Vitality. Man, congratulations on that spectacular win, 3-0 right away. Now, we just wanted to ask, on that very last game, you nearly got the minions really backdoored over at your base. Who kept the team together to keep it composed and just, really finish the series already? Chu, please.
就是讲你们怎么会 focus 开始处理自己，虽然那压力很大。
The last game?
Yeah, the last game.
To be honest, the last game is my bad.
Why?
Because we can easy win this game, but I died in the red buff,
the red buff.
The red buff, but then you still managed to win the game. Congratulations, all in all.
It's a team game.
Yeah.
Don't put it on you.
The result was still very good, man. You did very well.
But my team say it's okay, no problem.
Yeah. You guys still win it.
It's okay, man. I think you really won the game 3-0 also.
It's not about how it starts, it's about how it ends, right? But also when it comes to the team undefeated in your respective group stage, right now they are 3-0. Nobody defeated you guys yet.
Yeah.
It feels like you have a big shot at winning the championship here. But if there's any team when it comes to the grand finals, if you go to the grand finals, which team will be your biggest rivalry?
I think maybe Nova.
Why?
Wow.
Because the team is very strong.
Yeah.
Maybe this team, maybe we have the difficult. We match this team.
So Nova, it's going to be them. We do know Nova. You want to say anything to Nova?
I mean, what do you want to say to Nova? I mean, I think they're here. Oh, there they are. They're actually here. They're actually behind us. Is there anything you want to say to this team now that you think over the championship they might be your strongest rival? Or you could keep it silent, just wait for the game.
For Nova?
Yeah,
what do you want to say?
You feel bad because they have to fight.
What can I say? Nova, bye-bye.
Okay, there it is. Yes, Kaka, thank you so much.
I can ask one request because I heard you can speak Italian.
Oh, yeah.
And you speak so well in English. Do you have anything to say to your fans across the world, Kaka?
I'm still thinking, you know? No, it's fine. Yeah.
Nel futuro io giocherò quello che posso per voi.
There you go. I have no clue, but I definitely will ask after this. But we're gonna head
ask
into
the managers.
Yeah, but we're gonna
Thank you
have
so much,
to
Kaka.
wrap things up. Yeah, thank you so much, Kaka. And also we're gonna head over to break. But you guys stay tuned because the next series is gonna be explosive as well. So watch out. See you guys. Okay, here's okay.
Hello အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်နာမည်ကထွန်းအောင်ကျော်ပါအင်္ဂလိပ်နာမည်ကတော့ H0 ပါကျွန်တော်က IMPUNITY အဖွဲ့အဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ကဒီပြိုင်ပွဲကိုနေ့တိုင်းနေ့တိုင်းညတိုင်းသူတို့ရဲ့ပြိုင်ထားတဲ့ပြိုင်ပွဲတွေရဲ့ဗီဒီယိုတွေကြည့်မှလေ့လာထားပါတယ်ဒီပြိုင်ပွဲမှာရှင်ပြိုင်ရတာတခြားပြိုင်ပွဲနဲ့မတူတဲ့နေရာတော့အတင်းတော်တော်များများကပြောင်းလဲတော့ပါတယ်ပြီးရင်တော်တော်ကျန်းတဲ့အတင်းတွေလည်းထွက်ပေါ်လာပါတော့ဒါကြောင့်မလို့ကျွန်တော်တို့အကောင်းဆုံးဖြစ်အောင်ကြိုးစားပါမယ်ကျွန်တော်ထင်ဒီပြိုင်ပွဲ group ထဲမှာကြားရောက်တာကျွန်တော်တို့အကောင်းဆုံးလို့ပဲထင်ပါတယ်ဘာဖြစ်လဲဆိုရင်တော့ Nova ကိုတော့ကြိုးစားမှနိုင်အောင်ဆောပါမယ်ပြီးရင် Kajinra ကိုတော့အများဆုံးအရှုံးမရှိအောင်တော့နိုင်အောင်ကြိုးစားပါမယ်ဒီပြိုင်ပွဲမှာကျွန်တော်အတွေ့အကြုံဆုံးမျောလင့်ထားတဲ့တင်ရတော့ Nova Esports ဘာဖြစ်လို့လဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ကိုယ့်အရေးချင်းကိုဘယ်လောက်ရှိလဲလို့စမ်းသပ်ချင်လို့အကျန်းဆုံးအတင်းနဲ့တွေ့ဖို့မျောလင့်ထားပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်နဲ့တွေ့လို့ရှိရင်အကောင်းဆုံးအမားမရှိအောင်လို့စူးစမ်းပါလို့ပြောချင်ပါတယ်ဒီပြိုင်ပွဲမှာရောက်ရှိလာတဲ့ fan တွေရောမြန်မာနိုင်ငံက fan တွေကိုလည်း ကျွန်တော်အားပေးလို့ကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ဒီ international ပြိုင်ပွဲမှာမြန်မာအသင်းရှိသေးတယ်ဆိုတော့ပြသချင်ပါသေးတယ်
Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking iwawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Pusan ng lahi, ang pwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas ang digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugudan ng patago hanggat di papasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang kalasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Ugaw kaya matik iba yung galing. Kahit gano'ng veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntalin. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bubombahin. Yung Asta Boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan, dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung Prince of Landing, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo guess. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas, kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Cash G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Kra! Samda na po, kanda na pita, lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, sa lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, darakinda na po. Sa latapira tapi, sa latapira tapo, sa latapira takulo, sa pila takulo tapira. Pero mang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon, siguradong bompanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong komedyante na jowa mo. Pataga-away tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas, ibis maghilaan pababa. Bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of Kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
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 tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Magandang araw Pilipinas at SM North EDSA. Nagbabalik na naman tayo sa pangatlong araw ng Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3.
Team Leo taking a lot of damage, and Leo in the touch ball has a fury. The Overlord is still up for grabs. Who's gonna...
Giving them a try play for their money, especially Lao Wang into the backline is exactly what we needed. The takedown of Wendy. To defend onto their pride right there is the win slash connected, but the Razor Cavalry comes in over the wall, takes them.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding lights. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream I've had, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you try to push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch up. Watch out, it's not a feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own to
kings, it's an honor showtime.
In the earlier days, the Philippines and its towns were ruled by a mighty Datu, the monarchs, rules of the Philippines archipelago. To become a Datu, one must have wisdom, exceptional leadership, and physical prowess to win battles and climb his honor.
Nakarating na ako sa world stage, ngunit hindi pinarid makalaro ng kahit isang laro. Ngayon ang pagkakataon ko para ipakita sa mundo ang aking tunay na galing.
It's been so long since we've been here. Let's remind the world who we are again this time.
Nós aprendemos muitas coisas com as nossas experiências internacionais. Dessa vez, vamos ganhar tudo.
He watched from afar, and heir to his throne, he seek.
Built and revitalized, we're coming for the crown. We'll show you the legacy of our organization.
A lot considers us as the underdog. Dark horses are imminent. I have read the one they overlook are the warriors about to be crowned as king.
Kemenangan selalu ada di ujung jari. Kami gagal dan itu menyakitkan. Kami akan melakukan segalanya untuk menang. Kami tidak akan mengecewakan penggemar kami kali ini.
We aren't called elevate for nothing. We rise, we ascend, we never look down.
We have recruited this team. We are coming for the crown, even though we are new.
We are now back in the world stage, and we remind everyone who they need to be wary of. We are coming for the crown.
Our country has always won the title. It won't be different this time. Come and try if you want.
We the White Cup, rush but smart. The cards we play will be unpredictable. Time to show them what warriors are made of.
To represent your country is an honor. To serve as its most outstanding warrior. We promise to never disappoint. We will win and make our homeland proud.
Who will be worthy of victory?
Won out Group B with Team Vitality taking that win over AG. We go into now Group C. This is going to be, of course, Nova Esports going up against Impunity. My name is Holler, and with me is Blam. How are you feeling for this second match today?
I don't know. I mean, this Season 3 Invitational has definitely been a spanner in the works in every aspect for me because we've just seen Vitality take another solid 3-0. So the only team thus far to go 3-0 in the competition. So I thought a lot of AG was going to come through, maybe get a reverse sweep in that one, especially King Gia towards the end, that D-Renji play. But anything is on the table, it seems.
Yeah, anything is on the table for sure. I think that there was, I think that Game 3 probably should have been lost by Team Vitality, but they're, again, able to ways to just kind of dig deep and find ways to win. Very smart play by Team Vitality. Again, proving to be one of the scariest teams out there as they go into the knockout stage, but we're getting ahead of ourselves as we go into Group C now. Nova Esports versus Impunity. Like, Nova Esports, clearly the top dog, clearly the favorite because it's coming out of Malaysia as the #1 team. But are they going to be good enough to, again, continue that drive of being that top seed as they take on Impunity now?
I mean, speaking of continuing the drive, it is going to be the driving force behind the whole competition is the GT20 Pro, the Infinix device that is going to be powering the Season 3 Invitational this far and into the knockouts. So if you're at the stage, if you're at the venue, go and check out the phone. It's a brilliant phone. We've had barely any technical difficulties. I touched wood yesterday, and even on my head, it's not been that bad so far. So go and check out the device. It's the Infinix GT20 Pro.
Yeah, for sure. Checking that one out. All of the pros are playing that one on stage, and it happens to be live. Check it out at SM City North EDSA. Check us out there. We'll be kind of just doing it from Manila, and you know, it's going to be exciting, right? Seeing the live crowd. You've seen, you know, the flashes of it in whenever we have a bit of a break, but the crowd is roaring, and they're good to go. They want to see some great high-level Honor of Kings esports, and they've seen it thus far. And going into this one, I think it's going to be key for seeding. Obviously, both of these teams, Nova Esports and Impunity, have kind of already stamped their ticket into that knockout stage, but who's going to be the top dog?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the crowd has been very amped up in the North EDSA in the Philippines, in Manila, but I feel like it's only going to get even bigger vibes at the actual event as well, because we do have a homegrown team going for the third match of the day. So I can imagine it's just going to get better from here on out.
Yeah, and let's talk about Nova Esports here. Again, the #1 team, high expectations for them. This is a squad where, again, they showed it in the intro video, where only teams from Malaysia have won championships, right? So the fact that they're the #1 team, there's going to be a lot of targets, a lot of eyes going on to Nova Esports, because they're going to be the top dog everybody wants to take down.
Oh, yeah, it's not only just for the championship, isn't it, really? It's to say, hey, look, we beat the Malaysian teams in the first global championship of the year. So there's a lot, like you say, targets on the back of these Malaysian teams, and Team Vitality definitely had them in their sights. So I feel like going forward, that's going to be a really great matchup. But depending on how this one actually weighs out, Nova could be looking to meet Team Vitality a little earlier than possible if Impunity takes the win. But speaking of Impunity, here is Impunity's team.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that's been kind of together for some time. They have a lot of experience. X-Hero, Shaolin, and of course Megumi up. And Ashing here, this is a team that's really kind of, we've seen them time and time again. They've had some decent showings. Definitely the wild card qualifier, you know, winners. These are guys that, you know, we've seen time and time again. They play very well, but are they able to kind of bring in the next level? They have Up, that's going to be playing in the farm laner. This is one where we have high expectations for. Impunity Esports, this is probably one of their better iterations in terms of their team and their lineup. And going up against Nova Esports, not a small task, but again, this is the Nova Esports lineup here.
Yeah, we have Wendy in the mid lane, CY in the jungle, Schwan into the clash lane, Lucci as their farm lane, and Wei Pit as support. And we saw their performance yesterday against Kagendra, and although it started off as a very rocky performance, they definitely turned it around in those last 2 games, because that's the Nova that we're used to. And I feel like if they do bring this, then Impunity is going to be in trouble, and this is Impunity's lineup.
Yeah, and Shaolin, Ashing, X-Hero, Up, and Megumi. This is a squad that's had, you know, somewhat middling success, dare I say, Season 2, 5th through 8th, as well as EWC mid-season, 5th through 8th. They got 9th through 12th in the championship last year. They definitely want to do much better than all of those placings, get themselves in the top 8 to start. I mean, they're already stamped their ticket into that one, into the knockout stage, but being able to take it to Nova Esports, becoming the top dog, that might even guarantee them even further in. They definitely want this series here.
You know what they say? They say class is temporary, form is consistent. And hey, if you want to go for that consistent 5-8, they're currently already on that track to do so, right? Because they are looking to potentially try and go for the top spot of this group or settle for the 2nd place. But Impunity has been very consistent in these tournaments, right? They haven't failed to qualify. They've always been on the main stage. It's just about trying to better themselves. And I mean, one of their plays is called Up, and the only way surely is up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they have high expectations going in for this one, but it starts here, right? I think that we've seen teams really kind of want to test Nova Esports. We saw it in their one series against Kagendra yesterday, where they actually faltered in the first game. That was a bit of an upset, and we're thinking, oh, is Kagendra back in this one? Are they able to take down the top dog? But Nova Esports is like, no, we're actually playing with our food a bit, and they were able to just close the game out in the next 3 games. So, again, maybe I expect bigger things from Impunity. I think that they're a better team than Kagendra. Not to kind of bash Kagendra, but I think that Impunity, this is a team that's really gelled well together. They've kind of been on the rise, but this might be too tall of a task ahead of them.
I don't know. I'd go one step further in Kagendra's case, and I don't normally build a case for Kagendra, but I feel like in Game 2 they definitely tried to fight it out. That Game 2 could have gone either to Kagendra or Nova Esports, but it was at that point that whatever they did in the Situation Room for Nova Esports is they upped the ante for Game 3 and Game 4, and there definitely was no holds barred on the side of the Nova Esports team. But is that going to be the case this time around? Are they going to start the same way they finished yesterday? Or are they going to have a bit of a shaky start as they're not in their home territory? They've had a bit of a shaky start in the tournament thus far as well. So there's quite a lot of pre-show jitters that could come into show onto the Gorge for Nova.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that Nova have that pressure of being like, oh, actually, there's no Team Secret, there's no Black Shore Esports, there's no other of these other guys that have been there in terms of the championship, right? So seeing as that the pressure is now on them to really take over in this tournament, it's going to be up to them, up to the players, obviously the coaches, to keep the mental state very high and strong, and understanding that, hey, we're coming in from a position of strength. We shouldn't show any weakness, but at the same time, we don't want to be overconfident, and we don't want to fumble the ball when we have it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in terms of coming from a position of strength, we would probably argue that Impunity has the better position of strength, right? Because they haven't lost a round, whereas Nova Esports have. So I feel like maybe that could be a little bit of a, like, oh, okay, let's not give the same kind of courtesy we did for Kagendra if there was any displayed on the Gorge. But it's going to be super duper interesting to see how Nova do perform, because like I was already saying, their debut into the Season 3 Invitational hasn't been their finest hour. But looking at their drafts, though, it's not like they were going for things that were trying to experiment, which we've seen from some teams, and it's failed, right?
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm thinking that Nova Esports got intel that I predicted that they were going to win the first match in the prediction in the Honor of Kings app. And then that's why they threw that game, so that they would make me lose all my coins. Thank you very much, Nova Esports. No, I'm just kidding.
We were having a bit of a friendly banter about that yesterday, saying, hey, I'm not pointing any fingers, but they clearly were doing it for something, right? But no, it was definitely down to Kagendra. Like, honestly, I have to give it to them. They went the full, like, country mile in that Game 1, and there was a lot of kind of, like, tit-for-tat in those team fights. But where it all started for Kagendra is exactly in these BPs, so that's exactly what Impunity need to do. And in terms of the bans and the picks here, obviously we've been seeing a lot of My Shiranui bans, right? More so on the red side than the blue side. But is there anything in particular we feel like these two teams are going to go for other than this Dolia?
Look, stick with the tried and true, right? I think that if you have to start looking at win rates, the Dune is an absolute monster. It's an 80% win rate with 10 games, so that's, again, 8 wins. That one's very strong. Sun Tzu, 8-0. Dia 8-0 after today's games as well. Like, there are heroes that are just outperforming, right? And I think that, obviously teams have strategies and built-in synergies around them, but picking them, not a bad idea, especially if you want to start things off strong. I think that Game 1 sets the pace and the tone of the match. It really kind of helps snowball, especially since we've seen so many 3-0s, 3-1s. It's very important to win this game out.
Yeah, and as we look at this, it's kind of making a little bit of the same tried and tested, right? You're going to go for the bans that we know that are the bread and butter of Honor of Kings Esports this far, like the Orgren, like the Ali, like the Dolia. But go back in on your point there, talking about the Diadea and the Sunset, both currently at like 8-0 in terms of their win rate. And there's the Doom pick as well. So well called out there, Hauler. It is seeming to be the theme of this tournament is that those high CC single target heroes are generally the ones with a higher win rate. And it looks like that Nova Esports, Game 1, are giving over the Mai Shiranui to the Shaolin on the side of Impunity.
Yeah, it looks like they're kind of, because normally they would have banned out. You don't want to give the first pick up Mai, but it looks like Nova, like, actually the Dune, we've seen time and time again. Like, the Mai hasn't had the highest win rate, especially when it's been slipped through. There are ways to deal with it because of the fact that it is definitely a glass cannon, very squishy. But if you're able to burst it out. But Nova Esports are like, actually, we have our answer, and it looks like the answer is going to be the Dia and the Mayan. Both have great crowd control, ways to get on top of that Mai to shut her down so that, the rest of the team can just blow her up.
Yeah, a little bit of tacticals being played here in the BP, I feel like, saying that, hey, we're going to ban the Dune, so that's kind of give open that kind of big golden carrot onto the side of Impunity, which is the Mai Shiranui, and then Impunity's like, oh, we've completely forgot about the Diadea. They've gone for the Mayin as well, which, again, like you said, are two great counters for the Mai Shiranui, but hey, locking in the Dharma, we've been seeing some huge performances on the Dharma, especially, I always keep pointing this out because I was so sort of like flabbergasted by it, was K-Young9's performance on this pick.
Yeah, was very good, very strong, and I mean, just the amount of control that he provided, props. And there's a reason why Nongshim were, 2-0, top of the dog, top of the leaderboard in terms of their group. Again, some players can really just, make a name for themselves on specific ones. I think Kyung-9 really proved himself. We're going to see more of him in the knockout stage, and I'm super excited going into the top 8.
Absolutely. We're getting into that second part of the ban phase, though. Locking out the first part of the pick phase is going to be the Masashi. So again, some more even like single target CC with the duel at death, right? So it's going to be it's going to be really hard for Shaolin on this Mai Shiranui to hide and kind of take shelter into a brush, because they know they're going to be able to check it, especially with the likes of Diadea's ultimate, the Destiny Encounter. That can be used as a fantastic disengage mechanic here. And following the suit of the Monkey ban, we are getting Dion Wei banned out here, and it looks like Impunity's looking to try and lock down the pool of the mid lane, but we still have big picks like the Yi Xing available for the side of Nova.
Yeah, it has potential. Definitely still could be the last pick for them. It looks like they're going to focus more on the Red Jay, ensuring that they do have a farm laner for Muchi here. Got to get him going, so to speak. But almost the entire lineup, Musashi, Diadea, Mayin, all of these have got to be super scary for Impunity, especially for the Mai and the Lady Soon, because they're so squishy, and it looks like they're kind of like, okay, actually, let's bring a little bit of a couple of our bouncer friends in the Kaiser and the Zhang Fei. They'll help provide a little bit of a meat cushion, so to speak. But now Nova, how to deal with it? Looks like they're going to go with the Kongmin, a little bit of more magic damage and a little bit of finesse.
Yeah, a little bit more burst onto the side of Nova, because I feel like that's what their team comp was actually lacking there. Obviously, they have the sustained kind of damage and defense from the likes of the Mai Shiranui, the Mayin and the Musashi. But then in terms of burst, having those like heavy hitting ultimates, like the winning strategy from Kong Ming, was definitely a well implemented last part of the draft for Nova Esports. But the same goes for Impunity, right? They bring out their bruiser friends. They got the Kaiser, they got the Zhang Fei. Kaiser not currently having one of the best win rates so far, but obviously it's because we don't see him paired with the Dolly as often, and because of the global ban pick.
Yeah, I mean, actually, this is going to be what? I think the first pick? Hang on, let me check this. No, it's first?
I think it was picked yesterday. It was picked yesterday.
Was it picked yesterday?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, maybe this is not updated. Okay, but still, nonetheless, I think that it's one of those things where if like teams can play around it, they know it's coming. Kaiser's kind of like, I would say he's a less cute Menki at times. Because Menki, you got a little bit, you know what I mean? Like, you're not as good looking. You're not, you can't pick up girls at the bar. No, but Kaiser, honestly, it's very tanky, but you can kind of deal with him. You don't have to force anything. And his way of catching up on you is not that great. But if the fight happens and he's got that invincible warrior, then you're going to really see it pay off in spades. But I mean, if Nova work around that ult and face him whenever he's in Bruce Wayne mode, I think they'll have a much better time.
I don't know. I mean, with that jawline, I think he'd pick up quite a few girls at the bar if I was Kaiser myself. But he does have his wingman. He has the Dharma, right? So that's going to be setting up a great engage, especially if he's able to land those crucial crowd controls with his Truth Mantra. I feel like the setup for Kaiser does very well here, but again, it all depends on how the performance of the early game up into the clash lane really goes for Impunity.
Yeah, but your wingman is a monk? At the end of the day, when you're picking, like, is this a really good winning strategy? Okay, all right, we're going to go into this one. It's the second match of the day, game one, but go on.
We didn't say what kind of bar he was going into, right?
Point taken. Touche, my friend. Touche. All right, so going into the draft, I know you like to sit on the fence. Should I even bother asking if you have a favorite?
Hey, I mean,
just draft.
You just need to work on your strategy of getting me off the fence, because Cloud did it perfectly in day 2, so you need to take some tips from Cloud to get me off the fence. But no, I'm going to stay remaining on the fence for this one, because you've not fried me up or pulled me up. And I do like both of these drafts. There is definitely winning components in both of these drafts.
All right, look, I'm not going to pull you off the fence. I'm going to ask you nicely to get down from there. I think it's a little unsafe. But I do think that Nova Esports have the edge on this one. I kind of like what they're doing. It counters some of the early part of the Impunity draft, like that Mai. But if Xiaolin can prove me wrong, start high flying, getting that damage, bursting people down, they're going to have a great time.
Yeah, I do like the role swap here in terms of going to farm lane for Maishirunoi down for the DRNG, and then obviously Lady Sun into the mid lane just to get a quicker farm and access to those side camps if needs be. Because I feel like with Kaiser as well, like even though he needs the items, it's more so the resources are probably best going over to up on the Lady Sun. But once more, we're seeing a lot of tit-for-tat into the mid lane, but I expect if Maishirunoi just stayed down into the bot lane, there will be some like 3-to-1 like rotations, right?
Yeah. I think the rotations are going to be key for them. But Xiaolin, let him get as much farm as possible. I think that he's going to be okay against the Muchi DRJ. I think that it's just a matter of time. So, again, try to isolate. And they've done a good job, especially since, when you pick that hero first, you're kind of being like, hey, this is the strategy. This is what we're trying to do. But at the same time, there's very limited.
The Invincible Warrior going in a little bit early there, just to kind of like, hey, we are in for a scrap, guys. We can fight just exactly like Kagendra. Make sure X0 doesn't get caught out here is CY getting hit by those Enlighten mantras there. But I do want to go back down to the farm lane. I feel like DRNG going up 1-to-1 against a Maishirunoi is probably the best thing because of the legal immunity, right? So if you do get hit by the Kachusans and whatnot, you can just use that to kind of get rid of any kind of debuff in your ranks. But it looks like the mid lane is favoring Impunity here. There's a lot of balance going on. We see that Wendy is looking pretty low on the Kong Ming.
Yeah, but look at how Impunity are just forcing it down in that mid lane, right? Because again, not only do you put pressure there, but you're also...
Oh, okay. The Invincible Warrior does come through. It's going to be enough in time to save Ashing. And it is. We do see the backup come through, and X0's coming into the back line just to kind of bay off the Xuan here. But again, everybody is now forming around the side of Impunity. So at the crucial moment, going into around about the 3-minute mark, they need to start setting up these lanes in favor so they can get these neutral objectives.
Yeah, one thing to take note of, Megumi does have Smite. Ended up getting that, stole it away. So a lot of time and rotations that were happening from Nova Esports to secure that buff were not able to do it. Megumi ensured that he got the Smite, taking that away. That's going to slow down the farm of CY. Very well played by Impunity here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now, we're kind of seeing the gold difference actually not being that different at all. We're basically staring in a mirror right now because they are very neck and neck. But again, they are playing this very carefully for the side of Nova, because, I mean, we saw Game 3, Game 4, right, yesterday. That's when they were doing so much heavy rotations, putting on the pressure from the word go. But this time around, they're like, let's not kind of get ahead of ourselves. Impunity, we're kind of facing the unknown.
Yeah, facing the unknown. And, I mean, they've done a decent... I mean, when you get the 3-0, it's all good. If you can navigate the unknown and come out with victories here. But Impunity really taking the fight to Nova Esports. This is something that I think Kagendra did in the Game 1, where they were kind of pushing things out, put a little bit of pressure on, right? Don't let Nova play your game. Play my game. And Impunity...
Oh, yes, the Unbridled Outburst does come through. It's going to connect, and it's going to be Waypit being a victim to the first blood. They're not going to stop there. CY looking pretty low. He duels to death into the back line, but gets baited by Xiaolin to get the kill on the Maishirunoi. This is where we want to see those resources go in, and it looks like they're going to get a successful Tyrant as well, so increased damage coming over to Impunity. A little bit of a love letter here towards Kagendra.
Yeah, nice little play there. Finding gaps, right? This is the early game. And again, setting yourself up in that early game, huge advantage for this Impunity, ensuring that they want to be in the driver's seat going in. Obviously, they need to control that and to take that in momentum into the mid lane. But checking this replay here, Unbridled Outburst, so good. Once Waypit is down, your sustain is gone pretty much. They tried to go back in. CY was like, all right, duel to death. But hey, I'm on the wrong side of the map. That's not where I want to be. And he got killed out for that one. And Impunity made him big.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a well-coordinated Unbridled Outburst. Like, we've been seeing some very uncoordinated whiffing Unbridled Outburst, but that one going straight onto the target, like you said, Waypit, getting rid of that sustain, getting rid of that single target CC that really stops Xiaolin getting that optimal performance in these team fights. But you think they took 2 kills, they took the T1 into the bot lane, sorry, but there is a bit of a fight going on here. The winning strategy comes through and lands onto X0. So Nova is like, hey, we're going to get some kills on the board now, gather our resources after such a successful first fight from Impunity.
Yeah, X0 though, a little out of position. He tried to flash away the Formlessness. He thought he could play a little bit more dangerously. Again, just got caught out. Did not expect that many members of Nova Esports to be just kind of waiting in the wings. But this is how Nova Esports get back at you, right? They figure out ways that get the pick off. Now this is going to open things up like the Overlord for CY. It looks like that's going to be just like an easy one. They've already taken the top T1. Nova Esports back in the game, and they do have a lead now.
They do have a lead in the gold, right? I mean, this is something that Impunity don't want to really give over, is that breathing room to Nova Esports, because this is exactly what they take when they're given an advantage. And it's not like they take just a little bit and be like, hey, no. They take the whole food off your plate as if it was their own. But right now, you can kind of see that the rotation down to the farm lane is just trying to mitigate any of that push that the side of Impunity have right now. So a bit of damage control from the side of Nova Esports, but definitely a great comeback for them.
Yeah, definitely a great comeback for Nova, right? I mean, they'll take everything. Almost greedily, you're talking about, food that they're just not nibbling on. They take everything, right? The bites are real, and they're going to take as much as possible from you, and it's... it puts you in a bad spot. So Impunity need to figure out ways to kind of bounce back. They do have the bottom T1. The Vanguards are going to push. It's going to provide a little bit of pressure, pressure on you. How do you respond? Impunity right now, Ashing, I think, needs to figure out ways to just free farm.
Yeah, they kind of need to neutralize this lead that they have up into the Clash lane, right? Because now the side of Nova have the T1 up into the Clash lane, it means that Shuan has a little bit more freedom to move around the Gorge, which is a problem with the vision score. But we see the Ashin come through with the Invincible Warrior as well as the Unbridled Outburst onto CY. Are they going to be able to claim this kill? But it is X0 taking too much damage. He is forced out of the team fight very early. It's a 1-1 trade though. CY for Ashin, jungle for jungle. Decent trade.
Yeah, CY, he survived, and I was like, call an ambulance for him. But then he died, and it was like, oh, actually, the ambulance is for me. So CY called the right ambulance at the right time. It's a 1-for-1 trade. He did die, but he did trade with Ashing, which is all in all a pretty good trade. You want to take out the jungler, if anything, but he does have a level advantage. CY kind of getting a little scary. He just needs to kind of get a little bit more at this point.
Yeah, I feel like the addition of the Blood Rage just makes it that Musashi has a little bit more sustainability into these team fights, right? A little bit of a second wind. But we can see it here on the replay. Nicely placed two ultimates there from the side of Impunity, as well as a good Destiny counter, right? That's a great disengage tactic for the side of Nova Esports. But was it just set up well enough? Because if it was, then it would be a 1-0 trade rather than the 1-1. I feel like Impunity, in that same spirit as Kagendra, are definitely just fighting these brawls on their best foot forward.
Yeah, but like they had a slight edge. Oh,
oops. Yeah, they're trying to do something. Maybe just forcing the ultimates out here.
They tricked him. They got Ashing to commit. He's got the Invincible Warrior. Joke's on him. But now here's a red buff. This could be bad.
Yeah, a fight around the red buff is a problem here. Megumi's already gone down, so down is one of their bruisers already, and they're able to take the Crimson Golem from the side of Impunity. But it may not just stop there. It looks like they want to take the Tyrant as well, so double damage going over to the whole of Nova, as well as CY claiming that Crimson Golem buff. Body block from Ashing there, keeping his homie alive.
That's going to be a huge swing right there. I mean, not only was Megumi down so they couldn't take the fight, but they took the Tyrant as well.
Dual death, a little bit overcommitted there. I mean, it didn't get anybody, and it just allowed X0 to get the Troop Marcher through and claim CY once more. Being used a little bit like a scapegoat.
Yeah, I think CY needs to play a little bit safer. I think now is not the time to be making those sorts of commitments. I mean, you just had a huge gold swing in that Tyrant in that mid T1, and then you just kind of throw yourself and we're like, hey, actually, we want a closer game than we really should deserve. So CY not playing it to the fullest. Again, he needs a little bit more farm before he wants to be making those kinds of plays.
I mean, we saw the expectation, right? He was expecting to set up a great ultimate for the duel to death, but then also get that T2 in the mid lane, because that T1 opening up in the mid lane is going to be a bit of trouble here for Impunity. But speaking of trouble, is looking like Waypit take too much damage for his Lycan there, but he's going to stay into this one, obviously gaining heals, which is what the Diadea does. But they have to pay attention up into their Clash lane, make sure they don't lose any of these T2s anytime soon, because now we have the Shadow variant of the neutral objectives up.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice little positioning. I mean, they definitely have the advantage. It's going to be scouted out by Megumi. He could potentially steal it with the Smite. Unbridled Outburst is on cue as well.
Yep, there's the Invincible Warrior come through, and the Unbridled Outburst as well. Is it the Smite diff? Oh, CY actually gets it. Regardless, a 2-1 Smite diff for the side of Nova Esports. But I do have to give credit where credit is due. Impunity holding the road 4-4 in terms of the kill differential here. Instead, but I can't say the same for the gold resources. We're looking at about a 4K difference on the side of Nova. So when we get past that 10-minute mark, that mid-game territory, that can be the difference of an item or two on your side.
All right, Ashing, wherever he purchased that Invincible Warrior, he might need to go for a refund because I think it might be defective. Because every time he's casted it in that team fight, he goes down, proving that he's a Invincible Warrior and not invincible at all. So not great by Ashing here. That was a bad one. I mean, a little unfortunate. He just got focused on Nova Esports, really made him pay. And maybe this is why we don't see too much of the Kaiser, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Dolia, because you're not giving over that extra Invincible Warrior. Your second suit that you need that makes him more effective into these team fights. And this is why I think the drafting of the Kongming is great, because that burst damage from the winning strategy, even though it's going to be Kaiser soaking that up in that ultimate form, it does take a toll on your health bar. And speaking of taking a toll, down goes the T2 up into Clash Lane, but may that not just be it? Invincible Warrior not going to be enough to get a Shink out of there. Oh, the shield comes through just in time for him, but is that going to be the saving grace for X0? No, Ling goes down as well as up into the Clash Lane. Nova are taking names and drinking their milk as they finish potentially this game one from Impunity. What a beautiful attack here up into the Clash Lane. Crystal wide open. We see that Up was trying to keep it alive, but it is going to be game one going over to Nova.
Nova Esports coming out very strong. And I mean, somehow Ashing survived with the Invincible Warrior, but the rest of the team were going in and Kaiser was still on. Ashing was still making his way to the fountain, and everybody was continuing to fight, and then they got caught out. Nova just way too far ahead. They were able to burst them down, got the team wipe on their way to that victory. Very well played by Nova Esports.
Very well played. I mean, when we look at the BPs, I feel like the draft for both of these teams were very well, but in terms of the heroes that are now exhausted for both of these teams, I feel like there's a few crucial components here that aren't going to be available going into the rest of this best of 5. So I feel like, yes, Nova had a fantastic game, but Impunity in that early game was definitely showing some kind of promise for the rest of this best of 5.
Yeah, and I'm gonna make the chess analogy, right? Early game, you know how to get a piece or two. You get that slight advantage. But when you're playing up against a veteran, a chess master, if you will, they know how to navigate the bad early game, so to speak, and they're gonna have a great mid to late game. And that's kind of what you saw from Nova Esports, really being the chess masters of that one, knowing how to close it out, and knowing that, hey, small advantages here and there to the enemy team, not the worst thing in the world.
I feel like all these chess analogies, Hauler, is just you soft launching your career into the chess tournament in EWC, right?
Is that obvious? Make it happen. My number is open. Yeah, but we're going to go into that. I mean, that was the first game. Really well played by Nova Esports. That's kind of how you want to start off a banger, so to speak. But just everybody playing really well together, gelling. Wendy, I mean, CY dying 3 times. I think that was the biggest fault of that one. Could have cleaned that up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing it quite frequently within the tournament thus far. It's like you seem to see that the jungle or the Clash Lane have been taking the role of the scapegoat. Like so many times yesterday we saw, I forget which team we were watching, but one of the Clash Laners was basically being bait. I believe it was probably Nova or even Kagendra, to be honest, where they would go in, they would obviously soak up all the damage, they would get the spells and the abilities off cooldown, and then obviously the team fight's going to be a little bit easier for the rest of your 4 group. But it worked well. Obviously, CY was taking the role of the scapegoat this time around. He was able to go for the duel at death, kind of try and focus one of the back line to get them whittled down in terms of their damage. And then the rest of the team can kind of just see that and break that through. But if you look at this gold graph, it really does perfectly explain that first game of this series. Is that very fine line between the flitter in between both Impunity and Nova Esports. And then Impunity was actually trying to get it towards when the neutral objectives came up, but there was that point, that one team fight where Nova just came back.
Yeah, and I mean, again, just like transitioning on that part where you got that Tyrant. I mean, you started off a little bit strong for Impunity. They had that edge. But again, just knowing how to put your team in a position to win, obviously huge. Waypit is that type of player, as he's the MVP on this one on the Dia. Again, still 100% win rate, 9-0 right now. It's 2-1-7. Waypit really just
tremendous on this hero.
Yeah, there's not many players that could come back from a first blood victimized, right? I mean, this is it. This is where Waypit fell down the only time in the match, right? That's pretty impressive as well. I mean, 4 minutes in, first blood took a while. And Waypit was the first blood, but after that point, it was just like, okay, checkmate, let's go. We will then, I'll see you on the other side of the gorge. And that's exactly what Nova Esports did. They just maintained this pressure, especially after those neutral objectives started to come into play as well, and just really turning the tides of those battles. But I feel like the biggest pressure that came from Nova Esports in this game one is, and where we start to see Impunity kind of shake off the wheels fall off the bike, was when the clash lane really opened up and Chuan was just given freedom to roam around the gorge.
Yeah, and I mean, Chuan, just on the my end, able to just kind of get those initiations and do it for free. But this is pretty much the tipping point, the last hurrah that Impunity were trying to just force this one down. I mean, they got Wendy, but then, you know, without the tank, everybody else is just so squishy that it's very easy for Nova Esports to just blow you up because they have a ton of damage on that team and a bunch of control, just everything that you want from a really good draft in that game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the good thing about having a front line, but also the kind of the knowledge and the intel it gives over to the enemy team is that once we get that front line out of the way, and if we have means to get into your back line, we're just going to make a little bit of a fuddle around with the back line of your team, and then there's not much damage left between Kaiser and the likes of Zhang Fei, right? They're meant to be there to, like, as we saw in that game one, is open up that team fight with the Invincible Warrior and the Unbridled Outburst.
That was just going to be the first game, but of course, we're going to take a quick little break as we go into game 2. We will be right back.
It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime.
Back, and of course, it's going to be the second match of the day. It's going to be Nova Esports versus Impunity. Nova Esports struck first. My name is Holler. With me is Blam. Going into this second game, Blam, what do they need to do better?
Ooh, I mean, there's a few things, right? I mean, I don't think it's down completely to the draft. Like I said, they both had components within these drafts that made it the great team fight potential we saw in the early game, right? I mean, it took them till about 4-minute mark to actually start to get off the pace in terms of having those big brawls and actually seeing something come out of the brawls, like the first blood onto Way Pit. But in terms of how it's executed on the Gorge, I feel like more attention needs to be given over to the lanes, the side lanes, and more specifically that clash lane, because like I was saying before the break, as soon as that fell down, Shawan just had so much more freedom to roam around and give aid to his teammates, which when you're on something like a Mayin, has that great single target CC, has quite a lot of sustainability as well, and a good get out of jail card with her ultimate.
Yeah, just a lot of control, and you don't want to let them get going. I think that, but my problem with Nova is that, like, yeah, I could force like CY or Wendy to have a bad game, but then the rest of the team is kind of just like able to pick up the slack. There's no like single target, like, you know, dare I say Dao of the last one, although, you know, his team did pick up with Team Vitality, but it's not as clear cut, I would say. Nova Esports are somewhat a very well-rounded team that everybody seems to be playing very well together. This is a scary lineup, and there's a reason why they're the favorite going into this, because like I can't find a single person that I'm just like, I just stop them and I win the game.
Yeah, there's no weak link. There's no clear weak link on Nova Esports. Because, I mean, they have the MVP Maestro, Wendy, in the mid lane, Muchi, fantastic farm lane, one of the, I'd say, top 3 farm lanes in the competition. And then even Way Pit, we saw his great clear direction on the support pick and able to just take the right targets at the right time, setting up those team fights as the Diadea, and you can do it on plenty of these other heroes within that hero pool. But getting into the BP here, we are seeing the denial of the Diadea, which has been pretty much one of these solid storylines of Season 3 Invitational. We see one of these teams pick up the Diadea or the Ogryn at the same time and then deny the other team for the majority of that best of 5. But banning at the Musashi may be a fortuitous tale that the Ogryn comes through in this one, right?
Yeah, but I think that Nova would have something in mind. I mean, to kind of to fill in, basically, like the Musashi is a great counter pick to the Ogryn. That's kind of what you're alluding to.
Yep.
But I think that it's one of those things where, yeah, like, hey, if you want to go with it, this is the time to pick it out for Impunity. I think that you don't want to be messing around. You don't want to be 0-2. I think you want to put your, you know, dare I say, best foot forward. They're going to look to pick up the Dolia here. Maybe they have that, but, you know, Dune, okay. I think the Dune is actually a better Dolia complement than the Ogryn would have been.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the Dolia coming through with the Dune makes it that the Unruly Blade comes through much quicker than he already does, right? So the attacks on cooldown as well means that Dune is just able to get that great engage that he needs to. So if he uses one solid Unruly Blade to start off the team fight, and then the burst damage that we could potentially see from Impunity, like a Ganon Mo or anything like that, that could do a lot of damage with Princess Frost. Again, huge area of effect when it comes to Winter is here. So again, there's a lot of control already going for the side of Impunity, but we do see the Ogryn come through as well as the Chow. But I feel like maybe the Musashi Bank could be just a bit of a tell for either the Ali or the Ogryn, because again, that duel to death, it means that you're able to just dive in onto this slippery hero, which when you get that off the Gorge, it's going to be a lot harder for him to catch Muchi.
Yeah, actually, it's a really good ban there. I mean, they were saying, hey, you either pick it or we're going to pick it. And Nova were like, okay, you didn't take it. You took the Dune and the Dolia instead. We'll happily pick this one up. Arlie, Ogryn, and Da Chow to just kind of help with that potential get out of jail free or the split push, whatever you want to do. It adds a lot of flexibility. This is looking to be a tough nut to crack of a lineup.
Yeah, I think that was a great kind of call here for Nova Esports, banning out the Lung, because, again, another perfect pairing for Dolia is the Lung. We saw it yesterday as well, where we saw those two Infinite Vastness come through. I believe it was for Kagendra's game as well, or even Nova Esports game, that it just gives so much utility to your team, so much get in, get out, do a lot of damage with the Flaming Palms, and then Impunity are answering the call as well, because there's something that's missing over to the side of Nova, and that's definitely some burst damage, which the Ganamo would offer. But then playing from the higher ground, the Nuwa getting banned off there, so no Annihilations coming through to pick off your team. But the Guan Yu coming through this early for Nova makes me think this is quite serious.
No, this is definitely serious. This is a huge lineup for them, right? This is we are winning this game, Nova draft lineup. The Guan Yu is a perfect counter to the Dune, who wants to be up front, unruly blades, does his thing, wind slashes, all that, but then he usually wants to wind slash on out. They have the Dolia for the Celestial Melody to potentially do that, but the Guan Yu is like the perfect counter of, hey, you want to do that, but what happens if I push you all the way under my tower or push you out of position from the rest of your team where you can't even get the Celestial Melody? It's, mind games that they're trying to play, and Guan Yu is a really good complement to this draft.
Yeah, as well as the Angela as well, right? I mean, if we see the Unruly Blade come through, she just sets that Blazing Brilliance down, and once you're in her line of sight, she's got the CC immunity, so nothing's going to actually interrupt her there, but I don't know what Impunity's doing here. I mean, we've seen it from Gen G 2 times now. Once it won, second time it failed. But the Pei going into the farm lane, what it seems here, and then obviously Charlotte is going to be in the jungle with the dude up into the Clash lane.
Yeah. So, okay, look, the Pei pick to me gives me PTSD because it's the older from Championship where it was really underwhelming. It's been buffed since. It is in a much better state today. But the ceiling on this guy, on this hero, is incredibly high. It's very glass cannon, very high risk, high reward, all of the things that you want. He could potentially play. And we've seen it shine, don't get me wrong, even in Season 3. But bringing it out, every time I see it, I'm just like, whoa, you better have a strategy in mind. You better be perfect with your movements. Your positioning needs to be on point. You got to get all the damage. You got to blow people up. Potentially there, but you're going up against Nova. This is the CY Ogren special. Are you able to deal with sustain? I don't know if this Pei is the right pick.
Yeah, and the other thing it kind of sacrifices as well is the fact that they have very little range. Like, they're really reliant on Shaolin to land those frigid prisons, pop those winters here in the perfect places in terms of zoning as well. But now that the beginning over the smite is on up, obviously, again, it's the same kind of strategy that Gen G did. So they don't give the smite to the actual jungle, which in this case would be a Xing on the Charlotte. They give it to Pei. So if you knock out Pei here, then and the neutral objectives come up, you're done so.
Yeah, this might be a tough spot, right? I think that, I mean, if look, this is Up's thing. We've seen it with on the Pei. He's able to do the damage if they're able to kind of just chase onto you and then just go like high impact. Plus you have the Celestial Melody that can kind of help you out with that Tiger Pounce. So the Tiger farm. So you have ways, right? And to get that farm, I think as a farm laner with Up, I think that you might have a better chance. But we'll see, as it looks like he's just going to be in the jungle.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very interesting to see how this actually plays out. I mean, we know historically how it plays out for Gen G. It's currently, this kind of strat is about a 50% win rate. And obviously, way more convincing the first time around they displayed it. But this is Impunity's time to shine, maybe. Maybe this is their key for their game to victory. But when we look at it, you've got the Guan Yu, right? So even if Pei goes in there, we can still see the Razor Cavalry come through just to kind of push him around, get that gank from the backline, which we saw from Nova do yesterday, as well as Blacklist. So it's going to be interesting to see how these team fights plan out, because right now it's looking very chaotic how the team fights are playing out in my mind. But CY going in for a bit of a commit here onto Shaolin, does a lot of damage, forces the Princess Frost out of the team fight.
I mean, CY, though, is just playing it to the limit. Very risky, especially early, where you're kind of not that strong. He's going to get Eye of the Storm back. He will be fine. Sorry, Sea of Fate back. But it's one of those things where, you know, playing to the limit, CY, you got to get the guy as much farm as possible, because he will be your win condition. And you're talking about how Xuan has that potential to just, like, change the entire dynamic of the team fight with his positioning removal. Is going to be huge, right?
Oh,
I think you have to be super careful wherever he is.
Yeah. I mean, the thing that Organ really counts on is obviously he needs those two like solid items. He needs the Blazing Cape. He needs the Eye of the Phoenix as well for the HP regen. But I do like the fact that it's been paired with the Chao, because we've already seen it already. I mean, Devastating, Blazing Brilliance, not going to claim any kills, but it is going to make and get Shaolin to recall there. But back on with the Chao and the Organ combo is because you can just use that Eye of the Storm, right, and just go back in, just take him back to teleport and then come back in, and then you're just basically back up to scratch.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, that's going to be the super annoying part, right? Because CY, you're thinking, he's close, and then he's able to sustain. He has all these like ways to kind of keep himself in the fight, and then all of a sudden now you have Waypit coming in with those, the Sea of Fates to just teleport him back. It's going to be, it could be super annoying and demoralizing for Impunity. So they got to ensure that when they get him, they have the ability to stun lock him and to kind of knock him down with that high potential burst from up, as well as X0.
Yeah, and we're already seeing a massive disparity in terms of the resources as well, right? So I mean, this is what Impunity really rely on, is the fact that they can get resource heavy early on, but they're already showing a falter here, about 1.4k at the 3-minute mark. Yes, we're seeing some 3-man rotations here, looking for a potential pickoff before they go for the neutral objectives. But, I mean, is the Chow going to be that guy? Is it going to be the fourth guy? Oh, it's a Sea of Fate getting him out of there. The Either Whirlpool does come through as well. First blood going over to Muchi. So we saw what the potential was for Impunity, but they did not get the result.
Waypit was like, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me and 3 of my friends, as he calls them out with the Eye of the Whirlpool. Like, that was the perfect play, the counter play going in. And he's just like, yeah, you think I'm just like a tiny little, weak little roamer? But no, when I got my buddies here, and they had that perfect play. Look at him. Waypit goes in. He's like, oh, disappears. You're my buddies. Boom! They all come in like the Avengers all at once out of that portal. They get first blood, and they kill your roamer.
Yeah, no, probably a very good setup here for the side of Nova Esports as well. I mean, nobody's really going to go for the Tyrants because there's no clear push in these lanes just now, but we could be seeing a potential setup of a brawl here. We do see Muchi's pushing the farm lane to the turret, which makes them have to go and defend that, right? They don't want to lose much health on their side lanes this early on, because that was the fault of Impunity in Game 1, is letting the side lanes fall very early.
Yeah, but look, the invasion is on. Oh, X0 is already been killed. That's a huge window of opportunity for Nova Esports. Getting that kill, turning that in. I mean, they're contesting here. And, like, look, Up is doing whatever he can. But he's the jungler. He's level 8. He's falling behind CY. He's sticking around. And, again, CY is just taking whatever's, whatever he can. He's invading. And now it looks like they're going to take the Tyrant.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to take the turret here. They've got the Tyrant for the side of Nova, and it looks like they're going to go for the Overlord for the side of Impunity. But they've got to watch out. The T1 down into the farm lane has gone, so those side lanes are starting to show their cracks. And with them not having a marksman, they can't quickly just go down there, get the wave clear through. I mean, their best form of wave clear in this whole comp is the Princess Frost, right? And that's using her ultimate, which you don't really want to do, is be using your ultimate at for the wave clear. You want to be using it for the zone in, for the team fight potential.
Yeah, I mean, it comes back to the draft for me. Like, if you're gonna dune, or you're gonna use it in a way where you're not gonna let it jungle, then it's gonna really struggle, right? It's not gonna be the traditional dunes of like the tanky frontliner that does a lot of damage. You're putting him in an awkward spot. Like, I want to say he's like a glorified melee creep, but here we go.
The Razor Cavalry, like I said, the bully in for Megumi between 2 turrets as well. He's like, hey buddy, you may be thinking you're safe between this pizza slice of turrets, but you are no longer there. Shuan just absolutely dominated and moving around Megumi into the place where he needs him to be, not where Megumi wants to be.
Sir, Megumi, like, he thought he was safe, but he's like, oh no, this is actually an employee-only area. But Zwan's like, no, I got the pass. I can go wherever I want. I'm on my motorcycle. I'm just gonna ride you out and push you away. And Megumi's like, no. Unfortunate for him, but Nova Esports coming out very strong and taking the D1 mid here.
Yeah, almost like as if Schwan was being awaited there. He's just like, hey sir, you ordered a Dolia? Dolia hot right now? But yeah,
I took it to go.
You had to go, exactly. Yeah. But Nova Esports played that very well. I mean, Impunity struggling to get a kill on the board. And I honestly feel like this is down to, yes, the draft can be executed differently, but it's the whole point of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yes, global ban kind of forces your hero pool to be dwindled down, and yes, this is kind of a strategy that we've seen in KPL years ago, but these aren't KPL teams. These are global teams, and when you're used to something, it's going to be way better to go for your comfort picks into this one. Comforts like the Orgren, the Ali, the Chow, the Guan Yu, everything that works is on the side of Nova.
Yeah, and it comes back to the draft. I mean, Nova was like, here, take the Ogren. We're gonna set you. We're gonna pick up the Arlie ourselves. Let you choose the Ogren first. You know, the second and third pick. But they were like, no, we're not gonna take that. That's a bait. We're gonna take this one, and we're gonna take the Dune here. But now Dune really doesn't have a role, so it's like this really awkward positioning and timing for them.
Yeah, speaking of timing, X0 not having a great time in there. Dune gets taken down. It is the Death Precipice speed, not used just yet. He just gets slammed dunk. He gets Kobe'd by the side of Nova, but it is going to be Xiaoling picking up the first kill for Imp with that Winter is here. But at what cost? You are trading one of your teammates, the Shuan, for the T2 into the mid lane as well as a T2 into the Clash lane. So already a lot of dominance here for Nova. I feel like for Impunity, if they want to come back here, they need to hold on to their high ground turrets with their life, and they need to get some farm up because they are behind by about 6k gold as well.
Yeah, it kind of looked like Schwan was being a little over-aggressive, a little bit upfront because he was kind of expecting Waypit to see him fade him out. I think that it was a little bit of a, like miscoordination on that one. I think that that's something that they'll probably look into because Sean's like, man, you let me die? How dare you? I had a perfect KDA until that.
He's like, beam me up, beam me up. He's like, where? Get me out of it.
It's broken.
He just had no way out, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, you can't have a perfect game for Nova, but what can be perfect so far is how this game is going for them with only one death. We're seeing that Up is being caught in the track. He has been the cat trapped in the box. And he gets taken down as well by Nova Esports once more. And right now, it's looking like a shaky game 2 for Impunity.
Yeah, and you're probably thinking, what is Up doing? He needs to farm. He needs to carry this game. But like literally at this point, somebody has to split boys. Somebody has to kind of alleviate some of the pain. Obviously, if that's the case, then, if you had a traditional farm laner, I think you would be in a decent spot because you're creating space. But now that farm is just going to go to like X0 or Ashing, which are kind of a little underwhelming in the sense that, like, if you're comparing apples to apples with another farm laner, right? It's just not the same thing.
No.
So I think that this is again, the draft is really killing me on this one.
Yeah, no, it's just they're trying something. Maybe they're just trying it for in the group stages rather than like, hey guys, let's save this for the knockouts. Maybe it's just a little bit of a trial test to say, will this work against Nova later on down the line? And the clear answer for me right now is no.
Yeah. I think that's clear cut. I could have told you in about 2 minutes in, but okay, they want to complete the scientific experiment. They'll do so, which is fine. I think it's still a situation. Don't get me wrong. They do have a little bit of room to kind of play around with. Nova Esports not messing around. They're kind of taking the team vitality strategy of just, hey, we're playing everything that we want. We're gonna try our best strategies. Come and beat us.
Yeah, I mean, there's place and times to try this, right? I mean, these teams definitely have scrims, so that's, again, somewhere you probably want to try this. But like you said there, great example, Team Vitality, they've just basically picked everything that we know works, and it's worked for them. They have a clean sweep through to the group stages, and that definitely leaves a mark and an impression on some of these teams thinking that, hey, this is a top seed, and these second seed placements into the knockout stages, are going to be like, oh, I hope we don't get Vitality in first round.
Yeah. I think that should be a bigger push for, either of these teams, because they're both fighting for that top seed. Nobody really wants to play them. Sorry, Up just got killed there.
Yep, Shin goes down in an earlier round. So that is 2 members to the side of Impunity down to the side. Going into the 11-minute mark, we have Shuan a little bit too dived in deep there. He's not going to get the recall in time. The Sea of Fate was just a bit of a sea of late for now, but the higher ground turret does fall into the mid lane. It is currently Nova with their best foot forward in this game 2 for now.
Yeah, I like the fact that you call the Sea of Late, because it was definitely not on point. This is a good draft. The idea is just like next level, right? I think if Waypit were to hit all of those Sea of Fates, like, this would be like sheer dominance, because Juan would not have died twice.
No, speaking of dying again, Up was up for about a few seconds and now he's down. But we do see X0 go up as well, and Ogren slams him down. So this is going to be game 2 rolling through for Nova Esports. A very solid performance from the Malaysian team.
Wow, scary. Like the teams, like Team Vitality on the rise, Nova Esports hitting their stride at the right time. This is perfectly what you want, because again, when you're going into the knockout stage and you're coming out with this like huge confidence boost of just 3-0ing and steamrolling teams, it's going to be massive for you. Now, obviously, overconfidence could be a potential issue, but I think Nova Esports, hey, if they're able to just kind of come out as that top dog, I think it's going to be huge for them going in.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need this confidence boost from yesterday because they were having a shaky start against Kagendra. But to be saying that they lost almost lost 2 games to Kagendra, and Kagendra went 3-0 against Impunity, it kind of makes you feel like Impunity maybe just have got the upper hand on Kagendra in that first game of this group stages. And if it were going any other way, maybe if Kagendra's second game was actually against Impunity, maybe we would have been seeing a lot more fight between these two teams. But right now, after that draft from Impunity, they've got to rethink to see what they can do to get a Game 3 win. Or if not, it'll be a 3-0 for Nova. And like you said, going into the knockout stages is going to make you look a lot more fearful and makes you dodge Team Vitality for the first part of the round.
I think just winning one game would do huge for the confidence of Impunity, right? Just making them bleed, just seeing if they can at the end of the day, right? And be like, hey, actually, we can do this. Again, and I don't mean to harp on Impunity any more than I have, because, again, I think a little bit of a draft issue. But, Nova Esports came to play. This is a very strong lineup. Juan, again, on the Guan Yu. The repositioning, just with everybody else and that Ogren CY, oh, that was chef's kiss.
It was absolutely beautiful. I mean, the Shuon on the Guan Yu, just being able to bully around anybody that he needs to, especially what we saw up into that top lane when Megumi was kind of caught completely unaware. The doe eyes on Megumi was definitely in full effect. He was a deer in headlights, in a better phrase of words for Impunity there. But yes, they definitely need to reformulate their draft in Game 3. Definitely go back to the Situation Room and think, hey, yeah, Gen G did it. They won once, but look where Gen G are now. They're no longer in the competition. So let's not pull any more cards or any more drafts from that same kind of tether. They need to go back to basics.
Yeah, back to basics, please. In terms of draft, in terms of playstyle, and a little bit more of Game 1, where they actually had a better early start. I think that's the key to the success, right? You need to give yourself a chance. Playing from behind from the first minute, very tough, especially against a titan like Nova Esports, where they're so good with a lead. But the MVP of this one, it's going to be Wendy, largely quiet, but getting all those kills, 5-0 and 8, setting things up with those Chaos Cinders. Just really well played by Wendy.
Yeah, just the MVP Maestro, like I said in the introduction, he has to pick up an MVP in at least one game of a series, right? So, I mean, 5-0-8, that's a solid performance on a pick like Angela. Probably one of the best performances of Angela that we've seen so far in Season 3 Invitational. And we're going to see that performance be highlighted here in this Game 2 highlights. And I just want to see that bullying from Shawan up into the Clash lane once more. But yeah, this draft from Impunity, here we go, our favorite play of this game. I feel like it's like, no, wait, where you going, buddy? This is the right way. It's kind of like commandeering your drunk friend. He's like trying to go back to the bar, and you're like, no, it's been far too much for you. We need to go home.
Yeah, obviously true, and it sucks to be Megumi in that situation where you're like, I just want to go one more drink, one, that's it. Not able to do it, and who are you? You're not my dad. And Juan actually just like, I think you can call him dad at this point.
Maybe that's some kind of conversation they can have for themselves. But yeah, this is where we saw kind of at the beginning of the end here for Impunity in this Game 2. But a clear demonstration that Nova Esports definitely were just kind of testing the waters yesterday in their first few games against Kagendra. And now they're against Impunity. They're kind of pulling out all the punches. They're not holding anything back. They are definitely trying to keep this one a clean series for themselves.
Business as usual, keep calm, carry on kind of thing, right? Like everything about it was just very serious and just like looking to close out the series more than anything else. I think it's smart by Nova Esports, right? Because if you try things out, you're putting the tape on for other teams to kind of tune in, and they'd be like, okay, they can whip this weird strategy out or whatever, right? So I don't think that this is the time. You were talking about scrims earlier. I do agree with that. That's probably the best place to kind of have any sort of crazy strategy or anything like that. This is the moment where you just close out the series.
Yeah, I mean, that draft may actually work against other drafts, but when it's something as strong as what Nova drafted, just having that solid front line from the Ogren, having the Guan Yu come out onto the Gorge as well, just be able to just move people around just like a chessboard. And then, obviously, MVP Wendy. We can't forget that performance, having that blazing brilliance going into any kind of engage that you think may go your way is going to be a complete deterrent because it's such a hard-hitting ability.
Yeah, it's such a hard-hitting ability. Like, everything about it. That draft just good, right? I don't know what else. Like, even thinking about it, even without the global ban pick, I think that was a very good draft in general. It had a lot of play. But we'll talk a little bit more about that one, especially after the break.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars align. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
All right, and we're back. And of course, Nova Esports up 2-0 against Impunity here. Impunity in a world of hurt. Don't get me wrong, they're still going to make it to the knockout stage. But do you play your best draft or try something if you are on the Impunity side here, Blam?
I mean, it's a good case in point, isn't it? The fact that you've already made it to the top 8, would you show anything that you don't want the rest of the teams to see in your potential first opponent going into the knockout stages? And I would argue that's probably a good strategy, but for when we're kind of trying to view as casters, as viewers, we want to be seeing a show. We want to be seeing the brawl for brawl. So maybe just go for something more conventional. If you're going to hide your hands, that one secret punch behind your back, then just kind of go in with what we already know and just try and battle it out that way, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think it's probably the best way to go, just kind of moving in this. But, you know, I think for Nova's side, I think that their strategy should be to close it out. You don't want to show anything. Impunity right now, maybe you try something. But I think that, again, getting a single game off of Nova Esports would be huge for your morale. You definitely want that going into the knockout stage. You don't want to be like, oh, okay, we cannot. We've already played this guy. How are we supposed to play a best of 7 with them where we can't take a single game? That's got to be demoralizing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they'll dodge Nova for the first part of the actual knockout stages because of the same group rule, but that still means that they could have Vitality, they could have Blacklist, and then whoever comes out on top of the group C. So it's going to be interesting to see what actually happens here and what they are going to go for. This one, actually, Nongshim, sorry. Nongshim, they could meet into the knockouts first game. So maybe they're kind of hoping for either Blacklist or Nongshim, but you don't want to be riding on that hope, right? You want to be making sure you're definitely playing to your best potential, and it looks like Nova going to go for the red side here for the counter pick, so giving over the prior blue pick once more for Nova.
I mean, talking about potential matchups, and obviously with the draft is going to be starting off, but before we get into that one, I mean, you have the top dog of Blacklist, you have Team Vitality, potentially Nova Esports after this game, and then you have Nongshim, and you're kind of thinking, hey, actually Nongshim probably the weakest of those 4. If I was going to be wanting to be paired up, I don't want to jinx it or anything, or to undersell what they've done, because obviously they did a great job at Group D. But this is, I mean, look, again, looking at the lineups and what we've seen thus far, I would say that they are the weakest, quote unquote. And, you know, maybe Impunity are kind of like, hey, we're okay with this, but we just got to get lucky and get into that matchup.
I'd say only the weakest in what we've seen so far. I feel like Nongshim definitely still has a few punches to be thrown that will actually throw some of these teams off, right? But Nongshim's in that same kind of position. They necessarily have the second seeds going forward, which so far what we've seen in the group stages have been a little bit under expectations. But setting the expectations for this BP, we are seeing the Ali ban as well as the Musashi once more. They don't want to give over to the Ali to up, and Musashi is something they clearly don't want Ashing to have. So over to the side of Impunity, banning out the Mai Shiranui, the Dolia, but picking up the Diadea. The lady comes through, and hopefully they can get this win. So Diadea can maintain that 100% win rate.
Okay, all right. Okay, I was like, hey, the Diadea, okay, Impunity won this one because they have a 100% win rate, right? But then they picked the Ata, and I'm like, okay, now this is the first game we see Diadea lose.
I think this is the first time we've seen Ata come through in like what seems 2 years, right? Like this is something I remember seeing in the Brazilian region way back in 2023, but from recent recollections, I don't remember seeing this pick come through at all. I mean, it's a good pick, especially into the jungle. It kind of substitutes as a Dune. Yes, he's not as soaking in damage, especially if your enemy team builds like anti-heal and stuff like that. Kind of negates the whole effect of Ata, but if you can land that first ability, obviously onto a wall, get that single target CC, could be huge to try and take out the likes of the Lung, try and stop the potential of the Hu Huan.
Actually, I think the Ata was picked in the Indonesian, or sorry, I don't remember if it's the Indonesian or the Malaysian qualifiers, at least in the earlier games. It had some play, but I think they were kind of like experimenting with this global ban pick of, again, just kind of diversifying the hero pool a little bit. But it had, you know, again, to your point, the Ghost Ship, potentially you can make some plays, but look at what Nova have done. They've countered it with the Lung, which is like they've been fastest, so like I don't care about your Ghost Ship. Dune has unruly blade. They have the counters already. And if you're going to first 2 pick it, you know, and you have 2 heroes that have elusive ways to get out of that, I think you're going to have a tough time.
Yeah, maybe there's going to be something else within Impunity's draft that's kind of going to force them into a zoned area and then use the Ghost Ship, maybe. That's the kind of thing I can kind of see from Impunity. But they do thicken it out with a DRNG, which has been a great pick this far. Obviously, he's always been one of the lower tier farm laners, but ever since he's had his buff, a lot of the teams are going for this pick, obviously for the legal immunity, and obviously his ultimate, the single target CC that reduces that physical and magical defense as well. And when you pair that with something like the Ganamo, that burst damage is going to be hitting very hard if you land DRNG's ultimate.
Oh yeah, if it gets set up perfectly, like locks him into that that boat, and then you have that perfect time where you could just kind of get them all with that the couple blades. Yeah. But again, more elusivity. You know, Dharma formlessness secures, you know, his jump around, riding the wind. Just so many different ways to get out of jail. And I see what Impunity are trying to do, but Nova are like, actually, this is the counter to everything. This is the kryptonite here.
Yeah, we can kind of see that, right? I mean, the Lubang filling this one out is going to be really interesting. Again, it just makes it that solid front line for the Ata and the Lubang as well. But also, Diadea, hopefully we can see that Megumi plays it to the same kind of finesse as Wei Pit did in Game 1, just setting up those team fights, trying to lock down something like the Orgrim, maybe burst him down a little bit, make that the focal point into these team fights. But like you were saying, the Sakia coming through as well as the Dharma. You've now got the Mulberry power coming through as well as the Truth Mantras. So there is a lot of CC on the side of Impunity and only really one cleanse from Diranger. So he wants to make sure that he's not getting caught out anytime soon with the CC ability in these team fights.
Look, I love the fact that they went with the Secure last pick. As an aspiring Secure player myself, post-buff where it hasn't been such easy living with less healing thus far, it'll be nice to see how Wei Pit pilots this hero, right? Because it's, the potential for mobility and that stun with that Mulberry power is just so strong that, I think that only Wei Pit can harness the true power of this hero. And I'm super excited to see it going into this Game 3. The Secure has a lot of... The ceiling is so high, and only Wei Pit can kind of hit it.
Absolutely, absolutely. But we'll see how they actually implement this in Game 3. Obviously, this is Impunity's final stand going forward.
All right, and this is going to be the potential last game, at least of this match. I mean, it's just only 2-0, but with a potential match-winning game here by Nova Esports. Look, I don't like to sit on the fence. I never do. I just like Nova's lineup here. I think that this is a really well-oiled machine. It actually counters what Impunity wants to do. It's looking very strong, at least for me.
At least for you. Yeah, I mean, it is something more than what we know as a recommended draft, right? So, Dharma, huge. Dude, huge. Huant, huge. Lung, huge. Sakia, huge. There's no weak pick in this one. There's no kind of like, oh, let's spice it out with a little bit of difference. Let's get the mayo with the ketchup. There's none of that. It's all the condiments that work together, and we've seen time and time again in Season 3 and previous tournaments. But we're already seeing that come into fruition here into the mid lane. The idea trying to focus Wei Pit. Trying to get a bit of an early kill, but it's not going to come just yet because those couple blades aren't going to do quite the damage they need to in this early game. He needs to get a few of those items working for himself.
Yeah, but Megumi got kind of zoned out and pushed away. That's going to be a little unfortunate. He's going to have to Heartlink and just buy a little bit of time to kind of heal back up here. But this is pressure by Nova Esports. Impunity again. I feel like you need to be stronger early game and to put a little bit of pressure in, but looks like Nova just free reign. They're just going to invade the enemy jungle.
Yes, free reign as they are so far, but Nova, they are needing to set up, obviously, a good early game, because if that sets it up, it then kind of just mitigates any kind of hope that Impunity have going into the late game, especially with picks like the Diranger, if they try and focus him very early, because we know for wave clear and whatnot, optimal wave clear, he needs that Spark Forge dagger. But there's a lot of focus onto the Atta here, already wasting a lot of his health bar, and they don't even have any anti-heal just yet. They just have raw power.
Yeah, raw power, and that's pretty much all you need, especially with CY there, right? Just kind of going into that. And I mean, you have CY with his Wind Slash, and then you have Wei Pit's Mulberry Power. Like, yeah, that like wombo combo that could potentially just stun lock you, right? You might have a tough time, and I mean, they do essentially the same thing in terms of just like this big, giant, stunner. It's going to be tough to kind of avoid.
Yeah, very tough to avoid for the side of Impunity, because there's just so much stuns coming through as well. But we're looking at this right now in terms of X-Hero. We're really hoping those battlefield commands come through just in the nick of time, because they're going to need that backup, right? That'll be the way that Nova's playing right now is very aggressive. They're very heavy on the rotations, looking for the pickups, just like here on a Shing, and there it is. Sure, I'm getting the first blood. He's like, I'm not sticking into my Clash lane anymore. I'm kind of bored going the 2 1 for 1. He's like, I need some blood. He gets the Crimson Golem off that kill as well, so that's going to be even more power to those punches.
Yo, it was like 2 minutes and 30 seconds. X-Hero even tried to go for the battlefield command, tried to save Ashing, but he's like so paper that he just got blown up so quickly that like the battlefield command was like a non-factor whatsoever. He couldn't even teleport because he was just deleted instantly. Just really unfortunate for Impunity. Very squishy at this stage. Worrying for Ashing, especially because you need that farm, buddy.
You need that farm. You need those items as well, right? Like, that's the thing about the Ata. He needs the tankier items to make him a little bit more optimal into these team fights. A little bit more of a... not a shipwreck. He needs to be a solid, well-oiled machine coming forward into these team fights. Teleport mechanic coming through for Impunity. Shaolin going back down into the mid lane. They don't want to let any of these T1s open up too early, which historically within this best of 5 series has been Nova's kind of MO.
Yeah, and just forcing it down, taking those towers. But kills open up the map, and then it turns into towers. And I think that Nova are one of the best at it. Look at how much pressure they're pushing onto that mid lane. This is going to be, you know, a little different because you're thinking, Impunity right now are just kind of trying to fortify the Tyrant area. And Ashing.
Oh, Ashing, he gets the double CC though, and there's the ghost ship. Is he going to keep the unending sorrow? Oh, the flash for the side of Wendy is coming through strong there. So Impunity don't actually manage to get any of the kills just yet, but it is going to be CY that gets taken down. But quickly answered is going to be Sean picking the kill onto Megumi. So that's set up for the early team fight, but the idea is going to be out for 10 seconds.
Yeah, so CY actually gets the Tyrant, he gets the steal, but he dies, he pays with his life. But Xuan, with that truth, that flash truth, sets it up so that at least they get a return and kill Megumi. Obviously not a 1-for-1 even trade, but still the fact that they got the Tyrant, Nova come out the victors.
Nova do come out the victors, absolutely. But I mean, what we've seen so far within this series, always surprised how this early game is going. We do see that Muji was able to open up that side lane, which was probably down to the detriment of losing Megumi in that last team fight. And the fact that they get Tyrant coming through, those Flaming Palms are not only going to damage those enemy heroes a lot more, it's also those turrets, because we know that skill is a great siege mechanic as well.
He's starting to just farm. He has so much space right now. And again, more worrying if you're an Impunity fan, because you got to figure out ways to just stymie the growth of Muchi. CY has been up front invading the enemy jungle so that it's kind of putting pressure on almost all elements of the map. And Impunity need to figure out ways to kind of how to, you know, alleviate / put pressure on Nova themselves. But Ashing looking to maybe go.
Literally, as soon as he gets into the team fight, he gets melted by the Flaming Palms. Have to give it over to Impunity. Up gets the kill onto CY. So CY playing that same kind of role in this game 3. That he played in game 1, where he's just being used as a bit of a scapegoat here, but there is a 4v1 dive here onto Lu Bang. He doesn't have the battlefield command either. It's been exhausted. He has no get out of jail card. And this means that with this next minion wave, that T1 up into the clash lane could fall here.
I mean, X-Hero tried to save Ashing again. That's where that battlefield command went. But then now he was just like, oh, wait, now I don't have anything. I don't have my getaway car. And so he got jumped by 4 members of Nova Esports, realizing that actually it was on cooldown. So he's got nowhere to go. They can happily dive the tower, and they take this one out. Nova Esports understanding the skill cooldowns.
Oh, well checked. Mulberry power there from... Wave Pits. It was just definitely a good check, because I mean, if somebody's wounded into that brush, I mean, that would be a different story for the side of Nova, and it could still be. But down goes X-Hero once more, as well as Megumi. That is a lot of CC from the side of Impunity already been taken down, but they're really hoping at that point, when they're down to 3 men, they need Ganemo, they need the DRNG to be putting out that damage output. You can kind of see up here just getting some farm whilst he can, because they could potentially be losing their final T1 here.
Yeah, Ashing with a nice ghost ship. I mean, there were 2 that were kind of stuck on that, but then he was going in, but then X-Hero had been killed, and actually they didn't have any follow-up damage. So it's one thing to set it up and to have like, the perfect ghost ship, or to like isolate and find specific heroes, but if the rest of the team aren't there to do that damage, to have that follow-up kill, you're going to be left wanting. And that's kind of where they got caught out again, and Impunity right now on the back foot, really struggling right now to get in this game.
Really struggling, but that Flaming Palms literally just being used as a siege mechanic. I mean, I think Muchi has only like a few kills on the board, and there we go. Thank you. Look at that, well timing. 2-0. So not the most kills coming on the board for Muchi, but the fact that he's being used in sort of other kind of functions, which is like sieging these T1s and just getting those lanes into the possession of Nova, is definitely working for Nova Esports. But right now we saw that ghost ship. Yes, it was kind of used as a zoning tool, but it just means the ducks, the dives, the dodges from the side of Nova Nova Esports are able to overcome that obstacle.
Yeah, and it comes back to the vision thing, right? Just when to take that fight. And again, Impunity were on the reactive side, and I mean, that's where they were kind of set up, but everybody was together in Nova Esports. Impunity kind of scattered about. They weren't really on the same page, weren't able to burn them down as they want to. This is what that draft is in. If they're able to initiate, find people, isolate specific members from the rest of the team, then you're going to have a good time, but unfortunately not able to do so.
Yeah, we kind of see that Impunity was able to get the Overlord right, but at the cost of a T2 down into the farm lane, which at this point, as they lose potentially the high ground turret, is not a good trade. Literally on the last sliver of health, Muchi just taps it into the back of the net, takes down the high ground turret. So again, Overlord for 2 turrets, one of them being your high ground turret, which means you get those enhanced minions. I don't think is the trade that Impunity really need going into this 9 minutes.
Yeah, and look, Impunity were trying to actually delay things as much as possible, cut off even the, the avenues of attack onto that bottom T3. Ashin committed the ghost ship, right? And that's used defensively, poorly used in the sense of, in terms of value, not the greatest for that one. So again, Impunity, this is why the draft is a little bit of an issue, especially if you're losing or you're behind. These are the kinds of struggles that you're going to go with, where you're not able to use your spells to the utmost value and the excellence that you want.
Yeah, exactly. This is what's going forward for Impunity. I mean, is it impending doom, or do they need to just basically play a very good defense? Sometimes a good offense is the best defense, right? So we'll see how that goes for Impunity coming into the 10-minute mark now. Neutral objectives will be up in about 30 seconds time. Are Nova going to decide to go for them, or just try and push these minion waves that they've already accrued in both of these lanes forward into the high ground turrets?
Yeah, and I kind of wish Ashing was taking things from a more of a flank approach. He can't be just, if he's stock standard, he's just like staring you down, you know what I mean? It's going to be very linear in terms of angle of attack, right?
Yeah.
I think that if he's coming from the side, the ghost ship that could have a little bit more value, but you need a little bit more of a frontliner. I think X-Hero is not that type because he wants to battlefield command onto somebody else. I think that this lineup is kind of lacking somebody who should be the actual initiator versus Ashing, which is coming in secondary with that ghost ship.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at this point in the match, is the ghost ship going to be useful? The only usefulness it's going to have is obviously just freezing the minion wave at this point, just kind of like holding on that last line. But right now, is that exactly what Impunity need, other than some kind of damage come through? Actually, a hope to wipe out some of the members of Nova Esports. I mean, fair enough, they've got 2 kills so far on the board, which has been an improvement over some of the previous series between these two teams. But right now, we are seeing about a 6k gold difference between them. So again, at this time in the game, that middle phase of the game is definitely not where you want to be for Impunity. They just need to make sure they gather up some resources whilst Nova gives them this room to breathe.
Yeah, and speaking of room to breathe, X-Hero is the one that needs to do it. He needs, he's being contested right now by Chuan in that bottom lane, but he just zipped on out of there with that battlefield command. Unfortunately, this is kind of what you have to do, right? Because you have to just split push, get yourself a little bit of space, hold the line when you can. Now Chuan is making his way up in towards the mid to top lane, but the top lane is already being sieged.
Already been sieged. Yeah, I mean, is it going to last any more Flaming Palms? Probably not. It has been done fair work to by Muchi. So down goes their second high ground turret as they go in with the Flaming Palms connected onto Shaolin as well. An insta-kill of 73%. Double kill going to Muchi as well. Xuan picks off X-Zero. They just need a few minions to grace the presence of this crystal. And it looks like they're going to hold out any longer. Megumi goes down as well. It is literally up, realizing the demise of his base and the demise of a 3-0 defeat by Nova Esports.
Nova Esports, just next level. This is exactly why they're the most feared team here, right? Scary lineup, playing that one perfectly. Impunity really had very little opportunities to get themselves back in that game. And everyone playing it to the T, everyone understanding how to go in when they needed to. Took every single fight that they needed to have done and just completely controlled that game. Nova Esports, really well played.
Yeah, I feel like they lost everything that they needed to come back in that best-of-5 series from that Game 2 draft, right? Like, there was no coming back from that one, unfortunately, because once you've given over a round that Nova have already taken a positive spin from you, they're already up 1-0, so going for that draft in Game 2 probably wasn't the best play, but we can look at that school of thought that we was on about earlier, that maybe the reason why they went for this is so they don't show any of their main cards going forward to the knockout stages.
Yeah, I very smart play, very smart play. Everything about it is just like what you want. Close out the series, don't mess around, and everything was just so clean, right? Just trying to find anything. They're like, okay, maybe we push the bottom lane, maybe we push the top for split pushing, buy ourselves a little bit of time. But Nova, they just shut the door right away.
They did shut the door straight away, absolutely. And there was nothing that they could do inside Impunity, especially, like I said, after that Game 2 draft. It just became a lot harder for them to even have the reality of bouncing back, because it's the same kind of fate that Gen G, unfortunately, fell to yesterday as well, because they did that 2 games in a row for some reason. They went for the Yao as well as the Dune back-to-back. Unfortunately for the side of Gen G, look where they are now. But it still means that Impunity are still not out, though. They're able to claim the 2nd place of their respective groups. So, like we said, maybe they are just holding their punches for now and playing the long game.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I hate seeing teams go home, and I'm all the days that the games that we casted today, none of those teams are going home, so I'm super excited to see them continue on, because I feel like a lot of these teams have a lot to, they can grow and they can be a lot better. Everybody is super strong at this stage. Going into that top 8 is a huge honor going into Season 3, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Back to this Nova game. Look, Muchi 5-0-3, Xuan 4-0-3. Both of these guys playing, getting all the kills, everything that you want, and just blowing people up when you need to. Muchi, man, he is a maestro on this blue.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, 5-0-3. But it's not just that, though. It's the fact that he had so much presence around the gorge, just being able to kind of take down those T1s, T2s, all the turrets in his pocket. He was just not bothered. He had so much damage. And when you have a first item, Starbreaker, it mitigates any kind of usefulness after. And Lu Bang already have, right? That great anti-tank item coming in first for Muchi was probably one of the good calls here. And look at that damage. 57k is the most damage from the side of Nova Esports, with about 28% of it the entire damage of the team as well. But in terms of team fight participation, you can see that it's all over 50% for the side of Impunity for Nova, and even more so for Impunity. They were trying to band together like a band of brothers, but it just wasn't quite working out.
Wasn't really working out. I mean, look, I think that Ashing, don't get me wrong, I think he's a great player. He's an amazing jungler, but you're not putting in a position to win with the type of heroes like the Ata, right? I think that, it was a little underwhelming. The damage that you saw was very low. But if we're talking about the gold graph, this is an all Nova game all the time. The typical ramp up to victory, right? This is the one. This is a scary, scary lineup. We've seen this gold graph too many times. I think production are just literally copy and pasting at this point. I don't even think this game's. Boom, I said it.
Bit controversial there from Hauler, saying that this is not the gold graph from Game 3. Can we get some proof come through here? But no, looking at that, there is only one neutral objective going over to the side of Impunity, which was the early game Overlord, which they traded for that T2 and even their higher ground turret, which was probably one of the worst trades that they could have done in that Game 3. But it is going to be Xuan with the MVP, not falling once to a single death and getting 18% of the damage dealt and then taken 14%. But it was just the fact and the effect he had on the Gorge, just being able to crucial crowd control a lot of the side of Impunity.
Yeah, it's control. It was the elusiveness of these guys. It was just, again, this is an outdraft. Like Ashing blown up. He had 0 impact because he would die in like the first 2 seconds. I mean, it's not just his fault. Like you need to be able to be a little tanky on that sense. I mean, they get the return kill on this one with CY, but who stole the Tyrant? But man, that truth. Oh, so good by Xuan.
Yeah, so beautifully played. And this is why we love the Dharma coming through and why it's banned, because the playmaking potential that this hero has in its grasp is huge. I mean, not only does he have big golden fists with the truth mantras and the enlightenment mantras, he's just able to do so much damage as well. Just so impressive, that damage over time into the team fights. But still, Muchi has to be given props though. Those insta-kills, those flaming palms got to the point where it's just absolutely incinerating the side of Impunity, which ultimately, not only their heroes, but their turrets were falling short of this skill.
Just look at that domination, right? All the way up in front, just everything that you want to do. But here is an update of what we just saw. Group C, Nova, obviously the top dog at this one, 2-0. Impunity, the second place. They'll continue on. Their journey is not over here. They're just going to be the second place squad going into this one. But it's going to come back to the final matchup of the day of the group stages to figure out who's going to move on to Group D. That one's going to be a crazy game. It's going to be BIGETRON Esports versus Rough World Era. Who's going to move on? I know that the whole crowd are like, hey, can we have 3 Filipino teams qualify into the knockout stage? That would be huge, but they would have to do it at the stand of the BIGETRON, which is the #1 team in Indonesia. That could be a crazy game.
Not only just the #1 team in Indonesia, they are the last sole representative in Indonesia, so they're going to be battling it out hard to make sure they maintain and do their country proud, right? So you've not only got Rough World Era trying to please the home crowd at the North Edsa Mall, you've also got BTR looking to just try and keep their country in the competition. So I feel like this last game of the day, especially last game of the group stages, has a lot of weight behind it.
Yeah, a ton of weight, right? And there's a lot of pressure, right, for BIGETRON to really show up on this one. The fact that, okay, but first, let's go to the interview for the winners interview with Nova.
On stage, none other than the one that just won their series, Nova, Muchi, the farm laner, as well as Waypit, the roamer, with me, Chuche, and Bruce. Now, I'm going to go straight with a question here. We know that you are one of the most dominating team as well, Nova. Which team do you want to fight most if you manage to get into the grand finals?
Vitality.
Vitality, why?
Yes, because they are strongest team among us, I think. Among the draft team, yeah.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, so far it's you and Vitality is like the top 2, and I mean part of the top 3 here in Invitationals. But my question is, either of you could answer. Kaka, we invited him on stage a while ago and asked if they want to fight off with anybody on the playoffs. They did say Nova. So what do you want to say to Kaka and the rest of Team Vitality?
Kaka, I will meet you in the final.
Well, I will meet you in the finals. That is what Muchi said.
Okay, Muchi, say that to their face. But I do know that some of your fans flew all the way to just support you guys here, and those who are watching online as well, and your Malaysian fans too. Do you guys have anything to say to them?
Terima kasih kerana memberikan sokongan yang tidak terkira-kira. Kita akan try our best.
Basically, I said thank you so much for all your support. We'll try our best and we'll try to win it as much as we can. But I think that's going to be the wrap from Nova. You guys have to prep for, maybe the grand finals. Who knows? But thank you so much for joining us on the stage. But we're going to toss it back because we'll have one more series to go. See you guys, okay, in a showcase.
I found it! The real wire!
Ako si Maynard Lemon, also known as Arise, jungler ng Rough World era. Mixed emotion eh. Medyo kabado na masaya. Masaya kasi sa wakas makakapag-compete na ulit ako. Kasi nung mga nakaraang past international tournament, hindi ako nakapag-compete as main 5. Sub-player lang ako. Tapos ngayon, nasa main 5 na ako. And at the same time, medyo kabado kasi, ayun, first time sa international stage. Pero, ginagawa ko naman ng paraan paano i-cope up yun. Sa akin, ewan ko sa kanila, sa akin meron. Nakikinig ng mga hype music, tapos minsan nanonood ng mga motivational video. Siyempre, una, karangalan yun na makapag-compete dito. Kasi siyempre, tayo din yung host country. And by that, i-give lang namin yung best namin para sa bayan natin. No, feeling ko mas confidence ako. Kasi parang home court advantage, parang ganun yung iniisip ko na naka-cheer sila sa amin, ganun. Kahit anong mangyari, nandyan sila. Yan yung iniisip ko. Experience doesn't guarantee a win. I think it's about who prepared well and practice well and the one who performed better at the stage. Ano ba? Kasi maraming nagsasabi na sila yung malakas and by that, kung matalo namin sila, edi ibig sabihin na nandun na rin kami sa level na yun. Humanda kayo kasi unorthodox yung playstyle namin ng RWE.
Hello, my name is Teguh, aka Psycho from BTR Esports. It's good already because we a lot more practice because this is important to us. I feel excited right now because we want to show to our country how strong Indonesia. The preparation more perfect, like more hard, like we scream a lot, like not like before. So we have a new player like mid laner right now, so we more a lot of practice. AG and Nova because they're so strong. I want to beat them. I think good luck and have fun, guys.
A 2-2 trade, and when you're approaching the crystal, it's not exactly what you want on the side of Elevate. Game 2 maybe closing out here. They have no mini waves. They do now have the mini waves coming through, for Gen G, but Jizzix is actually doing a fantastic job keeping Gen G away from this crystal.
Maybe the Overton window is Rockaby taken down by the side of Elevate, but right now we're seeing that they're trying to keep these minions away, because if they allow the minions to push and then the side of Gen G get this, oh my god! Mitsuri with the crucial kill that went through from Elevate. Is this going to be enough to get game 2 in their belt? It's definitely a start, as Ray is looking pretty low. Ray goes down. It is a Jizzix with a triple kill. But hey, Tempest Dragon again. Kin was not trying to say it. He was telling us that the fable of the second Tempest Dragon of day 1 of the group stages of Season 3 Invitational is here. And oh my god, Inu, he can't gets the Sage's Sanctuary wiped out. And Mitsuru's like, boom, let's take the snipe from afar. But Azar is coming in with takedown onto Rocky for the Vasquez as well. Jizzix put it in. The work, it is going to be Elevate. Coming back from such a far defeat in this game too to take it for themselves.
Yeah, as my principal used to tell me, right? You do it once, you do it well. You win that one big team fight, it is over. And the fans, they love it. Elevate.
Magandang araw Pilipinas at SM North EDSA. Nagbabalik na naman tayo sa pangatlong araw ng Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3.
Leo taking a lot of damage, and Leo with the touch ball has the Fury. The Overlord is still up for grabs. Who's gonna...
Giving them a try for their money, especially Lao Fang into the backline is exactly what we needed. The takedown of Wendy. Onto their pride right there is the win slash connected, but the Razor Cavalry comes in over the wall, takes them.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback, it's now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Sweat and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down.
Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking ibawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Ipusan ng lahi, ang pwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugutan ng patago hanggat di pabasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang alasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Ikaw kaya matikiba yung galing. Kahit gano'ng kang veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntaling. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bobombahin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung prince of landing, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo yes. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Cash G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Kra! Samda na po, kanda na pita, lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, salakanda na pita, lakanda na po, darakinda na po. Sana to pira tapi, sana to pira tapu, sana to pila to kulo, sa pila to kalita pila to. Pero ang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon, siguradong bompanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong komedyante na jowa mo. Pataga-away tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas. Ibis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of kings is what we fight for. Malupiton 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3 in Philippines!
Kasama natin ngayon si Malupito!
Oy, rinig mo kami dyan! Ayan. Ano?
Okay, sino dito gusto marinig ang bars ni Bossing?
By the way, may dala ba kayong payong? Kasi magpapaulan ako ng bars.
Hey! Okay, Bossing! 3, 2, 1!
Hindi, actually po, meron po ba kayong ano pa sa akin? Kasi kung paano namin gawin to, gawin tong music video na to.
Oo.
Actually, ang tagal ko nang tinago yung bars ko na yon, man.
Okay.
Oo. Yung ito, Sam Dalabo, Sam Dalakita, Lapaw, Dalakita, Latan, Dalapo, Dalakata, Dalapida, Dalakata.
Hey! Bossing, eto naman, pwede ba kaming pasample ng chorus ng Tayo ang Pag-asa ng Pinas?
Yes. Guys, sabayan niyo ako Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Lakad matatag para sa bigas.
Bossing!
Sarili kong kanta, mali
Matanong ko lang, you've been hiding this talent for so long, bakit pinalabas mo na ngayon?
Kaya nga, dapat hindi ko nagagawin yun Kaso, pinalabas niyo uli ang dragon, man.
Ang dragon!
I hate this shit.
Okay! Nice one, pero eto na, Bossing. Isang ano naman, this is going to be the last match of the Filipino team if sasama pa sila sa playoffs. So may chant ba tayo dyan para sa natitira, which is Rough World Era? Ano yung gagawin natin para ma-hype? Okay, yes. Ready? Bossing, sasabihin ni Bossing, Rough World, ano yung sagot?
Era!
Okay, Bossing, rekta.
1, 2, 3, go. Rough World! Rough World! Ayan.
So, ang ibig sabihin dyan, tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Ayun pala yun?
Yun talaga yun. So anyway!
Alam, ano ba yan?
Thank you! Maraming salamat! Give a round of applause to Malupiton here
Yes, sir.
on the stage. Malupiton, ano masasabi mo sa crowd ng Honor of Kings?
Okay po, maraming salamat sa pagpunta at pagtangkilik ng HOK. Alam nyo, magaling din talaga ako maglaro nito
Alright, thank you so much, Malupiton. At eto na nga, this is going to be the last match for today. On to our casters. Casters, take it away.
On Sigma, I am Blam, and joining me today is gonna be none other than Sir Cloud. How you feeling about this last game?
Oh man, this is probably the highlight match for the entire day, right? Because it revolves around elimination. One team is going to go home, and obviously that is the loser of this round. So it's going to be a tough match. Expect more than a 3-0.
Oh, I really hope so, because we've been having a solid day at 3-0 so far, which has been a completely different rhyme and to the rest of the Season 3 Invitational, because we've been having 3-1s, 2 3-1s to be precise, and then a 3-0. But now we're in that 3-0 territory. But I feel like with so much weight and gravity behind this matchup, I feel like it may go the full best of 5.
Oh yeah, and we haven't got a full best of 5 so far in our group stages. The most that we have seen is games going 4 games, so we might see this one happening. But and at the same time, both teams just don't want to lose it, right? Especially with RWE, they are playing in front of home crowd, so they don't want to disappoint their home fans. BTR, or in Indonesia they call it as BTR, they don't want to disappoint their Indonesian fans as well, because Kagendra have been eliminated, so they will be carrying the Indonesian flag onto the following round. And speaking about the teams, we're going to introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, the teams are starting off with BTR.
Yes, they're coming from not home ground territory. It is going to be BTR looking to try and carry the Indonesian flag, like you said there, Sir Cloud, all the way to the knockouts, because this will be the first time since Season 2 Invitational, and all the way back then in like June, July time last year, that we wouldn't have an Indonesian team into the actual knockout stage part of a competition, which would be very strange for the start of the year's competition to have no Indonesian representatives going through this far. But with ZaneQ with a patchy first game of the best of Season 3 Invitational, they need to pull out everything to stop Rough World Era, and this is them.
Yeah, the third seeding team from the Philippine qualifiers. So far, they have been coming up with interesting performances, especially in one of the comeback games. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can continue on their consistent performance somehow in this final match in the group stage, where it's so important for them to find this win against BTR.
Oh, absolutely. They need to do everything for the home crowd that are currently watching them live. I mean, they've just had a huge hype up from one of the rappers, one of the talent that's been on the official anthem of the Season 3 Invitational this time around. So they have to be amped up to take on BIGETRON Esports, which is going to be comprised of Neil, Tufts, ZaneQ, Zan, and Psycho, which we've seen so far perform. I feel like they just need to make sure that their communication is one.
Yeah, and we saw from the interview with Psycho during the break is that they are pretty confident with their preparation, and walking into the stage, they have learned from their previous tournaments, so they are well prepared this time. But is their preparation going to be enough going up against Rock World Era, represented by Tunski, Sevenjin, Arise, Daniel, and Fleur?
Yeah, so a solid team we've seen so far. Obviously, they did lose their first best of 5 in this competition so far, which puts them, like we say, at a very shaky place. But they did go up against Nongshim, which really surprised us all. Nongshim obviously are top of this group, but the thing that both of these teams are vying for within this match is that second place, so they can just go through and battle it out even further.
Yes, it's a very important match for these two teams, and it will all be decided in this best of 5 series. As what we expect, it might go all the way, but if it does go all the way to 5 games, we all know what's happening. Because of the global ban pick, heroes will be very scarce, and we have seen how that has affected a lot of the other big name teams throughout this tournament. The hero pool is truly a big test for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one thing I think we should really give over to words of advice, even though they probably can't even hear the stream, is don't do a Gen G, don't do an Impunity. We really just want to be seeing those solid team comps that we know and love and know that can perform, right? Like, this is no time for either of these teams, especially with what's at stake, to be pulling out some of these punches. Yes, pull out something that may be a comfort, but don't pull out something that's going to be like no marksman, because as so far, it's definitely not going to be the winning strategy.
Yeah, but if they have something out their sleeves that would make sense as well, then it's something we'd like to see. Today, so far, we have seen 2 new heroes, right, including the Atta from the previous round.
Yeah.
And fun fact about the Atta, in the domestic version called Wangzhe Rongyao, Atta is actually Tupac Ji, which is one of the characters from A Journey to the West. So that's a bit of a lore for all of you out there.
Oh, lovely, lovely. We get a little bit of more lore from Sir Cloud. He has now become the lore master on the desk, it seems. But yeah, it was really good to see these kind of picks come through. But the fact that they weren't able to come into fruition just this late into the competition, I feel like it's at the detriment of what's at stake, right? Like, there's just so much at stake that even if I was a player on the stage or I was a coach for these teams, I would not be comfortable putting these kind of picks forward, because you want to be making sure your foot is through the door and into the knockout stages, right? Because that's where your next level of competition is going to start.
Oh man, I can feel the nerves right now. Just sitting here watching them play when they're like miles away. I can feel the nerves. I can feel the tension between these two teams. As what Holler always like to say, the first game is the game that sets the rhythm. So winning your first game is so important. Of course, we're going to go into the draft really soon with the side selection. RWE is going to be on the blue side. So they will have the first pick. So as what we always like put on the desk, the My now. Always a hot band, and BTR, are they going to do it again?
Yeah, really interesting though that the fact that they've gone for the blue side, because in their previous series against Nongshim, they only chose the blue side first. So, one time, sorry, out of 4 games. So for them to go for the blue side this time around as their first game is super interesting, because the last time they went for blue, I believe they locked in their prio pick was something like the Huan or the Ali. But this time around, we are going to be seeing a Zhongfei ban coming through very early in the banning phase.
Yeah, Zhangfei's out. Interesting. I mean, the Zhangfei kind of popular, but hasn't had the best of win rates, but they don't want to take that risk, including the risk of Mai. Also, whenever the Mai is given the opportunity to be picked by any team, like it gets picked up, but the win rate for Mai is not that great as well. It feels like teams do know how to deal with the Mai, but yet they still are the top bad heroes.
Yeah, again, because it gets put so early on within the draft, it's really hard. It's really easy to counter, especially when you got picks that aren't been banned off, like the Diadea, right? Like we saw so much single target CC come through for the side of Nova that it made the Mai Shiranui so hard to actually perform on. But it is going to be a Rough World era locking in Danny's pick, which is the Loon, which we know has performed at a best of around about a 50-50%, not quite like the Diadea, which is unfortunately been marked as no longer a 100% win rate after that last game between Nova and Impunity. But locking that in is going to be the She.
And you have the idea playing as the support role. So that's going to be interesting, right? That opens up a lot of type of farm laners to be picked up. And if they want to go for a fast pushing farm laner, they can still go for the Fang, which absolutely makes sense. And now we have the Elaine being picked up by RWE together with the Lone. So Elaine, of course, is a very flexible hero. It can go for the split push or also go for the backstab. And if you have an Elaine, you always want to couple it with the Dolia.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw the Loon come through, as well as the Elaine and Dolia actually being able to survive the first banning phase, this third pick makes absolute sense. The fact that they've got 2 Infinite Vastness and 2 dual Death at Sunset, you have way easier ways into the team fight and out of the team fight. And when you've got something like the Elaine, which we've known has quite a prominent performance up into the Clash lane, it makes more sense for it to be paired with the Dolia. And right now, I think it's the best thing for the side of Rough World era. But if we look over the side of BIGETRON, they have locked in the DRN Jet, which has been, once again, a big pick into the farm lane. So still that illegal immunity to get that cleanse, but you've still got quite a bit of control offered from She and Diadea. But looking at those last few bans, we do get the Ganon Mo being taken out, because that would fit very well into Rough World era's draft here in terms of more burst damage paired with a couple blades as well as the Flaming Palms would definitely upset the safety that BIGETRON have going into this draft.
Yeah, long range burst, right? So you don't want that to be comboed together, considering they can still pick the mid lane. And now both sides, they kind of need the tank, and that's where Ogren's been picked up. So for Rough World era, Lampo is still up for grabs. They can potentially go for that. Imagine also a double Trumbo Smash. That would be pretty nice. But Menki works as well as the tank. As cutesy as he looks, he is pretty durable.
Very, very durable. I mean, we could get 2 dream rolls come through, but I feel like the usefulness of the monkey here is just to try and lock down the Diadea, try and get the suppression onto the Diadea before she gets it onto you. But more of a broader measure of control is the Yixing. Obviously, a World is my board is going to be a great way to try and control this fight. But speaking of chaos in order, it's going to be the Guan Yu coming through for the second time today.
I can see decent amount of movement here by BTR, right? You got the Guan Yu that's pretty fast, and you have the Organ, you can obviously slip by those walls. So for Yixing to be playing, catching them with the World is my board is going to be really important. If you can catch them, not allowing them to escape from the board, that will be very, very important. What RWE could probably be a bit lacking is like a total lockdown for BTR.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be relying very heavily on their front line, which is Elaine and Monkey, right? Like, they're their strong front lines on the side of Rough World Era. But I do want to pay a little bit of attention to the She and the Guan Yu, right? Because these both heroes can knock you around. She can pull you around. So you're going to be basically somebody in between two people pulling you left to right. So that's going to be really frustrating for any member on the side of Rough World Era to actually try and combat against, because you're going to try and take control of your hero, but they're going to be doing it for you.
Yeah, I could somehow tell that the coach of BTR is a fan of Juventus. I just had to say it out loud. But here we go. So this is going to be the draft between Rough World Era and BIGETRON Esports. On the surface, on paper, if you ask me, I think both sides, they have a bit of everything. So it's quite difficult to distinguish the both of them. But the Guan Yu, I think, is going to play a very important role to try to charge from the backline with the heroic charge to put Rough World Era in a to put Rough World Era in an awkward position.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of see that Fleur is looking to try and stop as much CC going onto the Dolia as possible, because he's taken the cleanse skill as well. So we already see a difference there. No kind of heal, no flash or anything like that. He definitely doesn't want to be caught into any kind of CC too early, because he has clearly learned and watched from Impunity game against Nova Esports, because when Megumi was Dolia, we saw that Schwan was making very good waves with that, but here we are. We've already seen supports go head-to-head.
Yeah, a bit of poking between the two sides, right? So it's more of like a gesture just to say hello. And when we talk about the farm lane, they continue to poke each other because both of these sides, they really want to open up their space. Now, the Flaming Palm is definitely not going to do Zan any favors. He can continue to do damage, but is well protected by Psycho. So I wouldn't be too worried about Zan for now.
Yeah, not for now. I mean, as long as the idea sticks very close to the DRNG, I feel like it won't be a problem just yet, because as we know, Flaming Pop starts to hit as you start to get those two fully built items. Maybe we'll see the Meteor be built as the second tier item first thing for the Lung to try and encompass the Orgren, the tankiness from Orgren.
And here we see a decent amount of rotation here by BTR. They seem to want to try to get a sneak off into the jungle, but both sides truly respecting each other. I mean, it's going to be the first game of a high-stakes game, right? So I can understand that if they don't want to go all in yet, but maybe at the top, they might go for it, but nah.
Not just yet. Not just yet. I mean, they could still set this up. They don't have the minion wave to fight, right? They don't have everything that's going in their way just to make sure they can take that fight against Rough World Era. But it does mean that BTR are able to claim the teleport mechanic here, which is going to be huge. I mean, Guan Yu is not anybody that needs a teleport mechanic, but to say, for example, Orgren, who may go up to the Clash lane and just get a bit of feed from the minion waves there, is able to teleport back down to these neutral objectives, go and help out where they're being pushed elsewhere on the Gorge.
And I like the fact that Tufts, he took the sprint, so that will allow him more access to the backline with the heroic charge, just to disposition the players of RWE. 7jin, he has the sprint as well, but he's not really a pusher or dispositioner. He will probably be more of the pick-off guy to try to get the backline, especially if he can take out the idea as quickly as possible.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's all. I feel like the sprints are kind of like a get out of jail card, but also a way to chase down those heroes on the enemy's team that aren't necessarily damaged, right? So you're able to get in very much closer than you would without it. But it also means it's a kind of like a fall safe as well. So if Dolia doesn't give over the Celestial Melody to the Elaine and gives it over to the Lung, he still has a way to get out of there.
Okay, and at the current situation, it looks like both sides, they are pretty still 50-50 with each other, but we might see the next engagement at the bottom. Okay, right now they see an opportunity, but anyway, you have the Infinite Vastness to escape, so I wouldn't be too worried still. The first engagement we might see in the first Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of going the same kind of tempo as the first game between Nova and Imp did, right? We weren't seeing first blood until around about the 4-minute mark, which makes sense because the neutral objectives are up. Even though both of those teams didn't actually gun for the neutral objectives when they were first up, they tried to make a little bit of a leeway, which could potentially happen here. We're seeing a 3v2 down into the farm lane.
All right, at the bottom here, Infinite Vastness will be used and he will escape, and that's what we kind of expect. But the Infinite Vastness is used just right before the Tyrant, so that's something that BTR wanted to force out.
Wanted to force it, but it does force out the Celestial Melody as well because he's going to be able to cleanse that back up. But hey, we could be seeing a bit of a brawl going on here. There's definitely tit for tat for now. A little bit of a calm before the storm between both BTR and Rough World Error. And in terms of the resources, there's not much in it, but getting caught out here may be a flaw.
Okay, they're trying to poke each other because they want to find a way to access the Tyrant. Tyrant is still open, up for grabs, and looking at the Tyrant, it's now down to 50% of health. Are they going to go in for the steal? No, not yet. And RWE, they will secure the first Tyrant.
They're securing the first Tyrant, but it is going to be ZaneQ actually making the most out of a bad situation. He's just going to help himself to the enemy's farm, which is going to put him ahead of the Arise on Rough World Error. So he's already got the level advantage. He's more than likely going to have that gold advantage, even though it's only 300 across the board. It still means that it's a slippery slope if you don't maintain it.
And they see a rotation here down south. Probably going to be an engagement. Okay, from the back, she has arrived as well. So there's enough protection. Again, it's going to be just a little bit of a pushback here towards the players of BTR. So they'll be fine for now thanks to the rotation by Neo.
Yeah, I mean, the World is by board was dropped down, but I think that's the good thing about having the idea into this matchup, right? That Destiny encounter is such a great disengage tool.
And no further engagement so far, and both sides truly respecting each other, even though there was the Tyrant fight, but yet they weren't going all in onto it. And I can totally understand, right? Like, this is such a big match, a decider match between the two, so both sides don't really want to make those big mistakes. But if you kind of think about it, like, if you allow the other side to play their rhythm, then in the long run, it's going to be difficult for the losing side. But speaking about the losing side, we might see one in the middle. World is my board will be used, trapping 3 of them in the middle. But then again, they are not ready with the damage yet.
Yeah, I mean, Orgren can't do as much damage as he would like to Monkey this far into the game. He's kind of reliant on the likes of the D-Ranger and the Guan Yu for now. But I do want to give over the point that 7jin has now got the Spark Forge Dagger, which means that I feel like Tufts has been driven back into the Clash lane because he knows that the wave clear on a lane has now become a little bit more feisty.
They saw a lane. Okay, so they did a bit of a lane swap here with 7jin going down to the bottom lane instead. But he needs backup though because the rest of them are here. We might see an engagement, but again, both sides truly respecting each other.
Truly respecting each other, but they are taking the monopoly where they see fit. That is BIGETRON Sigma taking their first turret from the side of Rough World Error. Rough World Error currently in a bad situation because they've had nothing to trade for this, right? They haven't gone into the enemy jungle to switch that up. They haven't got any kind of Azure or Crimson Golem. They're looking like they're playing on the back foot here. The only push they really have is up into that Clash lane.
Here comes towards the back line because ZaneQ here cutting the back waves. So it's going to be difficult for them to come and save their teammate. But then again, the tag is happening right now. Death at Sunset used to just try to disengage himself, but he's not far away enough. And the first blood will be given to BTR.
Yeah, BTR getting first blood, but it is going to be traded for that T1 up into the Clash lane. So in terms of the gold resources, it's slowly still trying to neutralize on the side of Rough World Error. But 7jin being taken out means that they aren't going to have a better or potential engage.
It comes for a potential second engage, but they know that they do not have enough players. And plus BTR, they're playing this very, very objectively, right? They're not going in for the kills. They just want to take down towers, just push out the waves, and then reset back.
Yeah, they've set the motion, right? They got the T1 down into the farm lane. They got first blood. So they thought, why should we actually take the pressure off now when we're ahead by not a country mile, but we're definitely getting our strides ahead of us. And we can see that Tufts is already trying to push the Clash lane as well on the side of BTR, trying to open up those side lanes even further because it's not the fact that the side lanes aren't open that's stopping ZaneQ going into the enemy jungle. It's the fact that the focus is now on the side of RWE that they need as much resources as possible.
Oh, they're forming up right now. World is my board. Managed to get 4 of them. Inside World is my board. Now it's time for them to take advantage, but they don't have the damage output just yet. Going straight to the back line. They try to catch the backliners, but the tower is still active. It's going to be fairly difficult, but you got Tunsky there to make sure at least they got one of it.
Tunski's there to make it fair. He gets Tufts off the board, and it means that the second Tyrant is going to go over to the side of Rough World Error. Again, it's exactly what they need. They need that increased damage to put on the pressure into these team fights, because that's where the cracks are going to start to show on the side of BTR.
From the side, I can look for another pick-off right now. BTR, they don't have the manpower though. And here we go. World is my board. 4 of them trapped inside. But Rough World Era, they're not too hungry for kills. They'll let this one go for now.
Yeah, it's kind of like a bouncing castle. They all run to one side to hope that it tips over. And the fact that they had the T1 into the mid lane as well meant that they were safe. If they decide to try and push, the T1 would actually approach them. But here we go. Maybe the idea goes in Dream Roll as well.
Oh, Menki comes in and they got Zanq in the process. So now no big tanks for them. Neil, he's in an awkward position right now. Neil will take it out underneath his tower, but from the back, we can see Tufts coming in. But the change is happening at 2 sides. At the top, at the middle, Danny will be taken out.
Yeah, definitely a much better team fight than for Rough World Era. Even though both of the Clash lanes were trying to implement the same strategy, it's just that 7jin implemented it a lot better. He was able to get into the back line, take out Psycho, so Dolly was down, and it means that this is a great turnaround for Rough World Era. They're now above in the gold resources, as they should be when they get a 4 wipe, but they need to make sure that these Vanguards don't push their lanes too much, and they've got to keep a keen eye down into the farm lane, right? I mean, their high ground turret is open and exposed.
Yeah, and because of that, it's probably going to give them a bit of trouble to try to get the Tyrant or the Overlord. They are looking towards the Tyrant though. And at the same time, looking over at the replay, and this was the fight that almost got them entirely aced out.
Yeah, the Dream Roll came in just in time, right? Shut down ZQ when you can, because that's a lot of the frontline gone for the side of BTR. And that's what I was saying in the draft is, Orgren is amazing, but when you don't have a secondary tank, it's hard to make this work, which is what it pays dividends to what you were saying. Imagine if you had a Liampo into the strat rather than the likes of the Diadea, or maybe putting the Liampo up into the Clash lane. It may not have been the best 1v1, but speaking of 1v1,
oh, look at Tufts as well from the back. He's going to come in from the back, and here comes the heroic charge to put his opponent in an awkward position, but instead he was the one party. 7jin will be taken down. BTR, 2 of them down. This is probably the time for RWE to rush in, but before that they take down the mid tower, and without 7jin, they say it's good enough.
Yeah, Danny on this lung is the troublemaker, right? Those flaming palms, like we saw in the last series between Nova and Impunity, it's just so great. Not only at melting your enemy heroes, it's also great at sieging those turrets, because mid T1 is now down. This makes it a little bit more frightful for the side of BTR. They need to reform. They need to recollect.
Here comes the mid rush here. Probably a chase here. A bit of a pull towards Tunski, but Tunski is in an okay position. So they will reset for now. The Overlord is still open though.
It is still open. I mean, it is the Tyrant going over to the side of RWE. They're not looking for that split push potential from the Overlord. They just want as much damage as possible, because they know they need every bit of damage, every ounce, to take down ZenQ quick and effectively.
Here comes the patience play by BTR, waiting at the side. Who's going to make the first move? Might see that fight happening, but no, they're going to save all their skills, because you don't want to just use all your skills and potentially lose this fight and lose the Overlord at the same time.
Well, that's the mistake that Rough World Era made against Nongshim, right? Like, they had a solid second win in their grasp, but they overstepped, and it was at their own fault that they made the first step, and it wasn't the correct first step to make. It takes 2 to tango, and sometimes you have to make your enemy make that first step, and then that's it. You just completely control from that point onwards.
And look at the positioning of 7jin right now. He's still at the lane. He will come back, joining his teammates, rendezvousing together. So now they're as a 5v5. They might go in, they see an opposition here. ZenQ in an awkward position, but ZenQ is tanking all the damage. Look at how much effort for them to take out ZenQ. But now, Tufts puts himself in an awkward position at the same time. Speaking about awkward position, 7jin went all the way back, but he went down underneath the tower. But a bit of trade back between the two teams, at least 1 for 1.
Yeah, 7jin went all the way with the back to 1999, and then Tufts was looking the way all the way to 2099. But They both do fall. Once again, the Clash lanes were implementing the same kind of split team fight. Fighting on two fronts may happen here too.
Oh, thank you. Still tanking the damage. Look at the damage taken by him because of the flaming palms. But he's still A-okay. Right now, he is tanky enough. He's able to be the front line for the team while they try to absorb as many skills as possible to try to see if there's any opening for BTR to jump in.
Yeah, that's the correct thing, right? They need to make sure the opening is the correct one. They don't want to take that false hope, that kind of golden carrot being dangled in front of them, and find out that it's actually just a normal carrot.
Looks like they're going to start the Overlord right now. They're being monitored by Rough World Era. 50% of health on the Overlord. Rough World Era may jump in anytime soon. And keep your eye on the backline as well. Looks like Deathbat Sunset will be used to try to disposition them. A chase is happening. World is my board. Caught 4 of them inside of it. This is time for them to go away with the Mankey starting it off right now. As straight onto the backline is going to be Savage getting nailed. Crucial crowd control for the Mankey. That is such a beautiful execution. But it's not over yet. From the backline, at least he gets another one. Triple kill for Tufts. That is a nice trade-off there.
Yeah, Tufts has got RWE's number. That was a great triple kill pick off there for the side of BTR, and it's now going to open up that mid lane, right? They've got Monkey and Elaine to try and keep this alive. They have no range, so they have to get close in to try and contest this defense, this great offense from the side of BTR. But Tufts trying to give the pressure onto the side of 7jin, but is it going to be 7jin alone? He's able to use the sprint to get out of there as well, just for now, but they may be trading the higher ground turret.
Took down the tower. It's going to be bad right now. Okay, they will still go in for it, but they have 3 of them. Yixing arrives, but the World is my board will not lock anyone in it. So no targets for RWE this time.
No targets for RWE, but they were able to get the eyes on the prize for the side of BIGETRON Sigma. They are able to get the higher ground turret, which means that mid wave in the middle lane is going to be harder to defend now.
And now the Tyrant is up for grabs as well. BTR seems to be ready for it. Tufts is on his way to join his teammates. 7jin should arrive anytime soon as well, but they need to monitor their waves. At least they still have the tower, so it's still going to be okay.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Arise, able to keep up with the farming of ZQ on the Orgrim, right? But it's where the deficiency is coming from is Danny. Danny has more gold than Zane for now, and they've got to make sure that they take out Lung in the early game, or they feel the wrath of those flaming palms.
And the World is my board managed to catch 3 of them for the side of BTR, but because of the presence of Tough at the side, that's why they didn't really want to go in yet. The Tyrant is up for grabs, but the Tyrant will now reset back to full health.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Tufts. He's just waiting for the right pounds. He was just sat in the middle brush, just like, hey, if they try to come and close in on you guys, they know that you're at the actual neutral objective, but don't worry, I've got your back. I'll just come in from the back line, use the Razor Cavalry, and just bring them into you. But right now, Array's taking a lot of damage.
Here comes 50% of health. Look at this. Another fight's happening at the lower side of our screen here. And going all the way onto the backline, it's going to be tough. He's just wrecking havoc on the backline, trying to get Danny. And Danny, my goodness. Okay, he went down, but they got tough together with him. 7G got taken out as well. So BTR, that is a worthwhile trade for them.
Yeah, I mean, what makes it even better is the fact that they got a minion wave both prepped up in the mid lane and in the farm lane. So they could start to even just let them defend these minion waves whilst they go for the neutral objective. But it looks like they want to go for another higher ground turret, which I don't blame them at this point.
And here comes going in onto the base. Looks like they're going to follow up. Are they going to continue on? They might just continue on now. Arise is tanking as much damage as possible, but it's not going to be that difficult for him to get out of danger. Looks like BTR, they might want to end this game. The minions are in. BTR focusing onto the crystal. And BTR will take up game 1.
Yeah, I think that was a great use of all the knowledge that they had going into that latter part of the game. They knew that Danny and 7G had 12 seconds left before they were back off their death spawners, which would have just pushed the game for a further maybe 5-10 minutes, which at that point, BTR were like, we can't really afford that when they have a Lung, and we know that Danny was laying the pain in that game.
This is a kind of like a 50-50 game, if you ask me. It felt like every fight it could go either way, but I do like the fact that the Guan Yu knows how to go to the back line, comes in with the heroic charges to disposition everyone, and not only to disposition, right? It's also to push away some of the crucial targets, including the Long, and he did that really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say both of the Clash lanes, both 7G and 7Jin and Tufts played a fantastic strategy in that way. They were making sure that the team fights was all battle on two fronts, because if you look over to the side of BTR when they had the Orgren, again, paired with the Diadea, gives great sustain. I mean, Orgren alone has great sustain when he has the Eye of the Phoenix, has the Blazing Cape, but then pair that with the Diadea, there's a lot of healing going over there. So you kind of had to create that division to make the most out of those team fights.
Yeah, and speaking about most of the team fights, I noticed that most of the sprints is being used by a lane to escape, whereas for Tufts, he used it to engage. So that's why he was setting the rhythm in this fight. And if we were to look at the scores, it's like 11-10. This just shows how close this game is.
Very, very close. I feel like we're in for a very close series, because if we're looking at the drafts, quite a few of those great picks have already been exhausted. But looking at the actual itemization for these guys, the Starbreaker coming through rather than the Axe of Torment definitely paid dividends for the side of RWE. But it was just the pressure that BTR Tufts was given to the entirety of his team, and then the damage coming through from multiple people really helps over than when you're relying on Danny to do it all on the side of Rough World Era, right? Like you had Zane over the 100k, you had Neil and Zane Q all over the 100k, whereas on the side of Rough World was definitely a different story.
Yeah, we normally get to see like one or two more than 100k, but this time get to see 3 of them from BTR with more than 100k. And I would say that this graph does tell the story of this match. It could have gone either way, frankly speaking. It could have took just one really good fight from Rough World Era. If they were to get an ace at a certain stage, then the game would have ended. So it wasn't a one-sided game.
Yeah, not a one-sided game. It was very 50-50. Honestly, the closest game series it seems so far of the day, right? And that all comes down to Tufts, the MVP of Game 1, just putting pure dominance and making sure he was able to divide the attention of his enemy team.
And that was a story to tell in this round. But if we were to look at some of the best moments here, I would say Tunsky actually did really, really well. Like his World is My Board, for the most part, when he catches like 3 or 4 of them. It was just the follow-up after that. They weren't confident enough to deal the damage to follow up.
Yeah, no, I mean, Arise here, like I said, I gave him props in the game. It was great that he was able to keep up the farm of the Organ. Not many players can say they can pick the Monkey and match the absolute resourcefulness of the Orgrim, but he was able to do it. The Dream Rolls did land to perfection sometimes, and at other times, not quite hitting the pale. But like you were saying there, Sir Claire, this has been a balanced game nonetheless, and definitely the closest one thus far. But where they go from here now on in this drafts, the BPs, obviously thanks to the global ban pick, they aren't going to be able to pick up the Orgren. They can't pick up the Yixing. They can't pick up the Lung or the Diadea. There's so much already been exhausted in this game 1.
Oh man, looking over at the highlights, I just wanted to point out that it feels like a mirror match a couple of times here. Like 7Jin will be doing like the split like all the way to the end, trying to chase down opponents. Tufts will be doing the same on the other side. So it feels like both sides having like the same mindset to approach this game. But at the end of the day, of course, it is BTR. There can only be one victor, right, at the end of the day, and BTR actually won it. And this was one of the final moments where we saw how Tufts, he actually split out Danny, and Danny cannot get close to the fight at all.
Yeah, I think that was a perfect theme for the match, right? Battle of the Minds. They were definitely toe-for-toe, brawls for brawns, and then minds for minds. But overall, it was just that extra little bit of thought process from the side of BTR. Knowing what they knew, especially in terms of death timers, skill timers as well, they knew they needed to push. Because if they didn't get the victory there, they would probably be playing for maybe even still now 5 to 10 minutes time. So BTR taking a very precise, clean end of game against Rough World Era in Game 1.
Yep, and like what you said, right, it is the global ban pick season, and the hero pool will be tested. They might be comfortable with this composition in this round. They got them the win, but they need to find a different composition coming into the following round. And a lot of these hot picks heroes have been used. But before we go on to our next match, we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be seeing you guys after this.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold and pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's till the moment the sky rain down. It's till the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you
And here we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with match number 2. And BTR, they just won game number 1. But of course, the hero pool will be challenged coming up to this very important series.
Oh yes, because we know that now they have the Orgrin and Diadea off the table. It means that it could be open for the Rough World era boys to pick it up for themselves. But historically, what we've seen from the Season 3 Invitational thus far is the fact that one team pick it, then they ban it out for the majority of the series. But can BTR do that? I mean, Rough World era seeming to have quite a big hero pool here, so if they ban out the Orgrin and the Diadea, maybe Rough World's like, checkmate, we can put this down and we're absolutely fine still.
Yeah, and also a couple of other hot picks as well, like the Dharma is still available still, but do you really want to target ban all these top picks, right? Then you will leave something else out in the open, just like the Mai. But frankly speaking, with the win rate that Mai has been having every time it's being picked, I feel that a lot of teams, they know how to counter the Mai, and I wonder if it's really important to truly ban the Mai looking over at the stats.
Yeah, like I said before, like it's still great to pick the Mai, but if you pick, like, it's the beauty and the curse, right? The fact is you have to pick it so early in the draft, but then your opponent's side can pick so many counters, especially if you're on the red side already. Like if you pick Maestro annoying and you've got the red side and they haven't banned Diadea in the first part of the phase, we can see what Nova did in the first game 1 where they picked the Mayin and the Diadea, which was a huge counter on my behalf, I say. And look here, you've got BTR going on blue side and RWE going onto the red side. So going back to a little bit of basics, what we saw them in their first series within the Season 3 Invitational. So they get the counter pick going forward.
Okay, so BTR, they took the Orgram for themselves. So obviously no way they're going to be able to pick that again for this series. There's a lot more heroes that can substitute for the Organ, right? So if you talk about like going in for the tank, you can still go in for the Dune, which is one of the popular picks here with a very good win rate of about 80% so far.
Yeah, very great. I mean, the Liang ban in the first part of the phase should come to no surprise of anybody, because if you look at Arise and Zane Q, they have a great portion of their hero pool is assassins. So the best thing about the Liang is the suppression, and we've already seen it a few times in this tournament where the suppression really comes through and holds tried and tested. Like, it really puts a strain on your enemy team if you've got a great Liang there. But banning out the Diadea as well is very useful in terms of that single target CC. But we are seeing Reformed Era ban out the Mai Shiranui. They don't want this to come through. Neither the Ali for Zane.
Okay, so Arlie is out. So that means that like the Dharma is still open. Yep, there you go. Top pick here so far in the group stages. So if you get the opportunity, you get the first pick, you definitely want to secure it for yourselves because it provides the level of flexibility, right? It can split push, it can also flank. So it's a very flexible character and it's also pretty durable.
Very, very durable. We've seen a great effort so far with this one. And I mean, the only real counter against the Dharma is having a great disengage counter, and both the Lady Chen and the Zhongfei give that, right? We have the Destructive Deluge, we have the Unbridled Outburst as well, but they are not holding the punches because they've got the Dharma, they've got the Flaming Palm. So many heavy hitters coming through from BTR already in this draft. So I feel like maybe Zhongfei can't be the only tank on the side of RWE, right?
Yeah, there's only so much that Zhangfei can absorb, right? So we might see a double tank sort of lineup. So the Dune is still up for grabs, but before that, they got to secure the farm laner first with Lady Sun. And Lady Sun with Zhangfei is a good combo. One of the combos that I think that's not really good with Zhangfei is the Arlie, just because of how mobile Arlie is. But okay, anyway, Arlie is bad out, so it's out of question. For BTR, what it would kind of work for them right now is probably to pick up one of the tank engagers. And now that we're on the second ban phase, they might want to consider to ban out the Dune.
I mean, the ban at the Liang Po, right? So they're clearly listening to this feed, I feel like, Sir Claire. You've got some knowledge that RWE are thankful for. But we can look at the draft right now. So there is no flex picks on the side of BTR, so we know they've gone for the Clash. We know they've gone for the farm. We know they've got their mid lane locked in. So all that they have left is they need to try and flesh out some sort of tank either in the jungle role or the support role. But if we know Zane Q, he's more than likely wanting to go for an assassin, right? Especially banning out the Prince of Lanling. That puts a bit of a full stop, a bit of a red flag there for the side of BTR, knowing that maybe they can get something like the Llama out here, right?
Okay, so the Dune is going to be left out, but the news is that RWE, they have the next pick. So they could pick it up for themselves just to deny it from BTR. They could use it for themselves as well, but instead they're going to go for the Putzer. All right, so they have the option of doing the split push with the Putzer, BTR, Dune, so that they can engage. If not, at this point, with the three heroes that they have picked up, not enough engagement yet.
Yeah, we just got to really hope that they actually put the Putzer to a better advantage than we saw from Genji yesterday, right? But like you said, all they need to do is make sure they focus this hero into one of those lanes. Just make sure he's battering down those T1s, battering down those T2s, but you don't want to make sure he gets caught out in the early game. And to be honest, something like the Dune is a good pickup here for the side of BTR because you can Unruly Blade in, you can just soak up the damage. I mean, even though Futsu has such great attack speed, somebody like the Dune with the Gale's Benediction can soak that up, and now he's got 2 Unruly Blades as well as 2 Infinite Vastness. So Dolia being able to sneak in or even swim into the latter part of this draft, maybe at the detriment here for RWE.
Oh, looking pretty good, I must say, for BTR. The only thing that they're probably lacking is mobility. They have a little bit of that with the Dharma, but if they want to chase down the Fuza, it's not going to be easy for them. RW is going to go for a double tank lineup, like what we discussed earlier on. So Algrand is going to be their secondary tank. With the option that they have right now, they could probably deploy Fuza as the lane pusher, while the others just buy time with the double tank lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it's got two functions, right? I mean, the story of today has been that a lot of the junglers and a lot of the Clash lane players have been kind of like the scapegoats, so kind of going in first into the team fight, trying to exhaust as many abilities as possible. And honestly, something like the Futsa is going to be great at trying to lock down the Lung, because you can use his ultimate, just lock him into place, or even the Dolier or the Nua, right? Obviously, you're going to try and dodge doing that to the Dune or doing that to the Dharma, because it's only going to end one way for you, and not all cases out of 10 will it end in your favor. But I like the fact that RWE have rounded out this roster with an Orgrim, because like I said earlier in the draft, they can't rely on the Zhangfei to be the only tank in this one, I feel.
Yeah, and with the flexibility that they have, I'll be a little bit worried for BTR this time around, unless BTR can do quick, solid engagements, and then they shove up the waves and force Fuza to come back to try to defend the other ways. But if they stall for time, if RWE is able to stall for time, then BTR might be punished by the wave shoving.
They may be, but we'll see how it goes. This is game 2. This is Rough World Era playing unfamiliar territories. So we may get a homegrown buff going into this game 2, but if it's anything like game 1, it's going to be a close one.
Yes, and here we go. This is going to be game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. BTR and RWE. RWE looking to pull back a game.
Oh, yes, they need to. They need to, right? They don't want to find themselves in the past 2 teams have, which is a 3-0 sweep. And none of the viewers or us as casters want to see this day end in full 3-0s. We want a full best of 5. We want the rowdy to be the rowdiest.
Absolutely right. We want to see a lot of action. And this is the match that a lot of people are expected to see, a tough match. Even before this match started, we did talk about it. And speaking about starting, at the starting point, it's going to be pretty standard here. Zhangfei helps the mid lane to try to secure a couple of early objectives, and he makes his rotation down to the bottom. Now, with the Zhangfei in the lineup and Long on the other side, he will be the one to absorb as many flaming palms as possible at the early stage.
Yeah, you're relying on him to body block as many flaming palms as possible, right? Because Lady Sun, at the early game, just like every other squishy hero, cannot take it. It is a huge chunk of health. Look at that. Tunsky is literally been reduced to 50% HP just by 2 flaming palms. So you have to be very careful in where this Zhangfei is situated in this entire map. But I feel like maybe the catch out from the Lady Chen could be something that's a great setup, a bit of a great deterrent from the engages from BTR.
Yeah, and that's thanks to the Leaping Savior by Zhangfei, right? Even though he's not absorbing it himself, as long as he's able to give the shields to his teammates, they will be able to absorb a decent amount of flaming palms at the laning stage. So he plays a very crucial role there to try to just sustain whoever's on the farm lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a few functions, right? He's got setting up the team fights with the Unbridled Outburst. He's got the Leaping Savior to be able to give over his shield, but he's also then being able to create room within these team fights as well, kind of split heads when needs be.
Yeah, and looking over at what's happening right now, as compared to game number 1. Based on their draft as well, they want to take the first few moments to farm up, maybe even after the first Tyrant. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the first blood in close to 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's a sure sign of respect, right? They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to go into the enemy jungle and kind of try and get those cheeky level 1 invades that we've been seeing a few times in the Season 3 Invitational. So they want to make sure they're playing it safe. They want to make sure that when it gets to the neutral objective moment, that you have all the things in your utility that you need. You get as much resources into Lady Sun. You have Lady Chen have the ultimate ready, as well as all the rest of your team. So I think it's just making sure that you don't lose out any of those main components, because I feel like with Rough World Era, as soon as one of those components fall, it's gone. Like, the team fight is going to be very hard for them to come back.
And I like the earlier position by Fleur, right? He's not really babysitting the Lady Sun. Not too much, that is. he'll be one to guard the river because he knows that about this timing, rotations from the mid might happen, or even rotations from the top might happen, or even from the jungle for that matter. So he just wants to be that eyes on the river to make sure that his farm laner is well alerted before any potential clash.
Yeah, I mean, currently we can see here in terms of itemization, Lunga's gone for the Meteor, the second tier item, but the Sage's Might is here.
Yeah, Unbridled Outburst and Tubbs
forcing the flash.
flashes
Forcing the
away,
flash, yeah.
but from the side, Arise arrive, but let this one go again. A sign of respect.
I don't know if it's a sign of respect or a bit of a mistake there on their part because they've exhausted a lot of ultimates, but Corte here could be Danny.
Whoa! Oh man, he could hardly move. That was back-to-back stuns, just locking him, finishing him off just like that.
That annihilation came through. That couldn't have been timed any better. That just completely took him off the gorge. And I was about to say, RWE Danny was ahead in terms of the gold compared to Azan on the side of BTR. But right now, that not being the case, and there could be some more blood being spilled.
Man, that was just almost like a fake Cobra. It feels like, okay, you're able to get away, but no. But speaking about getting away, can anyone get away? In the middle, but from the side, look at the damage by Zan with the flaming palms, and now you get away with the infinite fastness after getting those kills out of RWE.
Yeah, there was one point where those flaming palms were just deleting half of your health. Now, you blink, you have gone. But a quick replay here for those watching at home. This beautiful display from Neil on the newer. Oh, gorgeous.
Yeah, it's one thing to be just total lockdown. It's another thing to be like lockdown, jerk a bit, lockdown, jerk a bit. Yeah, that's even more annoying if you ask me. It gives you a bit of hope that you could escape, but in reality, you can't.
Oh yeah, it's pulling on that silk thread, right? You kind of just like say, you dangle in that golden carrot, you're pulling it to them. You dangling the golden carrot, you're pulling it to them, and then that's it. It's kind of that frustration that builds from the one that's being baited, and if they take the bait, the other person wins.
Yeah, it almost feels like you have that 0.01 second window to escape, right? But because of the skill animation, you can't really do it. But let's see if they can do it. Getting another kill at the top is going to be San, taking out Danny. That is a big kill for them to get, and this will open up their opportunity to potentially look for other pickoffs here. But RWE, they will not go down without a fight. The other players arrive, but they don't have the damage output.
They don't have the damage output because they don't have Danny. They're really relying on Tudski here, but to the thick of it is a Q.
Thank you. Okay, that was a really brave move here, but we got Tubbs from the side to make sure they still get something out of it. But the double kill will still be given away towards Arise. Another set of flaming palms, but Arise can afford to absorb it.
I mean, I don't want to be the guy that points out the obvious here, but I feel like that was being able to be given over, right? That was just a bit courtesy because they already have the head of the gold, they're already ahead of kills, so why not give that over to take the T2 so early on in this game, right? It gives you so much more pressure up into that clash lane.
Yeah, because you want to play the game with the fact that Fuzi is on the other side, right? You want to put that pressure on, so Fuzi will have second thoughts of like, can I continue to push or should I pull back? And with them doing that, we can see Fuzi didn't really go all the way.
No, he didn't go all the way, no. But again, we are getting into the 7-minute mark now. They're still ahead by about 2k gold on the side of BTR, even considering they've dropped 2 lives up into that clash lane. I feel like that's going to be at the cost of that T2 now, but Floor is just using his vision to make sure that none of his teammates step into the brush with Zane Q, because that could be a different story.
Here comes probably the next engagement. They're starting to gather together. But Fuzi is still at the bottom lane. You can see the rotation here by Zan. He could probably come in anytime soon. But because they're so far apart, they would want to try to pull RWE closer together.
Yeah, we can see that Arise has finally got the Blazing Cape on there as well. So the healing potential from the side of BTR is going to be dwindled a little bit there, thanks to the anti-heal prospects of that item. But this should be what's considered going into these team fights. We see him having the Blood Rage, we see him having the Blazing Cape, so maybe we can see a little bit more chunkiness from the side of Roof World Era now.
Oh, thank you. Underneath the tower, but he can absorb a couple of hits, not going to be a problem while the mid tower is being taken down. And look at this, Sankyu's position. He's going to be the frontline man to open up the vision for his teammates.
Yeah, the macro play for the side of Ruffled Era is not quite up to scratch here against BTR, but Tufts.
Oh no. Oh no, Danny is in trouble now. Okay, from the side. Oh, Danny's being caught. It's a sandwich situation for him, and Tufts will secure the kill.
That was personal, right? He even exhausted his flash to get that kill. It was just like, I'm not letting you live, even though Neil is rotated up to the mid lane here to actually get you to slow down. I'm going to still exhaust my flash just so I can actually claim that kill. But right now, 6 kills to 2. We have about a 2k gold lead still for BTR. It seems to be the golden number going into the 9-minute mark, but they're able to pick up the second Tyrant of the game.
Here comes Tufts. Okay, they check the bushes, so at least Tufts cannot stay there any longer, but that's a good move there by Arise just to make sure that the parameter is secured. And both sides right now on the reset, they're probably saving their skills for the next objective, which is the Overlord.
Yeah, all things being said, though, we can kind of see, though, over to the side of Rough World Era, that Arise is actually above in terms of the gold difference by about a few hundred over Zane Q. And he's actually built the Master Sword as well as the Blazing Cape and the Blood Rage. So it looks like we want to be seeing some damage come from the side of Arise, which would be a direct consequence of the stunted growth of the Lady Sun, right?
Yeah, so Lady Sun, it's not really in the best farming position yet. He needs a little bit more before he's totally activated, but he's been quite targeted by a BTR, so it's going to be difficult. The fact that now the map control is majority for BTR.
Oh, sorry, no, it's a Siege Breaker that is built, not the Master Sword. I do get confused with those two. But again, the passive on that one is going to be super duper helpful because it deals 30% extra damage to those below 50% health. So all that RWE need to do is just get the side of BTR down to that 50% health level, and then it becomes a little bit easier for Organ to do that damage. But hey, the shadow variants of the neutral objectives are up, and it looks like BTR are not taking any blows and stopping anything here by taking this.
Oh, the Tyrant is open still. Who's going to get it? Or are they going to focus on the fight? But check out the back. It's going to be Fluor coming in. He does have the Unbridled Outburst. He will use the Unbridled Outburst. But first, he will go to Zan. But from the back, they have to be careful of their backline as well. Zan kills being the next target. But the Unbridled Outburst is out of time. And right now, Fluor, he got away. But at the same time, he's still able to manage. He's still able to absorb as much damage as possible. But he's not reaching that. Oh man, Neil still went for it.
Neil knew exactly what brush to check. I mean, between the distance between Neil and 7Jin, there was many opportunities and many different brushes he could have checked, but he's like, no. He's definitely at our Crimson Golem and took him out with pure finesse. But honestly, in a vacuum, that team fight looked like it should have gone into BTR's favor, but they wiped out Zane, they wiped out Tufts, they wiped out Psycho as well. So a lot was taken from BTR in that team fight. So Rough World did pretty well in that one.
And he was playing in such a tight position, right? And the Unbridled Outburst is one of the best skills to use in that. But we got to see this again. Yeah, that is game sense at its best, Pam.
Absolutely. That was very well played by BTR, but also Rough World Era. I have to give it over to them. Credit is due. But it still means that BTR have to kind of reclaim that pace in there. But Zinq going in.
Going to start off the Tyrant again. We do have the Unbridled Outburst. The Madness stack is enough now, so they can still engage, but they're going to try to bait out the skills. At the same time, the Tyrant's down to 50% of health. Fluor, 50% of health as well. He might pull out the Unbridled Outburst soon, and now Unbridled Outburst used. So RWE, are they going to engage? The answer is no, and without the Unbridled Outburst, now it's time for BTR to go in. They're going to find the next target. Nice. But Zan Q! Stop and strikes! They don't have their big tag right now. They don't have their big frontliner. BTR, are you still going to go in for it? The answer is yes. And look at Zan. He's taking a lot of damage, but just enough for him to still walk away.
Yeah, I feel like the activation of his Blood Rage for Arise was a bit premature there. Yes, it kind of nullified some of the damage coming from, I believe it was Neil, but if he just pulled it out a little bit longer, the damage from Zane on the lung could have been actually just extradited there. But these are the kind of macro decisions that we make in this game that make the difference between these team fights. But it now leaves open this neutral objective, which seems to be like it's been battled for the past like 3 to 4 minutes.
Oh yeah, this is like round number 3 between the two to try to get the Tyrant. but BTR looks like they might be able to secure it. But they have to be careful. 7jin goes in. 7jin straight onto the backline. They might steal this away. The smite is still available. And the Rise will make sure the Tyrant goes to their hands. But the fight's not over yet. Zanky will get a Rise instead in the trade-off. Neil will get Danny. And now the chase is still happening at the backline as well as 7jin will get another kill to his name. But now they try to get revenge onto 7jin. But 7jin will say bye-bye. See you later.
He's trying to run away here. He's trying to do a bit of macro play, a bit of freeze in the lane, but Tufts has got his number. He's going in. There it is. The enlightenment mantra, the truth mantra as well. Did connect, but not for too long. And here we are. Neil coming in. Can't connect it. He is on the run. It's like a 70s cop chase right now for the side of 7jin.
Oh man, that is just so slick by 7jin. He evaded like what, 3-4 skills? And now he's not out of it yet though. Okay, BTR got him cornered though. Okay, he needs backup. They're going on to him, and they will take out 7jin finally. But that was a long chase.
Yeah, I mean, too much of a good thing is a bad thing, right? And 7jin definitely survived a little bit too longer than he actually needed to there. He should have just completely just run left of field. But that's BTR chasing you down like the hounds that they are. And currently, though, considering where we go in, I don't think this is as clean as a game from BTR's perspective, because it seems like Rough World Era have kind of created like a rough chaos within their order.
Yeah, and without 7jin, how are they going to go in to create chaos? Instead, the chaos is going to be brought to them by BTR. Don't go straight onto the back line. Danny is forced to push back, and Danny, at least he's in an okay position right now, but can he deal enough damage? Not the target that he wants. Sankyu can absorb it, not going to be a problem. And now for the second time around, the Overlord is going to be contested. Arise tries to go in, but the Flaming Palms, even as tanky as Arises, his health goes down to 50%.
Yeah, no, he's got all the itemization now over to the side of BTR Zan. He's got the Star Breaker. He has the Siege Breaker as well. A lot of backs to be broken with these two items. And we've already seen it that he's able to delete the squishier heroes on the side of Rough World Era. But we are seeing a bit of a push down into the farm lane for side of Rough World. They just need to make sure they maintain this. If they don't lose any higher ground turrets anytime soon, I feel like we may see a Tempest Dragon.
5 more minutes to go before the mystical Tempest Dragons comes in. But both sides truly taking their time. They don't want to make the mistakes. Even BTR, even though they have the man advantage, but they still didn't want to go in onto the Overlord. So the Overlord is still up here. When it comes to lanings, well, BTR, they have the better waves shoved in. But keep your eye on Fleur. He wants to try something sneaky there.
Yes, try to do something sneaky. He does get the slowdown, though. And there is Neil coming in with a teleport. They're trying to focus, though, on 2 fronts.
Oh, here comes from 2 fronts coming in onto Tunski. That's going to be the first target. Looking for the next target right now. It's probably going to be 7jin, but 7jin is buying a lot of time. Unbridled outburst will be used by Fleur. Fleur is all alone, and Fleur will be taken out by Zan. And look at this, there's only a Rise left. What can he do to defend?
I mean, there's no immediate minion waves coming into these higher ground turrets, right? He's able to clean off the one down into the farm lane, but he has to hold it off all himself for a good 20 minutes. 20 seconds, sorry, that'd be too long.
Yeah, if it's 20 minutes, then this game is all over, right? But anyway, 20 seconds is probably what BTR needs to end this game. Okay, the minion waves are coming in. Arise will be taken out. It's going to be an ace. And BTR will surely secure game number 2, bringing them to match point.
Yes, almost match point for the side of BTR. Looking to try and close this one out in true fashion at the other series today, which has been a solid 3-0 day so far, but Rough World need to come back with this one.
Yeah, they must win like 3 games in a row, a reverse sweep that we're talking about here against BTR. And so far, BTR, they're showing that they have a good play here with their lineup, and they know how to counter the draft. They saw the pusher, they told themselves that, hey, you know what? Let's just push the fight to them and force the pusher to come back to defend together with the other teammates.
Yeah, no, it only works so long. I mean, like I was saying in the draft, he really needs to be focusing on the split push potential, but we didn't see many times that he was able to actually do that. It was actually the other function that we mentioned in the draft where he was trying to focus the squishier heroes on the side of BTR, but most times out of 10 he did get caught out, and we did see a little bit of a funsy chase at one point, which was quite fun to watch.
Yeah, I don't think he really got the chance to do the split push. But yeah, not gonna lie, right? That chase was probably the best moment or the most entertaining moment in this round. But checking out some of the stats here together with the itemization, BTR, slightly more convincing win than the previous round.
Oh, very convincing. Very, very convincing. Like I was saying towards the almost end of that part is the fact that it didn't seem clean as the side of BTR on this one, but it was definitely more of an organized chaos win for the side of BTR because it went a lot longer as well. But I feel like it was all helped thanks to Zan on the Lung, right? That was a big pick for them, as well as Zane Q on the Dune, just being that solid anchor for the side of his team.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see the fact that Fleur was the one to always try to go for the flank and try to use the unbridled outburst from the back to push opponents forward, which I think is great, but that means that he leaves the front line exposed. And I guess the idea is that, okay, Algran, you take the front line, and I try to take the back line to try to push them forward, but it didn't really work out for them because BTR, they were prepared for it. And we were to look at some of the numbers here, nobody hit 100k when it comes to the damage department.
Yeah, even though all that damage was being thrown about, it didn't actually get over the 100k mark. But did it have to? BTR was doing exactly what they needed to get this win condition. And a lot of focus on the neutral objectives, not touching a single overlord for either team was pretty huge. And 18 kills to 7 deaths is, again, a good feat for the side of BTR because, once again, they are the only Indonesian representatives in this tournament and they're looking to maintain that position for themselves. But MVP is actually going to go over to Tufts, which was actually giving a dominant, crucial crowd control moment in these team fights.
Wow, showing that he's a tough guy right now with 2 MVPs back to back. 5-2-7 KDA and also a solid performance. While we check out some of the best moments here from the previous round, and this was the early engagement with Danny. He had no way to escape that.
No, I mean, the fact that Neil repositioned that with the flash, like he was like, I'm not missing this annihilation just by an inch. I'm going to flash to the side. I'm going to sidestep and just dominate you that way. But again, this was all Tufts into the back line, just keeping the oppression, keeping Tunsky off his teammates, because that was the whole point of that Dharma, was to make sure that Lady Chen wasn't dropping those destructive deluge right on top of a crowded BTR.
At some point, I thought that Danny could have escaped that, but yeah, the rotation came in by Neil with the annihilation as an insurance policy. Didn't really need it, but most importantly, they secured the kill. And this was a very tight position to play this fight. And these kind of tight positions, I would say the Unbridled Outburst works best, right? But gotta give it to Game Sense here. Neil was on point there with the Game Sense to check the push.
Yeah, complete attention being given to the game. Like, they are definitely giving it all on the side of BTR to make sure they get through into the knockout stage. And I feel like Rough World Era just need to give it a little bit more of a 10% priority in their mind, because they are now down 2-0 and match point could potentially be going over to BTR in the next game. But once again, we are exhausting some more big picks, some real tier 0 picks on the side of BTR.
Okay, this was the moment where he ran from the bottom to the top, still being chased down, but finally being caught out, even though backup arrived.
Bang.
And a rampage here by Neil. Neil has, now that we check out the highlights, right, there were a lot of great moments here by Neil. Some of them by kills and some of them just by lockdowns and just flanking opponents as well with the annihilation. So Neil, I would say that if Tufts is not the MVP, it would definitely be Neil's in my books.
Yeah, he was a tough second contender for MVP, to be honest. And with those annihilations, with those Deadeye achievements in that game too, you can see why in those highlights that we would think that. But I feel like there was not really a weak member on the side of BTR going into that game. Everybody knew what they had to do, and they executed it as well as they could.
Yes, everyone played to their role, right? And that's why they had a very convincing win. I must say, even the graph showed that, okay, it was all towards BTR, pretty much from start to finish. Yes, the starting was a bit slow. There was a lot of respect given to both sides. But at the end of the day, BTR just set the rhythm and RWE had to play with it. And if you're put in a position where you have to play with the rhythm of your opponent, that's always a very difficult position to come out from.
Oh, very, very difficult. But this is what Rough World Era have got to go back to the situation room now and be like, right, okay, what can we pull out in this Game 3 draft to make sure that we can try and take a point from the side of BIGETRON Esports. But that's all down to them, right? Like, in terms of formulation, in terms of the heroes being exhausted, there's probably not many heroes they can pull from.
Yeah, I mean, the global ban pick is just brutal, right? It really tests your hero pool here. They probably have like, okay, plan A, okay, that's out. That was game 1. Plan B, that's out. Now they're the fourth plan C. And they have to take into consideration that the natural bans in the draft pick still applies as well. So even if they have plan C, they have to be prepared for multiple plans. But we'll give them some time to prepare, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to a short break. And we'll see you guys after this.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's till the moment the sky rain down. It's till the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to what could potentially be the final match of the group stages of Season 3 Invitational. I am Blem, and with me once more, potentially, is Sir Cloud.
Oh man, it's going to be scary, right? Especially for Rough World Era. 2 rough games for them, especially game number 2. It was a pretty convincing win by BTR, though it took a bit of time for them to scale up. But at the end of the day, a win is a win. But because we are heading into game number 3, so as in traditional matter, the hero pool will be tested again.
Oh yes, I mean, a lot of lungs have been on the board, so that's both lung and organ for both of these teams, I believe, have been taken off, and same for the Dolio, I believe. So this is the updated draft picks for both teams. So as you can see, quite a few of those huge meta picks been taken off of the board. Lady Sun, Zhang Fei for the side of Rough World Era, Diadia for both sides as well. So there's plenty that they need to pull from to get this third win for the side of BTR. Does it lie within an assassin pick within the jungle, or are we relying heavily on Zan in the farm lane once more?
And before we get onto the draft, looks like we're going to see Ruffle Era on the blue side. So they're going to have the first pick again. And that also means that the Mai is open for them as the first pick, that is. But I think we can again expect that BTR will ban out the Mai, not giving away. They don't want to take that risk on this decider match.
No, they may not. They may not. They might be feeling charitable, maybe though. They could still feel charitable. They might be like, you know what? Yeah, try the Maishurunoi. Let's test our limits as a defensive team on the side of BTR. But I feel like if they do go for the Maishurunoi on the side of either of these teams, then maybe their junglers won't go for an assassin.
Yeah, so we got to get a confirmation soon, right? But before that, Zhang Fei, what hot picks, banned out. We still have a BTR able to use like the Algren, I believe, that they can still pick up. But as what you discussed, looks like the Mai will not see the light of day again. So they're not going to take that risk because they know that this match is so important for them.
No, yeah, the Allgreen's been exhausted for both of these teams. ZaneQ first game and then Arise in the second game. But yeah, Maishurunoi being banned out there, same as the Liang, because maybe, just maybe, Rough World Era are looking to get that assassin first pick in the jungle.
And the Liang is out. Very good CC type of heroes, able to zone out team fights as well, so they don't want to deal with that. In fact, we've seen a lot of CC earlier on from BTR with the Nua, so they have felt like, okay, he's able to play that with the Nua. Liang has pretty similar, or some of the skills are pretty similar, so they don't want to take that risk. Instead, Yu Huan, one of the top pick heroes, is now in the hands of Ruffle Era.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good pick to start off your draft, especially on Prio Blue side, because it keeps your enemy team guessing. Because we've not only seen it in the mid and the jungle like we've been seeing for the previous tournaments, it has been actually in the roam lane as well. So support role for this pick also. But going over to BTR, they're looking to tough it out with the Lu Bang. Whether that goes for Tufts or it goes for Psycho is yet to be seen.
I want to put it out there as well. I believe we're going to see the Lampo this time because Zhang Fei is out and BTR, obviously they can't use Zhang Fei because it's banned. RWE, they have picked the Zhang Fei before. So the next best pick in that role, similar sort of strategy perhaps. Tanky frontline is going to be the Lampo. We might see being picked up. And the Dharma goes to RWE. BTR has used it, so obviously they can't pick that. So RWE have the free reign to pick that up.
Oh, absolutely. Seven Jin getting this Dharma pick. Hopefully, I mean, we've seen potential from both of these Clash laners. I feel like they're very much on par in terms of their skill. So we could be seeing some great crucial crowd controls, which we saw from Tufts in Game 2. But they're locking in the Musashi. So a lot of single target CC from the Musashi coming in, so it could be going on into the Marco Polo, it could be going in onto the Dharma to disrupt his mantras coming through. But a good thing about the Huan is that unending sorrow, right? You can become untargetable if they do decide to either throw some amazing couple blades at you, because we know how much of a hard hitter Ganamo is towards the mid to late game.
And for BTR, because they need to be careful of the forward barrage, they need something of a good CC. So my cards are still on the Lampo for them. And now that we're on the second phase ban, RW could consider to ban that out. But of course, if they don't have the Lampo as a tank, we have seen earlier today as well the Musashi going in for a full tank build, which works as well because not only he's able to tank with a full tank build, but also he is slick enough to move in and out of fights and able to absorb as much damage as possible. But hey, get the Lampo to stop the forward barrage, and he's in the draft.
Yeah, very interesting that they ban out the Motsu onto the side of Rough World Era, because they know they've got the Ganamo in the mid lane, so it's not necessarily going to go there. And then the Lu Bang, as we've seen historically and statistically within the Season 3 Invitational, it's always been majoritively up into the Clash lane. So I feel like it's a bit of a wasted ban, the Motsu, because they wouldn't have picked it. Yes, it would have sat into their team comp very well if they didn't already have the Lu Bang pick, right?
Yeah, and now with the rest of the other picks, we got the Kaiser and also Sun Bin. Lady Sun comes in as the main damage dealer for BTR. Would I be too worried for Lady Sun? Not really though. The only hero that can truly go for the backline is going to be the Dharma if he's able to find a good flank. Other than that, they just need to be aware of the front line, or maybe even Yu Huan to try to take Yu Huan out, because Yu Huan is just so annoying as a support-ish type of hero.
I don't know. I mean, we've seen some really like ballsy U1 plays, right? Like just going straight into the back line, using the stun to get the last hit on those fleeing heroes out of the team fight. But I really like this Sunbin pick. It's going to make sure that if they do decide to go in with the Tremor Smash or any of those kind of huge lock-in ultimates or skills, it means they're going to get silenced. So you're going to have a brief moment whilst they're in that time flux that you can try and just exhaust all the damage you can as possible whilst they can't use their abilities.
Right now, looking at both drafts, BTR, they do have a bit of a counter draft, but because of the Sunbin, right? Yes, you can attempt to counter, but the silence may come in and the counter engagement might happen towards them. So it really depends on who executes better and who tries to bait out skills from each other. Baiting out skills is going to be really important in this potential final match.
Yeah, I feel like the time lapse from Sunbin is just as a hard time skill as the Unbridled Outburst from Zhongfei. If you make a one miscalculation, it's going to make or break your whole engage or disengage, right? So I feel like it's all on Fleur now to actually get these right.
And here we go. The match point here for BTR. RWE, they have to claw their way back as we head on to game number 3. A must-win for Rothwell era.
Yes, game 3 in this best of 5 maybe be the match point for the side of BTR. Already showing some throws and blows now.
And he got the right target, which is Tunsky, right? You want to try to put Tunsky away as possible, to deny away as many early farms as possible, and as many early last hits. But Fleur, okay, as long as it doesn't overextend, it should be fine. And now let's start to disengage and look at the lanes. But speak about the lanes at the top tubs, having a tough time.
Yeah, one for one, especially in the early game, Dharma takes it every time over Lu Bang. Like there's just so much more within his skill set. He can dash away if he really wants to, but obviously the Enlightened Mantra is just going to just put that oppressive damage over time onto you, just battering you with punches.
And looking at the rotation, so it looks like Lenpo is going to leave Zan alone for now. I guess he's just playing with the rhythm of Fleur, right? Like Fleur is not really babysitting his farm laner, so he doesn't see a big point to join up with the farm laner. And a lot of farm laners just absorb everything in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, overall, they've got the gold. Well, they did have the gold advantage until I brought it up there by about 200, 100 now. But it means that that's more than likely going to go over to the Lady Sun. So maybe Psycho's done his job. We'll see in the statistics when they do pop up. But he's now free to roam because 1v1, Lady Sun and Marco Polo just end up trading blows.
It comes from the side, but a bit of poking. Not level 4 yet. So no big risky movement yet by Psycho. So they're monitoring the situation though. Psycho, he'll be okay. He can jump over walls anyway.
He can escape wherever he wants to. There's loads of dashes that are in place for the side of BTR. So again, it's some great baiting mechanics from the side of BTR, which we've seen in the past 2 games as well. But right now, it's still BTR ahead of about 100 gold between them, which at this point is not the make or break.
They are now gathering at the bottom. Okay. Trying to find a pick-off if they can, or if they can exhaust some of the skills. That might give them the opportunity for the upcoming objective. Though it's still pretty early, so that's why you don't see them really pushing in. Psycho really doing his work, opening up the map, giving vision. He's waiting at the side of Arise. Arise, now he does not have the Tremor Smash yet, so it's more of just like telling Arise that, hey, don't overextend yourself.
Yeah, it's tit for tat, right? They're just trying to make sure they get the mental game going for the side of the BTR. They just want to say, look, we can hit you even though we're like close quarter combat heroes. It doesn't matter. We will find a way to get on top of you. But like you said, Tremor Smash will be absolutely deadly going forward into these team fights. But it is going to be at the detriment of how well these time lapses come through from the side of RWE.
Yep, and we might see that in about 40 more seconds after the first Tyrant is up. You can see BTR starting to gather around there. Potential pickoff, not yet. They are opening up, so they're saving skills for themselves as well. As long as Psycho does not overextend himself, he'll be fine. But we can see a bit of a pressure at the farm lane here. If they can try to get a pickoff, it will be the best for BTR.
Yes, they need to start getting some kind of kills on the board for the side of either of these teams, just so they can get that extra goal. I mean, that first blood comes with a bit of a Brucey bonus in terms of gold. And right now, it will probably pay more dividends for either of these teams to just get further within their means of itemization. But going in here,
oh, in the middle. Okay, we don't have the scramble smash, and it will come in back onto them. Nice U-turn. BTR with that beautiful U-turn gets 7 Jin.
yeah, they knew they had to take that fight there and then because there was no Sunbin around, so there was no silence waiting to take place onto the side of BTR. So well played and very well timed by the team, getting first blood over on the Dharma as well, giving some time for Tufts to just get a bit of a lane priority down there. But it is going to be a...
Oh, Tufts. Tough for him. He can't get away. He was silenced at the same time, so that really didn't help his escape. So a bit of a trade-off here on the different lane. But still back at the objective. The tone of this round is still the same like round 1 and round 2. It's like at the early stage, yes, you might see some small skirmishes, but they don't really go all in.
No, yeah, they're setting the stage, aren't they? They're kind of not making sure it's sort of brawl for brawl from minute 1 to minute what, how long it takes. But here's the Magma Rush.
And the Tumble Smash. And 7 Jin underneath the tower. Lucky enough for him, he managed to reposition himself underneath the tower, so he's fine. But can't say the same for Fleur. Maybe Zankyu as well. Zankyu, one last stick of power. And Tansky will make sure that he does not get away.
Yeah, RW coming back just with a bit of kills trading here and there. In terms of the gold lead, is definitely now in their favor by a few hundred, but they got to maintain that. Zion looking like he's taking a few blows that shouldn't necessarily be taken here from 7 Jin.
Now both sides, again, still at the reset. Nobody's really going in for the Tyrant. But RWD can start it off first. At the same time, we can see Psycho giving information, but the rest of BTR, they are not really coming. Okay, maybe Neil tries to steal it away with a couple plates, but it's a bit tad too late.
Yeah, a little bit too late there, I feel. I mean, they still had the smite up, but okay, Arise, be careful.
Don't overextend yourself. Yes, he has his teammates behind him, but you don't want to force yourself into a situation that you can't get away.
You also don't want to force your ultimate, which was what happened there by Arise. He had to use the Invincible Warrior, and either to his mistake or it was exactly what BTR were looking for.
Now looking at the movement here, RWE, they're starting to gather up. They're looking for a pickup, but nobody's really at mid though. Yes, there's Neil there at the side, but he senses something, as what we saw in the previous round. Very good game sense, so he does not show himself. Okay, he's trying to distance away, but oh, they caught him! Nice catch there. Jumbo Splash comes in a little bit too late. He does not have the damage to deal it, but here comes the backup from the side. And are they able to get a kill? Yes, they will. Zan will make sure that Fleur does not get away, but it is only a support, not the biggest target of them all.
No, I mean, it stops the silence, right? And it stops the movement speed out of there as well. The time bomb just doing the damage over time. But right now, there's still some more blows being traded between these two teams.
They're going for the steal, and they somewhat managed to do it. Right now, both sides reset again. They lost a couple of players, but at the same time, while that was happening, Zankyu was doing Zankyu things. He was pushing the top lane, and that will open up the lane and the opportunity for them to get the Overlord.
I think anything at this point is Zankyu things, right? Like, he was able to use the duel at depth right into the backline to pick off Fleur as well. So he's definitely using the Masashi to perfection. He's died once, but he is ahead in terms of gold to the enemy jungle.
Here comes Psycho still at the front line. He does have the Tremor Smash, so they can potentially make a U-turn if they see an opportunity, but RWE, they are aware of the presence of the Tremor Smash, so they know that basics, not to group up when your enemy has a Tremor Smash.
Yes, we see the Frost Guard Embrace come through on the side of RWE, trying to get a bit of that movement speed decrease from 7 Jin now, but Nolos looking to stay here in the bush. Is there something going to pop off here? I feel like it is a brewing a calm before the storm.
I'm actually keeping my eye onto Zankyu at the bottom. He managed to chop up the waves, and right now, RWE, they are forced to defend their lanes again, so they cannot continue on. And they cannot take out the mid lane tower. The mid lane tower is now 50%, but it's just so frustrating that you can see a 50% tower, but you cannot go in.
Yeah, no, it's kind of a bit of a tease, right? They're just wanting to open up that T1 mid lane because they opened up the side lanes very slow but surely. But there we go. Just teasing is Mr. Psycho on the Liampo.
circling around is going to be BTR. Again, they're putting pressure. Same time, they're forced to defend the top. And right now, they're breaking up. Psycho trying to pull them back, trying to get them out of their comfort zone. But RWE, they're not biting the bait.
They're not. They're like, hey, no, we've played 2 games with you already. We know what your MO is.
Yeah, they know, they sense it. But look at Zankyu. Okay, Zankyu, if he can sneak one onto Danny. He shows himself, but Danny just a little bit tad too far. Most important is for them to defend the tower, but they'll make the engagement all the way to Ragnar. Look at Danny. Danny's being chased down, but Danny repositioning himself really, really well. 7 Jin will get a kill at the front out the nail. Toss went down as well. And now BTR. They are falling apart, but they trade back with 7 Jin. But they still have more players on side of RWE. They're trying to go for the next kill, but they don't seem to be able to find a good target yet.
That time flux just missing out just a little bit.
Oh, nice one by Zan. And Zan goes in. Oh no, Zan. 2 front for Zan. And now a nice U-turn. Force out to use the flash. It's going to be Psycho. Psycho died underneath the tower.
Yeah, so, I mean, even disregarding the time flux is completely missing out there, they still managed to make that go into their favor. That was like, what, a 4-1 trade for the side of Rough World Era. Really definitely putting them back into this game 3. They've just got to maintain that momentum with these neutral objectives now being up on the board, both being the Shadow variant.
And maybe there was a bit of overly ambitious move by Zan as well. But look at ambition here. 4 onto 1. Make that 4 onto 2. But they're able to get it. Look at how tanky Zankyu is. Zankyu is just drawing all the skills away from the hands of RWE.
Yeah, but they got to make sure they're paying attention to that mid lane. It does open up by BTR Zan, and he's not looking to stop there. He may get a push up into the T2, into the Clash lane, but again, RWE are just thinking at one sort of objective at a time, whereas BTR are thinking about every little piece on this board.
Here comes the tower going down. And again, BTR, they have control of the map after taking down the tower. The bottom tower is down as well, so 2 crucial towers down. If they can get the mid T2, then it would be the best case scenario for BTR.
Yeah, RWE are now behind in the gold resources, and the fact that they've opened up the side lanes as well makes it a little bit harder for RWE to farm in their own jungle, right?
Here comes again Psycho at the front line. He does have the Tremor Smash. But he's looking for the right target, looking for the right moment. His teammates need to be in the right position as well. On the back, Zankyu is showing up. And RWE, they're aware of the presence of Zankyu. They don't want to be caught in a sandwich situation. They back off.
They do back off for now, but I mean, we see that Lubang is kind of surfacing Tufts there into the opposite side. They do use the crucial kill, Fef, though.
Okay, here we go. It is now go time. BTR, they want to seek revenge. They want payment from that. But they lost Sand in the process. RWE, they are doing really well right now. And they even managed to take out Tufts at the same time. This is a big skirmish win for RWE.
It's a big skirmish win. I feel like if they took out Neil as well, that would have been even greater, because then their amount of damage would have been reduced by at least like 75%. Like their only damage would be coming from the likes of Musashi, which would even be that great, but they're using the time flux here to just speed up this takedown of this turret. The T2, they're taking back their farm lane.
This is the best part about the time flux, right? Like you're able to just go from lane to lane as a group that fast after this engagement. And now in the middle, they want to try something on the Psycho, but Psycho is not the target that they want to go all in. Instead, they're going to go objective gameplay by taking out T1 in the mid.
T1 in the mid. I mean, look at this, though. Danny is actually really far ahead in terms of the gold difference to Zan on the side of BTR. It's definitely working out in the favor for the side of RWE now. He's got the Sparkforge Dagger, the Doomsday, the Frigid Charge, the Daybreaker as well. This is going to be some heavy hits.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Look at this. That was a surprise in the middle. Neil probably got caught off guard there. And now without enough players, they will try to go all in. They will take down the tower first, allowing them access towards the mid lane. And they will go all in. Check out the back line right now. And Zai will be the one to get Danny. Instead, looks like a potential U-turn here by BTR. They try to find the next target. And 7 Jin tries to get away to safety. He's pretty low on health. At the same time, Arise might not be able to survive this. Last hit, and Zankyu gets it.
Zankyu was just so dominant with, and so like he wanted that kill. He was just so dedicated to getting the kill over to Arise, and 7jin looking pretty low here as well.
Oh, his teammate tries to buy a bit more time, but okay, 7jin. Okay, the chase is happening. Tough. Does he really want to go for it? Can he? I kind of doubt so. I mean, it's the Dharma. He can easily dash away. Oh, okay. Here comes the flash, but it's not enough.
No, Dharma is on the run. He definitely doesn't want to be caught out here. Now, Danny is back up. Tunsky as well. It means that BTR took too much time away from these neutral objectives. They are going to go and get the Overlord, though. They managed to secure it, so they've got some great pushing force within their utility.
And here comes the waves at the bottom. Nobody from RWE is defending it yet. It could break. Oh, okay. Lucky enough, there's enough minion waves on the other side. The Shadow Vanguard is coming as well. So this is time for BTR. They have all their ults to execute the plan.
Yeah, they've got enough for a big team fight, right? But Arise not going to get caught out in his own jungle here.
Potential Tremor Smash here might be used. Like he's waiting for more to gather. Arise is tanking the damage for now. Just keeping ZanQ at bay, and ZanQ, disciplined gameplay by him, to retreat for now.
Yeah, I feel like they're just using this team fight as a bit of a tit for tat to make sure they can get the Shadow Vanguard into the high ground territory, right? So just making sure that they can use it optimally, because it's going to be a long time before they get it again.
From the side, okay, here comes the Tremor Smash. Managed to catch two underneath the tower, but he immediately needs to back up because he's down to 50% of health. But the counter comes in, and they manage to get ZanQ. A little bit of overextension. Now it's goal time by RWE. They try to get Psycho, but Psycho steps away because Zan is there just across the wall. They're not able to get Zan.
Not able to get Zan, but they've also got to retreat because Tufts has made some sure work of that high ground turret into the Clash lane. It is literally teetering on the edge of death, and it will not come back. But look at that gold. ZanQ, 12k, and shortly behind Danny as well. So a lot of gold resources going up with different means on the side of both of these teams.
Oh man, Clam, this round is so tight. Arguably, it's even tighter than the first round now. I mean, in terms of goal, in terms of levels, itemizations, kills, it's all out there. It could go either way.
It could go either way, and I think this is just the difference between having those T0 picks, like the Orgrin and stuff like that, compared to just what you're left with.
Oh, here comes. He does have a Tremor Smash though, but he's not going to deploy it because his teammates is not in the right position.
Yeah, no, the burst charge in there and the Magma Slam was just to kind of just take them away. Like, hey, just push them away. Just keep them out of our higher ground turret vicinity, because I feel like if BTR start to lose some of their high ground turrets and maybe even lose, like, some of these team fights next, because we've been seeing ZanQ being used pretty much as a scapegoat in this one, but they actually haven't been getting much rate of interest on the side of BTR. It's been going over to the favor of RWE, but you can see a bit of a focus here.
Psycho? They know that Psycho can jump on the wall anyway, and Psycho is probably baiting them towards the other players of BTR, so they're not going to fall for it. I mean, they've played like 2 games before this, so they kind of know the pattern of BTR, and they let that one go for now, but that also means that BTR can continue to pressure RWE.
For now, anyway, for now. I mean, Psycho has just basically been used as intel for this team, right? They're just making sure that he knows where all their team is. He can soak up that damage from the Kaiser, who doesn't really deal much damage, but it's more importantly just kind of making sure he exhausts any of these skills before they try and take the next team fight. But the Shadow Overlord is back up once more in about 12 seconds. So is that going to be the eyes of the prize for BTR?
All right, and it could be for either side, right? Like both of them are prepared. They have all their ults, and they're quite even in terms of farm, in terms of level. So it could be a 50-50. It could be a decider Overlord as well, depending on who wins this. But the engagement's happening right now, and here comes the Tremor Smash just to try to buy a little bit more time. 7jin on the back is just so annoying, but on the front, look at how spread these two teams are.
They're very spread apart, but this is the beauty of the Liu Bang, right? Tufts knows that he has the battlefield command, and he's able to go in when he needs to. He can be completely absent from this team fight, but then in it within a moment's notice. And right now, it looks like they don't really need him just yet.
Yeah, and BTR is just buying as much time as possible for the Liu Bang. And they don't really need him. Okay, but if they're able to secure this Overlord without Liu Bang, oh, that is amazing. But anyway, Arise will want to try to deny it, but no, BTR says BTR gets it, while Liu Bang is still at the bottom lane.
Yes, he's still trying to get that push. He's making sure that he's got RWE thinking whilst their back is on the ropes. He's like, do we take a team fight? Do we try and get a dominant position in this next team fight? Or do we go and stop this farm lane minion wave because their high ground turret is gone in that lane? But we see here that they still have the Shadow Overlord in the tank and they have just dropped it.
All they need to do right now for BTR is just wait, play the patience game. If they can push back their opponents, that's as much that they would do right now. Wait until all 3 lanes are being shoved in. And there's nothing much that RW can do except for defend from the inside.
Yeah, either defend from the inside or just before the high ground turrets, because we noticed that the Shadow Overlord was put beautifully into the clash lane, because what's spawning there in about 32 seconds, it's the Tempest Dragon. So they want the best foot on that clash lane, the finger on the pulse, so it makes it easier to take that neutral objective.
And just to add on as well, there's only about 10% of health left on T3 on top, but we can see the engagement right now, and the Trumpet Smash will be used. Match against 3 of them, but BTR still play the discipline game. They're waiting for the lanes to be chopped up before they continue on the fight. Right now, Tunski is pretty low. He has to back off. He has to stay in a safe position. Arise, 50% of health left, and the blades come in as well, but no kills yet. They are saving it all for the Tempest.
No kills yet, but we noticed that both Arise and Floor don't have their ultimates, so that could have been the ultimate goal here for BTR, just exhaust as much as they go into this one. Floors is now up, so he does have that time lapse coming through with a silence, which could be huge at stealing this Tyrant, this Tempest Overlord. Tempest Dragon, sorry.
All right, it's going to be sweaty, right? This could potentially
very sweaty.
be the fight that would determine who will win this game. But BTR, they have the option of still shoving up the bottom lane, especially with the fact that Tufts is still in the game. So RWE, they're always on high alert on their side lanes.
Yeah, they got to make sure that they don't let those minions go into the back lines, because if they do, then it's pretty much game over for the side of RWE. But right now, we do see the Magma Slam there.
It could be a minion game at the end of the day. I mean, this is how scary this match is at this point. We can see that RWE, they're kind of busy just shoving up the lanes. That's why they cannot move forward into the Tempest. But BTR, they're not too greedy. But they might find this target right here. Arise now taking damage, 50% from the back. You can see the engagement coming in from BTR. They're trying to find the next target. And Arise taking a lot of damage, but Arise is tanking it really well. And Tunski comes in with the kill on the Psycho to get him Zakir. Zan loses his life as well. RWE. What a patient play by them, and they might be rewarded with another kill onto Tufts. Tufts resurrecting, but they will only buy him that little bit of time.
Yeah, the Sage's Sanctuary is being worn off on the side of BTR. Is going to make these team fights not as confident as the way they want it to be, and it's only Neil alive here. And we can see that Tunski's just trying to keep him away so they can try and just funnel these minions into the high ground turret in the mid lane. They need to do everything, and it's all down to Neil at this point, and that's a lot of pressure.
Oh man, he can probably clear off the minion waves, but it's not going to be enough. That's it. That's it. It is game time, ladies.
They do want to play on. This could be the chance of a reverse sweep, Sir Cloud. Did we think we would get to this point? And honestly, I'm glad that the team's finally given us a little bit of tit for tat in the overall best of 5 series. And it looks like the crowd back there at the North EDSA are going wild. Yes, it's still a tall order for the both of these teams, but it's very strange for this now to come through. It's the last series of the day, and to be honest, this is where it's all vying for. Like I said in the introduction, both of these teams are vying to get into the knockout stages, and they need that point on the board. But are they going to be able to take another 2 rounds from BTR? I think only time will tell.
Yep, only time will tell, and we have... We're still in a situation where it's really sweaty, right? Especially with the fact that the more heroes cannot be used. And again, the question of tests of hero pool is still there.
Yeah, the hero pool is going to be exhausted even further. I mean, we started to see picks come through as the Kaiser coming through as well. Dharma's now being completely exhausted on the side of Rough World Era. So again, to come back at this late of the game is very huge for Rough World Era, and a little bit of a mistake on the side of BTR. Really hoping that those side lanes being pushed was going to give them enough oomph to get through this 3-0. But if we look at the gold, as we were actually showing for the majority of the match, it was very, very neck and neck between both teams.
Oh, absolutely, right? 15, 12, and I'm sure the graph later will show like up and down situation, but we'll check that out in a little bit more. But I must say, at first, looking at the draft, I thought that, okay, BTR have this in the bag, but it was just that one fight, one last fight that actually brought the victory to RWE.
Oh, absolutely. It was so great to see RWE just come back in that one, but look at those damage numbers coming through. I mean, Zane Q doing 146k damage, 26% of his overall team, and then also Lady Sun coming from the 133, so there was just so much damage coming through, and this gold graph just paints the prettiest of pictures on how this game 3, rolled through.
And you have so much damage output, right? 3 of them from BTR, at least 100k above, but yet you're still not able to wrap things up. I can feel the frustration for BTR. It's always the pressure of that one more game to win. And it just tests your mentality, right, throughout the game. Oh man, BTR. But anyway, gotta give it to RWE. 7jin is our MVP this round.
Yeah, there seems to be something going on with the Dharma and the MVPs, right? Like, a lot of the Clash laners in this series seem to be getting the MVP, but it is rightfully so. They are setting up some really good potentials in the lanes, but then also those crucial crowd controls coming through, which we'll see in these highlights, is going to be the reason why 7jin got this MVP.
Man, this is a real back and forth between these two teams, right? Like, at the start, we can see that both teams kind of balance with each other, but I think we saw through the strat from BTR as well. Okay, they have the option to do the split push and try to just buy time with the other 4 players with RWE. But RWE, in essence, they read that they'll be like, okay, that means that for the most part, you guys have like 4 players. So if we can take one of you out quickly before Tufts is able to come, by the time he comes, you still have 4 players. So we always have the man advantage.
Yeah, I feel like we were really seeing the real use of the Sunbin into these team fights, right? Like the silence coming through, the movement speed increase from the time flux as well. You know, to just rotate very much more aggressively across the gorge to take these turret takedowns and take the fight to BTR when they least expected it.
And a lot of times, gotta give it to Arise as well. Like, he has been tanking this route a lot. Like, he was probably the main tanker for the team. Okay, this is the final few moments, right? Like the chase back here, that was great high ground defense as well from RWE, and they really held on. I really admire RWE in this round. Like, hold on, but look at this, man.
Yeah, beautiful way to just navigate that team fight, right? Like, we already saw that 7jin was already engaged, but he's like, no, I can do better than this. I can reposition. I can get the Truth Mantra landed onto 2 of the side of BTR, and then actually just manage to bring that team fight back into their favor. And this is it, rolling at game 3 for Rough World Era.
Well, if that minion wave wasn't there, then BTR would have a lifeline. But the minion waves appear at the right timing. It was about 5 more seconds till most of them actually appeared back on the gorge, so it was the right timing for the minion waves. So gotta give it to RWE. I mean, their persistency in this game is just top notch.
Well, they've got the home crowd to thank for that one, right? They've got the audience right in front of them who they will be letting down if they did take a game at least away from BTR. So you got to give it to the home court buff, it seems, so far. But we are going to be going into a game 4, which seemed like very distant away. But we'll be going back into that one after this break. So we'll see you soon.
Flowing through my blood, rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. Taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you
Rough World era with the home ground buff will not want to go down without a fight. They pulled one game back and now it is 2-1. They still had to find 2 more wins back to back in order for them to claw back with a reverse sweep.
Yes, they've got the David Goliath challenge amongst them, right? Like they were pretty much drawn themselves from the gutter and now they're rising up, dusting off the dirt and the grime off their shoulders. They need to bring this back for the home court buff and for the crowd there so they can have 3 Filipino teams going through to the knockout stages.
But Indonesia also wants to have their representatives. So both sides having their own objectives of going through. And with the hero pool now dwindling down, it's going to be even tougher for the coaches on what to draft, on what sort of stats or what sort of strats to put out here on the gorge. I mean, it's starting to be really difficult for the teams.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to be sort of trying to pull up threads at this point because they are now going into game 4, which a lot of these teams showed a great shows of that the endurance was not quite there for some of these teams when it got to that point. So maybe Rough World Era can just kind of break through at this point and try and actually get us a full best of 5 in the whole group stages, which would be crazy. We've gone 4 days, 4 best of 5s, and we get the last best of 5 today going in its entirety.
Yeah, there's a potential that we might see that here looking at how these teams have been performing. And just to recap on the ban and picks that these teams have been using. So both sides, they do not have the Lung anymore, so that's out of the question. So that's one of the hot picks that obviously they cannot pick anymore.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There is very much going to be drawing, like I said, pulling from threads. They need to. We even saw a Ho Yi ban in the last game, right? So this is how much it's getting to that point where people are like, even the coaches are like, oh man, so we've actually done this, we've done that, we can't do this anymore. We've got to try and figure out something else. Maybe if we get something earlier on into the draft, then maybe we can go for this. But it is going to be a Rough World Era going for the blue side. So BTR want to be really active.
And speaking about the farmland bans, right? Arlie was also one of the top bans in the previous matches. So that could be let go, or that could be still banned. Just if they were to still ban it, right? I mean, then we're left with like what heroes like Alicio or maybe even the Concert U to be deployed.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw Alessio yesterday, right? So it's no stretch of the imagination that it could not come through. But we could still see picks like Mungia as well. That's been pretty big.
Oh yeah, that could be one as well. I mean, I'm just looking at some of the potential farm needs, right? Because that's such a crucial role. Besides that, like the Lianpo is still somewhat available, depending on which team that you're talking about.
Yeah.
But it looks like they're going to put focus on the Prince of Lanling instead. Okay, one more to go. But yeah, Arlie will not see the light of day. So we're probably going to see like the Alicio, or I would like to see the Garo, not the Lion.
Okay, so Princess Frost coming in for Tunsky on the side of Rough World Era. So already setting up the domain of control for this team. So the winter is here. It's going to be huge, going to be very impressive into these team fights. Great zoning potential, and hopefully Tunsky can land those trick shots. But it's going to be the Sunset. Obviously, we forgot about this guy and his boat. And he gets to the 4th game until he rears his head onto the gorge, as well as Motsu.
Ooh, okay. Long range cannon blast. Try to stun out the targets, and then your Sunset could potentially come in from the flank. That is back-to-back stun if you gotta think about it. Or it could start off with the Sunset coming in with the set seal, and then the cannon blast as a double whammy to just stop the movement of RWE. But now you have the Byron be deployed. Byron was banned out in the last match, so RWE would say, thank you, I'll take that.
Oh, I knew they'd take it away. Because I was about to say, after you stopped talking there, Claire, that this is what they're going to go for. They're going to go for the Shoyu on the side of BTR, because Motsu sets up very nicely for this pick. But RWE was like, nah, we're taking him. But it does mean that BTR's ZQ finally gets his assassin jungle, and it is going to be the Jing. So speaking of domains earlier on, with Princess Frost, we get that mirror domain.
Yeah, I guess because they saw the Princess Frost, right? So they saw this opportunity to pick up the Jing. Jing is very, very hard to catch, especially with the mirror domain. The best is that you need to have like those single target CCs. But if you don't have it, then the Jing can run havoc. And the Jing with the mirror domain is actually very good at stealing like objectives like the Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of put Rough World Era into a bit of a box, right? Because now BTR, they're going to be waiting, Rough World Era, sorry, are going to be waiting for Jing to drop that mirror domain. But at the same time, BTR are going to be waiting for Princess Frost to drop the Winter is Here, so they don't get caught in that huge AoE. So a lot of there's going to be mind games going into this game 4, and it's definitely going to be Battle of the Brains once more, like we saw in game 1. But looking at that, they are working a little bit of magic into the mid lane on the side of RWE. They don't want Angela, they don't want Yixing, but over the side of BTR, they aren't letting that Liang come through.
Yeah, and the fact that they picked the Jing, so they don't want the Liang to be the CC to stop the Jing, right? So that absolutely makes sense. And the Marco Polo being picked up, so that's going to be the big damage dealer besides Jing. Yeah, Moses Sanchez, a lot of CC there. All they need to find right now is probably a secondary tank. So we'll see what happens next. Right now, it's going to be the Yao being picked up, and also the Chayan to provide sustainability.
Very, very interesting. They're going for a little bit of lore here. A bit of lore that I do know, and it is that Yao and Jing are brother and sister in this one. So that's going to be interesting to see this feud come out on the Gorge.
Oh, I also want to point out that because there's a Chayan, then they do have the Tune of Tranquility. So if Marco Polo goes in for the stun, then he can negate all the stun from Marco Polo. So that's going to be something to try to counter Marco Polo. So probably Marco Polo might want to go for something else.
Yes, so maybe go for something else, but it is going to be the Lady Jen that rounds out the team comp for BTR. So again, they have their own destructive deluge. So a lot of freezing across the Gorge. I think it's best you bring your winter thermals into game 4, because both of these teams are going to need it. But a lot of control on the side of BTR, as well as you've got the little essence of control here. So the main zoning potential for the side of Rough World Era is definitely the Princess Frost.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think, right? Which would be the best hero to try to stop Jing? Arguably, maybe the Princess Frost, but even that is going to be hard to catch the Jing. They have to find a way to manage the Jing because the Jing can go in and out of fights, can steal away objectives, can go into the back line. So the Jing will play a very, very big role in this potential final match.
I can imagine a scenario where we're gonna be seeing a lot of cat and mouse between Yao and Jing, right? Because they're both quite agile heroes. Yao has a little bit of a knock-up with him as well, but I feel like if you kind of pair the Byron and Yao together, there's a way of chasing the Jing that's not gonna be as entertaining as Q think it will be.
Ooh, hear the war drums here, ladies and gentlemen. These two teams in a battle for survivability. Rough World Era, they must find a win in this round. BIGETRON Esports, they don't want to extend it. They don't want to put themselves in the situation that they are pressured to win their final game. They want to wrap it up as we head on to our match between Rough World Era and BIGETRON Sigma.
Yes, it's going to be interesting here because obviously they've dropped around now. So you've got to think, what kind of wonders has that done for Rough World Era in terms of morale? And what kind of blunder will it be for BTR in terms of mental boom, right? But hey, speaking of boom, the cannon blasts are landing very soon.
And as usual, we're going to see a bit of poking at the start. So no unusual switch of roles so far that we have seen. Everyone's like sticking to the standard, not experimenting, and totally understandable. They are not in a match that they can experiment. They have to go for something that is comfortable.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're still displaying the comfortability over than the Yao. Obviously, we've seen Yao once, and that was again for Gen G, which we saw yesterday was a brutal display for the side of Gen G. Blacklist going through very clean in that one. But I feel like it actually being in the jungle role this time around, it could actually bring some promise.
Now we're looking at the farm lane skirmish, right? So it's not going to be easy for Psycho to land his cannon blast just because you have Fluid there to block off everything. And we can see he's doing a very, very good job. Yes, he can get stunned and he can easily heal up. It's not going to be a problem. So the attempt to try to stop Danny, it's not going to give them much return.
Oh, it's a lot of responsibility being put on Fleur here, right? But he does have the cleanse as well, so even if he does get caught out by one too many bits of CC, he does have the cleanse in his ability as well. But like you were saying, I think that's probably a good point here of RWE saying like, hey, I'll take the Diane, but I can heal myself up if I do get hit by some of these monstrous cannon blasts. But it's going to be interesting to see if he actually builds some magic damage on the side of BTR Psycho.
Yeah, you have the cleanse, you have the Tune of Tranquility. So he's going to play a big role even when it comes to team fights later on to try to negate all those buffs or debuffs, that is. And also, of course, to provide the sustainability towards the team, especially when Zan comes in with the forward barrage.
Oh yes, there we go. Still taking those kind of blasts on the chin, but already exhausting his ultimate design there.
Yeah, and most of it absorbed by Fleur, and he's like he's happy to take it, right? Like as long as he can take it for Danny, that's fine. His job is just to babysit Danny for now. So I don't see him rotating away from Danny.
He's the guardian angel at this point, right? But hey, it got both of them that time. The cannon blast connected for two, but they've got to be careful. We do see that Neil has gone for a bit of a rotation here, trying to make sure that the favor of the farm lane goes for BTR.
Danny attempts long-range pokes, but that won't be his objective. As long as he's able to farm freely thanks to his guardian angel Fleur, he'll be fine now. But now here comes the test, right? The first Tyrant in about 15 more seconds. I think BTR, they do have a better advantage just because they need to have Danny farmed up before he's able to be part of the fight.
That's true, but he can also have the same advantage as what the Nua has, right? Not quite as long as range, obviously cross the map with the Annihilation, but with his charged up shots, he can still try and steal these neutral objectives, or at least put some pain onto Jing, even though she's going to be a very hard fish to catch.
A decent amount of damage onto Fleur, but again, like we saw like at least 3 different skills onto Fleur. He can happily absorb it, not going to be a problem. His health immediately goes up back to at least 75%, 80%, and he doesn't even need to go back.
No, it doesn't need to go back at all just yet. It's kind of that early game where not many people have, not many of the heroes on the Gorge right now have all the damage that they need within their abilities, but it is that crucial point now where we see that the neutral objectives are up, and we see that Byron has definitely rotated down to the bot lane. They are looking to fight it out for this Tyrant, because again, that increased damage onto a hero like Shoyu is going to be vital.
All right, both sides 50-50 now. Everyone's observing the situation. Nobody's going to commit onto the Tyrant yet. And Flo, as usual, he's playing the Guardian Angel role. He will always be on Danny's side. So Danny can always stay safe as long as Flua is still there, even though there's like 3 of them for BTR.
Yeah, he can't hard commit though because he doesn't have the cleanse. Oh, the Think Inside the Box missed out.
Oh, here comes and first blood falls to the hands of Dunsky.
Yeah, that was a beautiful use of the Winters here. I mean, think inside the box. You should be really thinking outside the box when you're going against a Princess Frost.
To a certain extent, maybe he used it deliberately to just try to have that zoning area, right? Yeah, and with that, they're still able to secure the first blood, so that's the ideal situation for them at the start, at least.
Oh, interesting. They used the boat to crash into their own jungle, maybe thinking that somebody was actually going to be flanking from that distance, but so far, it's looking like it's going to be a Tyrant for the side of BTR. Very quick, very precise.
Yeah, if you have the Jing, right, it's going to be hard to steal away the objective. And that's what we discussed, right? And even we saw that earlier today as well, the steal that came from a Jing. But we're going to see the replay of whatever happened earlier.
Yep, the Wild Winds connecting as well as the Winter. So that's a harsh combo, right? A very blistering wind with Insta Winter is definitely a combo that I wouldn't want to face, and we get it a lot here in the UK.
Oh, we don't get that at all here. Fun fact, I have not felt actual winter before. Hopefully one day, if I am able to travel to the UK and we can meet up for tea. Know you like tea.
I wouldn't wish the winter on my worst enemy, so don't worry. You don't want to experience it.
Right, but what they're experiencing right now is, again, Flua just doing Flua things, like just blocking all the cannon blasts, and at this point, Danny is having a very good experience as long as Flua is still hugging him like this Guardian Angel, and Flua putting himself in front, trying to get as much information as possible. And now, it's not going to be worthwhile for them to commit everything onto Flua, right? It's best if they can find a flank onto Danny. That will be perfect.
Oh yeah, just getting the damage off of the cards here. But we see that Zayd's looking just to defend that T1 down into the farm lane. But we look at the goal difference is not definitely here, there, or in between. It's definitely weird because obviously BTR have their first neutral objective. There is no turrets being pushed just yet, which has been a very slow start for the side of BTR.
Yeah, both sides. Again, I think this has been the trend, right? Even if we look at like game 1, 2, and 3, it is pretty similar. Like both sides kind of respect each other. Yeah, you get a bit of pokes here, jabs here and there. Maybe like the first blood, but it goes neutral until maybe after 10 minutes onwards. So we might be seeing the same pattern here again.
Oh, I jinxed it. I definitely jinxed it. The T1 up into the Clash lane did fall there as well. They aren't able to trade the T1 down into the farm lane. That was a good set sail, but it was just there to kind of get some intel for the side of BTR, but not actually connecting. That would have been huge if it did for the side of BTR, though.
Interesting. We hardly get to see the Clash lane on screen, but the moment we get an update about the Clash lane, like the T1 is currently down, and that's why Tufts has the liberty to now move towards the bottom, and he can join up with his team, but keep an eye on this. Arise is there, gets the information, but Tufts, he is tough enough anyway.
Yeah, it's not even actually forcing the flash either, so Tufts managed to get out of that situation without using his flash, so that's a good thing. No trade in there, but the Wild Wind.
Oh, Psycho! It's the first one to go down, and now that opens up a bit more space. Neil is being chased down by 7jin, but 7jin chased away with the Purple Barrage coming in. Zan has to try to chase him down, but Dunsky protects him from the rest of the attacks from Zan, and he survives to tell the tale another day, but can't say the same for Danny though. Danny caught out, and they lost 2 for the side of RWE.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade there was pretty vital for the side of BTR. They're able to now clean up this this mid wave as it tries to approach this, and they get the T1 as well. So taking the 2 kills for 1 and the T1 down into the farm lane is pretty huge for BTR, trying to set up a little bit of a motion of the ocean towards their own.
And here comes Zanq onto the bottom tower. Should be pretty easy for him. Yep, there you go. And he'll be able to escape easily. Look at this. At the same time, he pulled 3 heroes from RWE towards the bottom, opening up more space at the top.
Yeah, that's not exactly what they want to do, right? They don't want to be giving BTR room, and they don't want to be responding to the call that they are giving on the gorge. They want to basically be reacting and calling themselves and like, hey, no, we're not going to come to you. You come to us.
Wow, nice steal there by Zanq, stealing away the red buff. No red buff for RWE, and that will be a freebie here for Zanq again. 2 Tyrants with the red buff. Nice bonus.
It's a lot of damage. A lot of damage going over to the likes of Zanq. Everybody on the side of BTR need that damage, right? The Cannon Blast will be hitting a little bit harder than they would previously, but as well as Lady Chen, historically and statistically, she's been a high damage hero in the mid lane.
And Blue are trying to open up the space, but we might see the engagement here. Look at the side there. Psycho is in trouble, but Psycho steps away to safety. It's okay for now. They'll hop in, and here comes the set sail! Set sail catches 2! And here comes in Zan with the damage as well, and they get a couple of kills from the side of RWE. Savagin, Danny, and Fleur.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful cannon blast, though, towards Danny and Fleur. It was able to catch them out very easily, and now they're going to go for a 3rd Tyrant, but it's even more frightening. It's the Shadow Tyrant, so obviously the damage does scale with this one. But now we're seeing BTR slowly take that gold lead from the side of RWE. It's no longer a few hundred, it's a few thousand.
Okay, Arise. Lucky enough, he still managed to get the blue buff, but that was a close one that the set sail almost landed in onto him.
Yeah, almost. I mean, this is definitely looking like a shakier start for Rough World Era. I mean, this is where they came back from, right, though? So we can't call out their victory just yet, because it was exactly at this moment in time when they're at the higher ground turrets, they even had 2 taken down, they still chose to fight back.
And this is how confident BTR is right now, right? Even with the Primal Bond, they are still going in for the Overlord, and RWE cannot challenge at all. BTR, they're not letting their guard down. They're still sending out Psycho to open up the map, and they will get the Overlord. So that is going to be a double whammy for BTR.
Double whammy for BTR so far. But right now, let's look at the differences in the lane. So Jing is ahead by 1,000 to the Yao right now, and still no kill on the board for Danny, and he is definitely trickling behind with that gold difference down into the farm lane. The most detrimental roles, especially with BTR's team comp as it is.
It's tough, right, for Danny. The fact that now he does not have the space to farm, and he needs to keep his distance. Like, there's so much to think for Danny. While Fleur is just stuck with Danny, so he cannot just like roam around and open up the map. He has always have to be that guardian angel for Danny. So that's like 2 heroes that will be stuck together all the entire way. In essence, they need to stick as a 5.
They do, but I feel like this is the advantage that BTR have now, because they're playing on the front foot and they have the mode suit. They're able to just launch the cannon blast, and there's nothing that RWE can really do because they can't charge at them because they don't have the safe space to charge.
Oh, at the same time, Zanq putting pressure at the top as well. Not able to get the tower yet, but they are not in a hurry. As long as BTR can keep them in their base, objective is done.
Yeah, the objective could be done here, but they are able to evade off those vanguards for now. This is again showing true and tested how well that RWE can actually defend their base. And like I said before, this is the point of return where they came from last game.
Here comes the pressure at the top still. And at the same time, RWE is still not able to come out. They have to play the defensive stance. They can only watch as the other waves are shoved in. But the engagement is happening right now. Zanq managed to get Fleur. That's a big target there. No Guardian Angel for Danny. Danny's going to have a tough time coming up, and Danny will be forced to move back. And without Savagin, without the Rise, nobody's going to protect Danny.
Yeah, nobody at all. It looks like they've opened it up because there's 3 members of the side of RWE that is currently down. They're just waiting for the minions to rock around here. Danny, on his last legs, has managed to build a Daybreaker, so those wild winds should be hitting if they do connect. But I feel like they don't have the privilege.
Oh, this could be game time here for BTR. They got another one, and they're looking down again. The minions are in, and BTR will survive. We will see them in the playoffs.
Yes, there is your second seed for this group. They are coming through and probably looking at some kind of villainous revenge at Nongshim after Nongshim knocked them off the top spot with that 3-1 victory earlier on within the Season 3 Invitational. But here we go. Indonesia do have some representatives going forward, and that's probably the best that they could hope for, especially with BTR back on the board.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Rough World Era, we have to say goodbye to them. And thank you so much for playing. The third seeding from the Filipino qualifier, they have shown resistance, they have shown persistency coming into the group stage and even put up a good fight here in order for them to have a chance to survive. But it's a competition at the end of the day, and only one team can survive.
I mean, let's put it into perspective, though. The third seed from the Philippines was able to take a game from the first seed of Indonesia. That still shows so much strength for this region. And going forward, I feel like the competition's only going to get even stronger.
Oh yeah, that's a really, really good point, right? And we also did see like interesting moves from them, especially with their mental fortitude by winning that one game, putting that one game out of BTR when to a certain extent BTR, they had control, but they still want to give something back to the home fans, and not only in game, but also on the outside of the game, they give their bout to the home fans. Thank you so much for playing.
Yes, it was a good try for Rough World Era, right? They went up against Nongshim that was able to take a point off Nongshim. So, again, still the third place Philippine teams was able to take some of the wins off of these global teams, which for some other teams in other groups can't quite say the same. So, it was a good run. There's still 2 Filipino representatives going forward in the knockout stages, but it is going to be BTR being the second place in the group stages of this group.
Yep, we still have the first seeding team, which is Blacklist, and Elevate, which is the second seeding team from the Philippines qualifiers. So they will be the ones to bring the Filipino flag onwards onto the playoffs. And based on their performance, they've been doing pretty well as well. And I'm sure the home fans would expect them to go far onto the playoffs, in which that will be a discussion that we will leave during the playoffs later on. But for this game itself, overall, in summary, I would say that this is probably the most controlled game by BTR.
Oh, absolutely. They definitely showed that they had promise, right? Especially that game 3. Be able to come back from only one high ground turret remaining definitely shows that they don't give up that easily, which, again, can't be said for some other teams within the group stages. But let's look at the post-analytic scores for these teams. BTR up with 10 kills, RWE down with the 2. So, again, not the most kill-orientated game, but when you've got the likes of Yao, I feel like this is a bit of a wild card pick for me. Like, we haven't seen it perform on Gen G, we haven't really seen it perform on RWE. So again, maybe this is something we need to put to bed for now.
And also, during the drafting phase, we did talk about the importance of the Jing, and Zankyu played it to perfection. Look at this, 406 KDA with the highest net worth. I think he's easily crowned the MVP this time. And if we were to look at some of the other stats as well, damage output, not too bad, 57k, that's like 25% of the damage dealt. Damage taken, not as much, but that's not his role anyway. But when it comes to gold, he's way up there, 29% with 13k.
Yeah, 3k ahead of the enemy jungle Arise, right? But you can kind of see the team fight participation was definitely more consistent on the side of BTR than it was on Rough World Era. But this was a much shorter game, so nobody was getting over that 100k goal, 100k damage dealt. But again, the gold graph shows that there was a glimmer of hope for RWE at that certain point. After those first neutral objectives came up, they had a little bit of a way in. But in terms of the MVP, who are we giving this over to? I feel like it's either the oppressive callings from Psycho on BTR Psycho on the Motsu, or Zankyu on the Jing.
Yeah, I'm calling Zankyu here. So let's see here, ladies and gentlemen. It is Zankyu as our MVP with a perfect game of 406 KDA, damage taken 16%, damage output 25%, and a total goal percentage of 29%. Played the Jing. We can see that their opponents, RWE, have no answer to the Jing.
No, and here in the highlights, you're going to see here's a display of the Jing perfectly. I mean, in the early game, we were seeing BTR make some mistakes like this think inside the box. maybe it was used for zoning. But who zones the Motsu? It is definitely the Princess Frost with the Winter is here. We did see a Rise manage to get one of the kills onto the Motsu as well, but other than that, we didn't see any kind of like star study, like, oh, we remember that when the Yao came through from RWE against BTR. There was none of that. It was mainly just a little bit of a BTR show towards this late game.
Yeah, and they also have options to engage, right? With set sail, Tubbs coming in from the side, and he positioned his set sail really, really well. And we did see it in some of these other highlights as well, especially on the mid lane fight engagement. At this stage of the game, when RWE is pushed back into their own base, they could not step out of it. So it was all BTR towards the end.
Yeah, and like you were saying in the draft circular, like there was no way for them potentially locking down the Jing. They had a few skills within their utility on the side of RWE, but there was no real way to actually just lock her into place. There was too much of a trick shot reliance from Tunsky. They only really had the knock-up from the Byron and the Yao, as well as the Earworm from Taiyan. But other than that, there was no real kind of like AoE stun. Yes, we had the Winter is here, but most times out of 10, we saw that ZQ played around that to perfection.
Yeah, and again, just to reiterate the smoothness of a BTR in this round, very, very controlled round. But the standings here, okay, so Group D is done. NS Red Force, they booked their tickets onto the playoff with a convincing 2-0 against BTR and also RWE. And then we have BTR as the second seeding team. And thank you to RWE for playing. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to them.
Yeah, so we do have to have some losers within the representative countries, but hey, you got 2 through. That's more than any of the, well, other than Malaysia, that's more than any of the other regions can actually say they got through into the knockout stages of the Season 3 Invitational. So Nongshim, Nova, we have Team Vitality, and we have Blacklist as your first seed. So the second seeds are going to be falling into place into those first seeds. Obviously, the same group rule does apply for the knockouts, so you won't be seeing 2 Philippine teams going straight away. But we'll be going over and throwing over to the interview. So let's see what they have to say with the winning interview. Okay, HOK.
Thank you so much, casters, for tossing it back to the stage. Joining us, none other than BIGETRON, who just won themselves the last series of the group stage. Joining us, none other than Chan Q, the jungler for the team. Now we're going to go straight into the question, right? You are the sole representative from Indonesia to get into the knockout stage. How does it feel? Is it a lot of pressure for you?
No. I'm feel very happy.
Just happy?
Happy?
Just now you tell me that you only alone, you're a bit sad, but now you're happy. Which one?
Happy.
Happy?
Super happy.
Super happy.
Super happy.
Give us a smile on the camera.
A bit pose then if you're that happy. There you go.
There you go. And on my end, thank you. That was a very intense 4 games. On the third game, though, the other team did make a comeback. How did the team feel mentally approaching the next game to close out the series?
Pressure, you know.
Ah, yeah.
Pressure.
Were you under pressure?
Yeah.
How did the things going on for your team that time? How did you guys collect your thoughts, like to focus?
Just focus, lah.
Yeah, just focus, lah.
Just focus, lah.
Thank you.
So easy.
You're already on top 2. Like, how does it feel? Are you super happy right now? Are you excited for the playoffs?
Happy, super happy.
Super happy too.
But you're a jungler, right?
Yeah.
There must be one jungler that you feel like you want to duel or you want to fight. Who would that jungler be?
Siapa-siapa pun boleh lah.
Siapa-siapa pun boleh. Last but not least, anybody will be okay, he said. Last but not least, there's a lot of bigger troopers out there rooting out for you guys. What do you want to say to them?
Thank you, big troopers. I love you.
Oh, that's super simple, clean. We love it. Yeah. We love it. So we're going to toss it back to the casters because that's going to wrap up the series of the group stage. Casters, take it.
And there we have it. We hear from Jang Q as well. A bit of not adultery, but adult language going on the stage there because he was so shocked and under pressure in that best of 5. But it did show, obviously, it meant a lot to him as well. It meant a few words, but very happy to make it out into the knockout stages.
Yeah, as long as he's able to translate those words into the game, into his performance, that's where it all matters, right? Like, okay, win, it's big pressure that he felt doing that game. And I feel a sense of relief for Zankyu, right? It's like, whew, okay, we're done. We are in the playoffs. So, yeah, let's just move on.
Yeah, I mean, they get to have a bit of a day break. At least Shubin, these teams will get to anyway. But these are the results for today. We have Team Vitality taking an unsuspected 3-0 from AG, which I was very shocked at watching that at home. Nova taking a 3-0 from Impunity. Again, Nova started the way they finished yesterday. Very unsurprising. But then BTR almost losing out that best of 5 because RWE coming back with 1 point needed, just 2 more, was definitely rounding that out and showing that their hero pool was a little bit more sustainable than RWE's. So there it is. And here are the group standings.
Yes, and in Group A, Blacklist International comes in first seeding, followed by Elevate. So 2 Filipino representatives will move on. Unfortunately for Genji, they are at 3rd place, and we will say goodbye to them. In Group B, we have Vitality, followed by AG. Yep, they will move on as well. And in Group C, Nova and Impunity will move on. Group D, it is NS Red Force and BTR.
Yeah, so great. Some really cool, the fact that we had some new representatives actually approaching into the top 8 as well. Not the same faces, not the same champions. It's going to be a whole new champion of the Season 3 Invitational, which the knockouts will be taking place not tomorrow. We're having a bit of a day break. We need a bit of a breather. We need to just control ourselves, compose ourselves, and wait till we come back for those knockouts.
Yeah, and I'm sure the teams wouldn't mind a break as well, especially for BTR. They were the last game to be played, and also it was a very important match for them, so they wouldn't mind a breather tomorrow and coming back stronger in the playoffs later on. But who will they face off? Now it's going to be even more tougher as the games go by.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think the most thing I'm excited for is that knockout draw, right? We're not too sure when it's going to take place, but it will take place very soon. But I'm very much looking forward to that one. But it is going to be, that is it. The group stage is over for Season 3. It's been a thrilling 4 days, and I've been Blam, and obviously our other co-host, Kindo Food Hauler. They've loved to be here, as well as Sir Cloud. Thank you for joining me. We'll be signing off and see you in a few days' time. Oh, they don't want us to go just yet. We'll have to take out a freeze. We'll have to just maintain the talking just for now. But yes, I mean, the one thing I do want to coin is the fact that Team Vitality have had a clean run up until this point. Will they maintain that in the knockout stages? That's the one thing I'm looking forward to.
Oh yeah, Vitality. They are, in my opinion, okay, I mean, everyone has been talking about like Nova, the AGs, but it's Vitality that is currently one of the teams to watch. But ladies and gentlemen, that is all for today. We'll be seeing you guys in the playoffs. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my buddy here, Blam. We'll be signing off for now. See you later on the playoffs.
feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing